Chapter 105, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 105 100 PS. Mystic Code Deployment, Bonus Chapters Sparkles. Dash. What was the result of the match? Okada Tsuji didn't know. The moment her clash with Ikki Kurogain ended, Okada had already lost consciousness. In her swimsuit spirit origin, Okada Tsuji's noble phantasm, jet, 3-stage thrust, was classified as a rank C anti-personnel noble phantasm. However, in the game, this noble phantasm carried a 60% chance of inflicting a stun effect on Okada herself for one turn due to the extreme overload it required, as described in its profile. And sure enough, Okada had the bad luck to fall within that 60% chance, fainting immediately after using it. Still, even if she hadn't succumbed to the noble phantasm stun effect, her depleted stamina would have knocked her out soon after anyway. In the end, the result was the same. When Okada woke up again, she found herself back in the medical ward of Hagun Academy, lying in the same bed as before. This place was starting to feel like her fourth home in this world. For the record, her first home was in Adelberg, her second was her dorm room at Hagun Academy, and her third was the apartment Edelweiss had rented nearby. The match's outcome was something she learned only after waking up. It was declared a draw. The battle had caused such chaos that no one could clearly witness what had happened. By the time visibility returned, both Ikki and Okada were unconscious. If people like Saikyo Nene or Nango Torajiro had been present, they might have seen the entire fight. Unfortunately, they had been drawn away by the battle with the demon outside. Neither the judges nor the machines could determine a winner, leaving the result a stalemate. This presented a problem, as the purpose of the selection was to choose 6 representatives for the 7-Star Sword Art Festival. Having an extra candidate wasn't an option. Luckily, one of the previously selected representatives voluntarily gave up their spot after witnessing the match. They felt that the gap between themselves and both Ikki and Okada was too vast. Rather than taking up a place on the team and achieving nothing, they believed the spot should go to someone more capable. Thus, Hagun Academy's final representatives for the 7-Star Sword Art Festival were decided: Okada Tsuji, Ikki Kurogain, Stella Vermilion, Shizuka Kurogain, Araswin Nagi, and Kaito Takeda. Of the 6 representatives, 5 were first-year students, a fact that left both the Academy and the public utterly astonished. Oh, and let's not forget Akaza Mamoru, that sly old fox. Akaza had initially promised to drop all charges against Ikki only if he won the match. Despite the result being a draw, he no longer had the leverage to continue pressuring Ikki. Thanks to her presence concealment skill, Okada Tsuji had collected plenty of dirt on Akaza beforehand, even using subtle suggestion magic to make him confess his shady deeds aloud. One of these was his orchestration of the scandal accusing Ikki and Stella of an inappropriate relationship, a claim particularly egregious given that Stella was a princess. Although her kingdom wasn't as powerful as Japan, it was still an internationally recognized nation. Mishandling this could have led to a major diplomatic incident, with Japan on the losing side. Additionally, Akaza had tampered with the tournament's matchups, which was why Ikki had faced opponents tailored to counter him, such as Kirihara Shizuya in the first round and Okada Tsuji in the finals. Chairwoman Shingyuji Kurono had long suspected these manipulations but lacked the evidence to prove it, and no one was willing to believe her. These 2 points alone were enough to ruin Akaza's career, but compared to the other incriminating evidence Okada had uncovered, they were minor. Some of the dirt even involved the Kurogain family itself. But that wasn't surprising. Few in positions of power had truly clean hands. Okada, who didn't understand politics, found all of this overwhelming. To her, this information was like holding a burning coal. So, before the match, she handed everything over to Kurono. Just as Okada predicted, when she presented the documents to Kurono, the latter's expression resembled someone witnessing someone else attempting to set the sun on fire. Of course, Okada only handed over materials detrimental to Akaza. Destroying him was one thing, but targeting the Kurogain family or anyone else involved would only lead to societal chaos. Even if such actions succeeded, the repercussions would be too severe. In the end, Akaza was stripped of his duties and permanently disgraced. To save themselves, others implicated in the scandal shifted the blame entirely onto Akaza, making him the perfect scapegoat, the sole villain. Ikki and Stella's names were cleared, and Ikki even took the opportunity to announce their relationship to the world. It was said that the head of the Kurogane family, Kurogane Jiryu, received a stern warning from Stella's father, the King of Vermilion: do not drag children into the affairs of adults. It seemed the king was quite satisfied with Ikki as a son-in-law, or perhaps not. If you thought about it, if you were the king and your daughter's first day abroad ended with a boy seeing her naked, and then becoming her boyfriend, you might want to break all three of Ikki's legs. During her hospital stay, Okada received visits from Shizuka Kurogane, Ayase Ayatsuji, and others. Through them, she learned that Ikki was in the room next door. After her discharge, Okada returned to Edelweiss's side. The two spent a few pleasant days together as if nothing had ever happened, everything as it used to be. Until one day. Big sis I'd like to leave for a while. Okada's reason? To go out and train. She expected Edelweiss to vehemently refuse. Instead. For how long? Hey? Unexpectedly agreeable? Okada was stunned but quickly answered, about a month. I shouldn't be gone longer than 2. What can you achieve in a month? Is that not okay? Caught off guard by how easily Edelweiss agreed, Okada hadn't thought through her excuse well. It's just. I didn't want you to feel lonely while I was gone. She thought this reason was logical and patted herself on the back for her quick thinking. Edelweiss agreed to Okada's request but added one condition. Let's make a promise. Okada had said no more than 2 months, but Edelweiss extended it to 3. You must return to me within 3 months. If you don't, even if I have to make the entire world my enemy, I will find you. Edelweiss raised her hand, and for a moment, Okada thought she was summoning her device to bind the promise magically. But instead, Edelweiss simply held out her pinky. What's this? A promise? How childish! You said one of your few virtues was keeping your word, didn't you? So, this will be our unique way of making a promise. After a moment of hesitation, Okada mimicked Edelweiss, raising her hand. Under the golden sunlight, their pinkies linked. Edelweiss smiled a radiant smile, like a flower blooming after a spring rain. Let's seal it with the chant. You have to say it too. I do. Of course. If we don't say it together, it won't work. Fine. Okada looked exasperated. It had been 20 years since she'd made a promise like this. Their voices overlapped, different in tone but equally melodious. Pinky swear, if we lie, we'll be pigs, or dogs, for 100 years. Okada frowned. Why pigs? Edelweiss chuckled. Because pigs are cuter. Dash. If you notice anything that feels off, just let me know, I don't mind fixing things up. Oh, and don't forget to sit up, grab some water, and take it easy while you're here. No rush, right? If you're into this, consider checking out patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Your support helps me keep going, and I'm grateful for every bit of it. Dash. Big announcement below, please read. It's the same announcement posted on Patreon, so if you read that already you can skip it. 3c. Hear me, mongrels. This week, you have proven yourselves worthy. Through your steadfast dedication, the Mystic Code deployment, bonus chapters has been unlocked, thanks to one story reaching 400 Power Stones 3 times. By your hands, the Power Stone progression has evolved, 30/40/50/100/200, and now, a mighty new goal of 400 Power Stones stands ready to reward your efforts. But do not mistake this as the pinnacle of glory. No, what lies ahead is a treasure more magnificent than any before, the unveiling of a noble phantasm. Tapiceria Eternal now awaits the worthy. What is Tapiceria Eternal? It is a noble phantasm of unparalleled grandeur, woven from the threads of your support. When a story reaches 800 power stones, 4 extra chapters will be bestowed upon it on a single day, bringing the total to a staggering 12 chapters in one day. Yet, this tapestry is vast, encompassing all stories. To honor your collective efforts, every other ongoing story shall receive 2 bonus chapters in celebration of this monumental feat. The path to unleash Tapiceria Eternal. A story must amass 800 power stones in a single week to activate this noble phantasm. Tapiceria Eternal can only be unleashed once per story each month. To summon it again within the same month, another story must achieve the 800 power stone milestone. Do you comprehend the scale of this offering? A noble phantasm such as this is not simply given, it is earned. So rise, readers, and let your power stones speak. The gates to the eternal tapestry have been opened. The only question now is, will you seize it? Chapter 106, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 106. The sky was a bright blue, the sun radiant, and the occasional clouds drifted by in just the right measure. The air was fresh, likely due to the surrounding seas, and carried a strong hint of moisture on the breeze. Suddenly, the sky darkened. It wasn't the darkness of approaching night but the gathering gloom of heavy storm clouds, punctuated by faint rumbles of thunder. In the sky, a violet eye slowly opened. 3 swirling tomo marks, symbols of divinity, rotated within the stormy, lightning-filled pupil. The eye, formed entirely of lightning, hovered ominously above, scanning the world below for something or someone. Yet, failing to find its target, the divine presence withdrew, and the lightning eye vanished from the sky. The foreboding storm clouds dissolved as if they had never been, returning the sky to its previous state of blue skies, white clouds, and a gentle breeze. Ga. What the heck was that? Way over the top. Could it be some restless god lingering in the mortal world? A strange laugh echoed through the forest below, directly beneath where the lightning eye had been moments ago. The forest was empty save for one figure perched on a tree branch, unnoticed by anyone. It was a woman with long, snow-white hair and golden eyes. She wore lightweight red armor adorned with flowing cloud patterns, leaving a small portion of her stomach exposed to the open air. Atop her head were wing-like horns, a clear mark of her inhuman nature. Seriously, this world is so unfriendly to outsiders. I've only just arrived, and I was almost discovered. Scared me half to death. Though she claimed to be frightened, her expression and tone were laced with excitement. She seemed more entertained by the encounter than genuinely concerned. Hopping down from the branch, a few pure white feathers fell alongside her. So, what kind of world have I stumbled into this time? Is this a world still in its age of gods? Landing gracefully, she pinched her chin in thought. Still, the magical energy in the atmosphere is incredibly dense. The ambient spiritual energy is rich, too. Reminds me of the days I lived deep in the mountains, peaceful but dreadfully boring. Especially after meeting humans, I can't imagine how I endured those long years of solitude. She closed her eyes to better sense the surroundings, but soon furrowed her brow. Something's odd about this magical energy. It's dense, sure, but why does it feel artificial? Like humans trying to create snow in a laboratory to mimic a natural winter scene. To her, the magic of this world felt limited, high in concentration but lacking the fluid efficiency of other worlds, as though it were some flawed substitute created to imitate true magic. Is the entire world like this, or is it just this particular area? After pondering briefly, she waved a dismissive hand. Whatever. A few tweaks here and there, this should do the trick. My abilities are unaffected. For other servants, maybe this would cause some trouble, but not for me. Born of mountains, winds, skies, and flames, I am of the spirit race. Add to that my title as a great onmigi, I only need a few adjustments to flawlessly utilize the magic here. Ga. Her raucous laughter echoed through the forest once more. At that moment, a glowing screen appeared before her, drawing her attention immediately. Oh! Isn't this Da Vinci? Ah, so the spirit origin fused with master this time is Kiichi. Ga. I bet that brat Shanna will be furious. I beat her to it. With one hand on her hip, Kiichi, or rather, Kiichi-jin laughed triumphantly. Handing over her spirit origin to protect a master in a dangerous world probably felt like a noble act to her. After all, offering her strength to the master is akin to rushing to the master's aid in times of peril. That girl may be dumb and inflexible, but loyalty is one of her few virtues. Probably. And yet, here I am, one step ahead. To her, it must feel like failing to protect her lord in time. Ga. I'd love to see her face when she hears about this, ashen with rage. Maybe she's already preparing to commit seppuku, ha ha ha. Plenty of servants had vied to lend their spirit origins to the master, especially the likes of Kiyohime. The Shanna Kiichi mentioned was none other than Ushiwakamaru, more famously known as Minamoto no Yoshitsune, her childhood name. Kiichi's guess wasn't far off. Ushiwakamaru was indeed among those most eager to assist the master. As for why Kiichi seemed to delight in Ushiwakamaru's frustration, well, their relationship was complicated. Kiichi had been Ushiwakamaru's teacher, imparting many of the skills that would later make her one of Japan's most renowned generals. Another factor in Yoshitsune's fame was her unauthorized reading of the 6 secret teachings scrolls, which Kiichi had safeguarded. In the legend, Kiichi explicitly forbade Ushiwakamaru from reading those scrolls. Yet, before leaving, Ushiwakamaru tricked Kiichi's daughter into helping her sneak a look. The consequence? Ushiwakamaru was relentlessly hunted by her furious teacher, fleeing for her life. Had Ushiwakamaru been caught, Kiichi likely wouldn't have spared her despite their student-teacher bond. As a being not bound by human morality, Kiichi's perspective differed from ordinary people's. Ha! To think I once considered making me my wife. And now, we're literally one and the same. Even for me, this is a first. What a fascinating feeling. The influence on your personality is rather pronounced, Da Vinci interjected with a sigh before continuing, but given that it's Kiichi, we probably don't need to worry about the master's safety. Of course not. As her teacher, it's my duty to ensure my disciples' well-being. Unlike that brat Shanna, I'm very fond of me. Both as a person and as a being. Da Vinci couldn't help but feel slightly uneasy about Kiichi's behavior. So, Master, do you remember your first objective? Of course I do. Kiichi blinked innocently before grinning mischievously. First things first. I need to find a disciple. No. You're supposed to gather information about this world. Dash. Oh, hey there, traveler. Leaf fluttering in wind, my friend here is the one bringing these stories to you. Quite the talent, wouldn't you agree? If anything feels off, just give them a nudge, they're always happy to make things even better. Now, don't forget to take a moment to rest. Grab a drink, perhaps something as refreshing as Mondstadt's finest, and let the stories whisk you away. Oh, and if you're feeling generous, you could check out patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Supporting them is like throwing a coin to your favorite bard, it keeps the magic flowing. Here's to more adventures and endless inspiration. Musical note. Chapter 107, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit. 107. Kiichi-jin. Class, Assassin. Level, 80. Skills. Eternally Peerless Blade A+. On Mid, Law, A. 6 Secret Arts of War X. Class Skills. Presence Concealment C. Magic Resistance X. Territory Creation B+. Parameters. Strength, D. Endurance, C. Agility, A+. Mana, X. Luck, B. Noble Phantasm, A+. Noble Phantasm. 6 Secret Teachings and 3 Strategies, Noble Demon King's Great Feather Fan. Dash. The above were the complete stats and skills of Qiqi. Exaggerated, to say the least. Despite being only a 4-star event servant in the game, her parameters were extraordinary. The rare X rank appeared not once but 3 times, once in her parameters, once in her class skills, and once in her personal skills. Notably, despite being an assassin rather than one of the 3 knights, she possessed the highest grade of magic resistance. This was particularly amusing considering a certain saber with magic resistance only at E rank. Okada Tsuji. Qiqi's X-ranked mana and magic resistance stemmed from her origin as a spirit born of nature. Unlike later creatures limited to the small internal source of magical energy known as OD, Qiqi was a part of nature itself and could freely draw upon mana, the vast energy of the environment. In this regard, Qiqi bore some resemblance to the true ancestors. "Don't be so hasty, Da Vinci dear," Qiqi said, her tone light-hearted. "If I take a disciple in this world, I can gather any information I need through them, can't I?" "You're not wrong, but still." Now strolling along a beach, Qiqi glanced out at the waves. She hadn't realized how close her summoning had been to the sea. The sound of the tide was pleasant, but it didn't evoke any special feelings. Her memories as Qiqi included numerous seaside moments, some more memorable than others. For instance, during her time as that phoenix feather, she'd visited a beach at night, an experience she'd never forgotten. As she walked, Da Vinci's voice interrupted her thoughts. "Master, I need to warn you. There's something strange approaching your location." "Oh? My new disciple, perhaps?" Qiqi's golden eyes lit up with anticipation as she turned in the direction Da Vinci had indicated. It seems not." Though the approaching presences were still some distance away, the gap was negligible for a servant. "Are those dogs? Or wolves?" By the rocky cliffside ahead, 2 bizarre creatures wandered aimlessly. They had no torsos or hind legs, only wolf-like heads and a pair of razor-sharp claws. Instead of walking, they floated in the air as if propelled by an unseen force. It wasn't just their appearance that was strange but also their very nature. This hostile energy, it clashes with the peaceful magic in the air. Though this was her first time in this world and she knew little about it, one thing was clear to her. Those things are undoubtedly evil. Enemies of this world. Qiqi's keen instincts left no room for doubt. Now, what should I do? Should I eliminate them or avoid confrontation? It's a new world, after all, acting rashly could stir up trouble. This is quite the dilemma. Crossing her arms, Qiqi furrowed her brow, adopting a conflicted expression. Then again, maybe I can learn something about this world from those creatures. Yes, that makes perfect sense. Of course, Qiqi's internal debate was merely an excuse to justify her desire for a fight. With her decision made, she approached the monsters. Naturally, she deactivated presence concealment, otherwise, the mindless, bloodthirsty creatures would never notice her. As expected, once her concealment dropped, the monsters immediately turned their attention to her, growling in low, menacing tones. "Oh! Good boys, good boys! Want a bone?" Completely unfazed, Qiqi strolled toward them, twirling a massive naginata in one hand as if it weighed nothing. As a legendary master of countless martial techniques, Qiqi had taught 8 disciples who later founded the Kyoto 8 schools, considered the origin of Western Japan's swordsmanship traditions. The creature's fur began to emit dark purple light as if fueled by their anger, not at Qiqi's taunts, but at her very existence. Just as Qiqi had said, these beings were enemies of the world itself, and every living thing within it was a target for their rage. Then, before her eyes, the 2 creatures suddenly disappeared. A pitch-black rift appeared in front of them, and they slipped into it without hesitation, leaving Qiqi momentarily stunned. Blinking, she raised her naginata and swung it behind her without turning around. A creature had emerged from another rift directly behind her, but before it could react, Kiichi's blade bisected it cleanly in a single strike. The halves of the creature fell to the ground behind her, but before they could touch the sand, flames erupted from the clean cut. Within moments, a crimson fire consumed the remains, leaving nothing, not even ash. Ga. Did you really think a sneak attack would work on me? How naive! With her naginata resting on her shoulder, Kiichi laughed heartily, her back turned to the fading flames. These monsters posed no threat to her. The first had been easy to dispatch, and the second was no different. But unlike the first, the second left behind an item drop. Perhaps because she had used a wind blade instead of fire, the second creature's remains included a small claw. Examining the fragment in her hand, Kiichi raised an eyebrow. Did I end up in the dungeon world? As she pondered what to do with the claw, two new presences entered her awareness. One resembled the monsters she had just fought, though significantly stronger. The other was strange. It felt both familiar and foreign, carrying an inexplicable sense of closeness. Oh, hey there, Trave. Move aside, Venti, this bard's had enough of the spotlight. It's my turn now. The poll to decide the next stories is live. Yes, even you, free members, can cast your votes alongside the paid supporters. Aren't I generous? Yellow heart. Head over to patreon.com/wisetl right bracket and make your voice heard. Let's see which treasures get to shine next. And remember, your queen is watching. Don't disappoint me. Chapter 108, I don't want to be a heroic spirit. 108. Why do you swing the blade? Perhaps such questions were too profound for a child so young to answer. The child was small, their features undeveloped, making it difficult to discern whether they were a boy or girl. Their hair, a bluish-black, faded into white at the tips. It was probably beautiful hair once. Now it was matted with their own blood, the crimson liquid mixing with dirt on their face and body. Blood streamed from a wound on their forehead, trickling down over their left eye, leaving them with only one eye to see the world. They were covered in injuries, painfully obvious even at a glance. Surely they were in great pain, the wounds alone looked excruciating. The child struggled to stay focused as blood loss sapped their strength. The single eye that remained open had grown dim, on the verge of being overtaken by the encroaching darkness. But they couldn't afford to pass out. A low, guttural growl echoed nearby, and a hulking rifthound revealed itself. Blood dripped from its claws, undeniable proof that it had inflicted the child's wounds. The child clutched a short blade, a weapon left behind by a wandering samurai who had once gotten lost in this forest. By chance, the child had discovered it and taken it as their own. This forest was their home. From the moment they could remember, they had lived here. Protecting it was their duty. But then, these grotesque, wolf-like creatures appeared. They came suddenly, from places unknown, at times uncertain. At first, the child thought they were like her, a yokai born of the forest. But the moment these creatures saw her, they began an unrelenting hunt. Knowing the forest well, the child initially had the upper hand, using the terrain to evade and strike. However, she underestimated them. One of the creatures emerged from a rift and attacked her before she could react, raking its claws across her body. She fled, but to her horror, the wound refused to heal, bleeding endlessly. The sensation of life seeping away with her blood was torturous. Each drop carried warmth from her body, leaving her colder and closer to death. She couldn't stop running. If she did, the creatures would devour her. Run, run, run! She had no idea where she was going or if there was anywhere safe to go. All she knew was that if she wanted to live, she had to keep running. The taste of blood clogged her throat, and the cold air slicing through her lungs felt like blades. Her legs were leaden, heavy beyond bearing. Though she managed to lose the creatures, what lay ahead wasn't salvation, it was despair. A cliff loomed before her, steep and sheer, with the ocean churning far below. The fall would surely kill her. Even if it didn't, the ocean would claim her. She was a yokai Tengu, but her small wings, wounded by the beasts, made flight impossible. Her trembling hand tightened around the short blade. Behind her lay the abyss. In front of her stood the snarling monsters. As her bloodied body teetered on the edge of collapse, her mind unexpectedly cleared. If I'm going to die anyway. The Tengu girl gritted her teeth, steadied her resolve, and charged forward. The lead beast snarled, lunging at her with its fangs bared. Splurt! The girl lost her right hand to its jaws, and a chunk of flesh was torn from her waist. Yet, with her last ounce of strength, she switched the blade to her left hand, raising it high. Golden eyes flared with a savage light as she drove the blade deep into the creature's eye. She succeeded. Her desperate strike wounded the monster. But in doing so, she also enraged it. As consciousness slipped away, her vision filled with the sight of the knife's shattered blade and the blood that sprayed into the air. Then, she felt the wind rush past her, her body light as a feather, falling, until she landed on something soft. Whoa! That was close. Seriously, how are you even alive with injuries this bad? Qiqi-jin hovered in midair, cradling the bloodied child in her arms. Behind her, a pair of pristine white wings flapped gently. After all, as a great Tengu, it was only natural for her to possess such wings. Glancing at the child in her arms, Qiqi noticed the small wings on their back. No wonder I felt a bit of kinship. This world has Tengu too? But if I don't act fast, you're not going to make it. Honestly, it's impressive you've lasted this long. As both a great Tengu and a renowned Onmiji, Qiqi was well versed in healing arts. This wasn't the place for treatment, though, so she cast a few quick spells to stabilize the child's condition, calming their spirit, halting the bleeding, and replenishing their life force. The child's breathing steadied, color returned to their face, and the tension in their small frame eased. Satisfied, Qiqi let out a relieved sigh. As Qiqi-jin, she might have viewed life's fragility with detachment. But her core was still Fenhuan, and she couldn't abandon a life so close at hand. If she ever lost her fear of death or her reverence for life, she would cease to exist as a person. With the child safe for now, Qiqi turned her attention to the cliff, where the beast that had knocked the girl over the edge still lingered. Stronger than the others she had encountered, this creature's armored body gleamed like steel, though it was now missing an eye. Cyclopean wolf, maybe? Under different circumstances, she might have played with it a bit. But she had no time to spare now. With a flick of her finger, she conjured a spark of fire, which gently arced onto the creature's snout. In the blink of an eye, the flame expanded into a massive inferno, consuming the monster entirely. I might have overdone it, but hey, better safe than sorry. With the child still nestled in her arms, Qiqi's wings flapped once, and she soared dozens of meters away. Time to find a good place to rest, or maybe I'll just build one. Skilled in onmijutsu and elemental manipulation, particularly with fire, earth, and wind, constructing a shelter would be no trouble for her. Her gaze fell to the child in her arms. Around their neck, a small violet orb hung like a charm. When Qiqi caught the child, the orb hadn't been there. It was no ordinary ornament, lightning danced faintly around it, and its surface bore a familiar pattern. The same pattern she had seen within the divine lightning eye earlier. Her memories stirred, and she murmured in awe. A vision of the gods. So, I've come to Tivat, hey. Oh, hey there, traveler. Leaf fluttering in wind, my friend here is the one bringing these stories to you, quite the talent, wouldn't you agree? If anything feels off, just give them a nudge, they're always happy to make things even better. Now, don't forget to take a moment to rest. Grab a drink, perhaps something as refreshing as Mondstadt's finest, and let the stories whisk you away. Oh, and if you're feeling generous, you could check out patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Supporting them is like throwing a coin to your favorite bard, it keeps the magic flowing. Here's to more adventures and endless inspiration. Musical note. Chapter 109, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit. 109. This was a world of nothingness. Run, run, run. The taste of blood and rust clogged her throat. The cold air cutting into her lungs felt like tiny blades, and her legs felt as heavy as lead. There was no safe place. Malice surrounded her completely. Shadows with jagged claws morphed into bloodthirsty beasts, lunging at her relentlessly. Each time, they tore away chunks of her flesh. The agony of losing her flesh and blood piece by piece was excruciating. An exhaustion that stemmed from the depths of her soul begged her to stop, to rest. Yet the terror of death pushed her legs forward in a blind, desperate escape. Her heart screamed for her salvation. Someone, anyone, please save me. Be it a god, a yokai, or a human of great power. Though she had grown independent from years of living alone, she was still just a child at heart. The walls she had built to protect her vulnerability were fragile at best. Eek! She let out a cry of terror as she tripped and fell. Falling while running for her life, she dared not imagine what that would mean. The looming beast was like death incarnate, its crimson eyes chilling her to the bone. She wanted to get up, but her legs refused to move. She wanted to scream, but all that came out was a choking sob. Low growls rumbled like a grim bell tolling her demise. Between life and death, there was a vast abyss of terror. Every vein, every nerve, every cell in her body screamed in agony. The shadowy beast closed in, growing from the height of a man to a towering 10 meters. Its overwhelming malice felt like it would crush her fragile soul. She could do nothing but watch as the beast raised its massive claw and brought it down upon her. Someone, save me! Her silent plea for help reached the ears of a certain newcomer to this world. And so, a divine miracle unfolded before her very eyes. In the void, a pure, immaculate white line appeared. The endless shadows and the titanic beast shattered like illusions the moment the white line emerged. Then, that line split the heavens from the earth. In an instant, flowers and grass sprouted beneath her feet, and the darkness above her gave way to a vast, open sky. The danger and fear were gone, replaced by confusion and relief. Well now, did I just hear someone crying for help? A figure shrouded in a mist-like haze appeared before the girl, their features unclear. The voice carried a strange warmth, dispelling her lingering fears. Ah, I see. A nightmare, was it? I know that feeling all too well, the unreasonable helplessness. The figure knelt and placed a hand on the dazed girl's head, gently ruffling her hair. The voice grew even softer, as soothing as sunlight on an early spring day. Rest easy now. Dream of hot sukiyaki or basking in the sun on a warm afternoon. There's no need to be afraid, because I'll stay right here by your side. Dash. When the girl woke, she found herself in an unfamiliar place. The polished wooden floor beneath her gleamed with cleanliness, and she was lying on a thick futon. A warm, heavy blanket covered her. Ah, you're awake. The Tengu girl's awakening did not escape Kiichi-Jun's notice. After all, she had remained by the girl's side since healing her. The girl, her golden eyes still foggy with confusion, turned toward the voice. There, framed by white hair cascading like a waterfall, stood a striking figure. That voice, it was familiar. It belonged to the person who had chased away the terrifying beasts in her dream. This sleep, it might have been the most peaceful she'd ever experienced. When she woke, the exhaustion and pain were gone, as if they'd never existed. But she still remembered the monsters. Her last memory was falling off the cliff after being attacked, losing her weapon, her arm. Tentatively, the girl raised her right hand, flexing her fingers. It moved perfectly. Even the wings on her back, torn apart by the creatures, seemed whole again. Were the monsters, everything that happened, just a dream? If only it had been a dream. The Tengu girl looked back at Kiichi-jin, her golden eyes filled with confusion. Was it you who saved me, big sister? For the first time, she took a closer look at her savior. The most striking feature was her snow-white hair, paired with horns that clearly marked her as non-human. Her playful smile suggested a carefree demeanor, but her golden eyes carried an unsettling detachment. She wore light red armor, more ornamental than practical, with decorations resembling crow feathers on her shoulders. Yet beyond these visible traits, the girl felt an inexplicable kinship, a strange urge to throw herself into this woman's arms and seek comfort. That's right, little one. It was me who caught you when you fell from the cliff, Kiichi said with a grin. Oh, and by the way, I took care of that little puppy that hurt you. Consider it avenged. Puppy. The Tengu girl's brain froze for a moment. She couldn't reconcile the terrifying creature she remembered with the term puppy. In her confusion, she forgot the most important thing: she owed this person her gratitude. Thank you. You must be hungry after sleeping for so long, Kiichi interrupted with a wave of her hand. Wait right here. While my special Tengu feast takes a bit of time and I'm low on ingredients, I can whip up something simple in no time. Ga. Before the girl could fully express her thanks, Kiichi swept out of the room like a gust of wind, leaving her alone and bewildered. It felt as if a small rain cloud had formed above the girl's head, lightly drizzling. Her slightly chubby, youthful face fell into visible disappointment. But then, Tengu. Though Kiichi's words had been fast, the Tengu girl had caught that one word. And the inexplicable sense of closeness she felt toward Kiichi. For the first time, the Tengu girl realized that she wasn't alone. There was another Tengu in the world besides her. Oh, hey there, traveler. Leaf fluttering in wind, my friend here is the one bringing these stories to you. Quite the talent, wouldn't you agree? If anything feels off, just give them a nudge, they're always happy to make things even better. Now, don't forget to take a moment to rest. Grab a drink, perhaps something as refreshing as Mondstadt's finest, and let the stories whisk you away. Oh, and if you're feeling generous, you could check out patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Supporting them is like throwing a coin to your favorite bard, it keeps the magic flowing. Here's to more adventures and endless inspiration. Musical note. Chapter 110, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit. 110. In the game, no matter if it was pigeons by bridges or raptors in deserts, the meat they dropped was uniformly called foul. Similarly, whether it was boars in the jungle or scorpions in the sands, their meat was simply labeled raw meat. Additionally, fish dropped fish meat, and there was even something called mystic meat, supposedly dropped by killing flying serpents in the desert, though Kiichi couldn't quite recall. After all, she had never figured out what mystic meat was used for, and it had just sat in her inventory gathering dust. Tivat's vegetarian options also intrigued her. Beyond real-world staples like cabbages and carrots, this world boasted fascinating plants like sweet flowers. Sweet flowers were especially famous since they were essential for dishes like sweet madam. Kiichi remembered running out of them frequently, scouring the map to replenish her stock. Even sugar in Tivat was made from sweet flowers. While Fen Huanyu wasn't particularly skilled in cooking, Kiichi-jin excelled in the culinary arts among countless other skills. Upon acquiring her spirit origin, all of these abilities had seamlessly transferred to her. It was an uncanny sensation, like playing the piano without needing sheet music. The moment her fingers touched the keys, they moved with fluid precision. And, in addition to the culinary expertise carried over from her spirit origin, she also had the dessert-making skills learned as Okada Suji from her elder sister Edelweiss, a world-class chef. With this blend of talents, even though she hadn't figured out all the ingredients yet, Kiichi still managed to prepare a table full of visually appealing, aromatic, and delicious dishes. The Tengu girl, famished after waking, was completely captivated by the spread. After joining Kiichi in the customary we humbly partake she could no longer hold back, devouring the meal with gusto. Anticipating that the child might not know how to use chopsticks, Kiichi had thoughtfully prepared a wooden spoon for her, one she had crafted herself. In fact, everything around them, from the table and utensils to the house itself, was handcrafted by Kiichi. The cozy bedroom, the dining hall, and the quaint courtyard visible just outside, all of it was built entirely by her. Beyond the courtyard, Kiichi had also set up a barrier to keep intruders out. Feeling Kiichi's gaze on her, the Tengu girl blushed faintly, slowing her eating pace and adopting more refined manners. "No need to be so formal. There are no strict rules here," Kiichi said with a casual wave of her hand. To prove her point, she picked up her rice bowl and struck a relaxed, unrestrained posture. "By the way, what's your name? It'd be nice to know what to call you." After the meal, Kiichi formally began her inquiries. "My name is Sarah." Hearing this, Kiichi's golden eyes narrowed slightly. "Do you have a family name?" The Tengu girl Sarah hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. Kiichi then asked if Sarah knew of any other Tengu besides herself. As she suspected, while the Tengu race existed in this world, Sarah had never encountered any others. Her memories of her biological parents were faint, almost forgotten. Apart from her parents, Kiichi might very well be the first Tengu Sarah had ever met. "Aren't you part of the Tengu clan, big sister?" "Me? I don't think I'm connected to your Tengu clan." The Tengu in this world seemed to be human adjacent, while Kiichi was a spirit born from nature itself. In terms of existence, she was closer to the gods or immortals of Tibet. Yet the inexplicable sense of kinship she felt toward Sarah left her uncertain. Kiichi had been a prominent sorcerer and onmigi in Kyoto during the late Heian period. From that perspective, she might have been considered human. However, she was often associated with Kurama Tengu, the great Tengu of Mount Kurama. According to Edo period literature like the Jairuri Kiichi-jin's 3 stratagems, Kiichi's true identity was none other than the great Tengu, SJB of Mount Kurama. Of course, history and the lore of the Nasuverse were notoriously complex. Kiichi herself wasn't one to dwell on details, she'd rather laugh them off. So, after a fleeting thought, she dismissed the matter entirely. After finishing their meal, a light stroll to digest their food seemed fitting. The courtyard was too small, so naturally, they stepped outside. As they walked, Sarah's eyes widened in astonishment. She had lived in this forest for years, and while she had her doubts at first, a brief walk erased them entirely. This place was familiar to her. But Sarah turned back to look at the house. She didn't recall any large structures being here. "You won't believe this, but I built that courtyard myself," Kiichi announced with a tone of pride. "It took quite the effort, let me tell you." Sarah froze, stunned. How long was I unconscious?" "I'm not sure. I don't have a clock or anything, but it definitely wasn't more than a day." "A day?" In less than a day, this otherworldly Tengu sister had built such an expansive courtyard alone. What Kiichi didn't mention was that the real effort lay in the design. Actually constructing the place was relatively easy for her. After all, back when she played Minecraft, her houses had been little more than wooden boxes. Her more skilled friends had refused to play with her because her builds were so ugly. Fortunately, Kiichi-jin was a masterful architect. For Sarah, the stroll had been sufficient exercise after a meal. For Kiichi, however, it wasn't nearly enough. And so, before Sarah's astonished eyes, one of the nightmarish hounds that had haunted her was effortlessly felled by Kiichi in a single strike. Standing with her back to the disintegrating corpse, Kiichi casually flipped her blade into a reverse grip with her left hand. With her right, she flicked the blade, producing a crisp hum. The dark purple blood staining the weapon evaporated instantly, leaving no trace. The ease, the precision, the sheer power left Sarah awestruck. Her swirling thoughts condensed into a single, odd whisper. Amazing. Not really, Kiichi replied nonchalantly. Being praised was nice, but such weak opponents didn't give her any sense of accomplishment. Among the enemies I've faced in 1,000 years, these barely rank as minor nuisances. Sarah continued to replay Kiichi's elegant movements and mysterious techniques in her mind. It wasn't until much later that she processed what Kiichi had said. 1,000 years. Degree. Dash. Oh, hey there, traveler. Leaf fluttering in wind, my friend here is the one bringing these stories to you, quite the talent, wouldn't you agree? If anything feels off, just give them a nudge, they're always happy to make things even better. Now, don't forget to take a moment to rest. Grab a drink, perhaps something as refreshing as Mondstadt's finest, and let the stories whisk you away. Oh, and if you're feeling generous, you could check out patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Supporting them is like throwing a coin to your favorite bard, it keeps the magic flowing. Here's to more adventures and endless inspiration. Musical note. Chapter 111, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit. 111. Since it was inconvenient to use fire within the forest, she infused her blade with the power of the Inmo element. In an instant, a dozen razor-sharp wind blades slashed the yellow rifthound into neatly segmented pieces. Upon its death, the rifthound dropped a claw. This one was larger and more potent than the claws Kiichi had collected earlier, radiating an even greater intensity of chaotic, volatile energy. The ominous energy so antithetical to this world made her hesitant to discard the claw. Reluctantly, she picked it up to take along. She had inquired about these creatures before, asking Sarah for information, but to no avail. Sarah had confessed that despite living in this forest for many years, she had never encountered such monsters before. It was highly unusual. Not only had these monsters suddenly appeared, but the frequency of their encounters was staggering. In just a short while, Kiichi had already faced a double-digit count of them. As Kiichi suspected, these creatures bore hostility toward all living beings in this world. Beyond Sarah, the forest was home to many other sentient creatures, all of which became targets for these monsters. Moments earlier, Kiichi and Sarah had witnessed 3 monsters, a large one and 2 smaller ones, chasing a group of fox cubs. Kiichi handled the creatures, while Sarah comforted the frightened animals. It seemed Sarah had always been the forest's guardian, the animals trusted her implicitly. The fox cubs, on the verge of becoming spirits themselves, could communicate and reason. However, they knew little about the monster's origin, only sensing instinctively that they were extremely dangerous. Dangerous indeed. That insidious, corrupting power. Kiichi had noticed this when she treated Sarah's wounds earlier. Even after sealing the visible injuries and stopping the bleeding, the residual power within Sarah's body continued to erode her vitality. Fortunately, the corrosive power left in Sarah's body wasn't highly concentrated, and Kiichi quickly purified it. So that's what bleeding hounds feel like in real life, huh? Such a nuisance. Now, Kiichi understood why she had felt such visceral rejection toward these creatures when she first encountered them. They were born of the rift-born bleeding hounds. Back when she first started playing Genshin Impact, Kiichi had been a technical player. But after pulling Zhongli, she became reliant on his shields. She had just begun enjoying her newfound ease when the bleeding hounds designed specifically to counter shields showed up. Were the game developers trolling her or what? Scanning the area and sensing no rift hounds nearby, Kiichi turned her gaze behind her. Really? Are you that scared of me? Sarah, who had been gazing at her with awe and gratitude moments ago, now trailed behind timidly, maintaining a delicate distance from Kiichi. Sarah lowered her head, her gaze darting nervously. She seemed almost afraid to meet Kiichi's eyes. Are you, a deity? Ever since Sarah learned that Kiichi had lived for over 1,000 years, the Tengu girl had been treating her with a mix of reverence and fear, even changing how she addressed her. 1,000 years. Such a span of time must have been unimaginable to most. Hearing Sarah's question, Kiichi offered a cryptic response. I'm not a shut-in. Ah. How should she explain this? Scratching the back of her head, Kiichi began to organize her thoughts. I'm not a god, per se, but rather a great Tengu. Unlike you and the rest of your Tengu kin, I have no parents. I was born directly from nature, or you could say, this world itself. A child of the land and sky. From that perspective, my existence does resemble that of a deity. Kiichi explained as thoroughly as she could, but the young Sarah's expression remained full of confusion. Never mind. With a wry smile, Kiichi reached out and ruffled Sarah's hair. The soft strands against her palm were surprisingly pleasant to the touch. Just know that I'm not a god, and that's enough. All right. The sensation of Kiichi's hand on her head made Sarah's cheeks flush slightly, leaving her in a dazed, almost drunken state. Having cleared most of the rift hounds nearby, Kiichi deemed her task of stretching her legs complete. Together, they returned to the small courtyard where they had been staying. The gate to the courtyard came into view, but before they arrived, Kiichi suddenly turned to Sarah and asked a question. By the way, Sarah, would you like to be my child? My adopted child, I mean. Kiichi's abrupt and startling question left Sarah stunned for quite some time. Adopted child? Though, we've only known each other for a day. If it's her, it doesn't seem impossible to accept. After all, she saved my life. Besides, just being near her brings me such peace. As Sarah seriously considered the proposition on the verge of agreeing, even Kiichi's voice interrupted her thoughts. Ha! Just kidding. A joke. Sarah's expression froze in an awkward grimace. Ha! Let me teach you something, little Sarah. It's dangerous to take a Tengu's words at face value. Oh, wait, you're a Tengu too. Never mind, never mind. No big deal. Kiichi waved her hand dismissively before pausing for a moment. But, she added, considering we've only known each other for less than a day, asking you to become my adopted child would be a bit much, wouldn't it? And no. Sarah opened her mouth to protest but quickly closed it, uncertain of the feelings stirring within her chest. Well, Kiichi pursed her lips thoughtfully, muttering, if making you my child isn't an option, then how about becoming my disciple? I could teach you my skills. I'm quite good at mentoring people, you know. My disciples, well. Never mind. Forget I said anything. The mention of disciples brought Ushiwakamaru to Kiichi's mind. But thinking of Ushiwakamaru also brought a pained expression to her face. Sarah, however, didn't notice Kiichi's conflicted gaze. Hearing the offer to become her disciple, Sarah recalled Kiichi's effortless defeat of the monsters earlier. That strength and grace had captivated her entirely. So, Master, please take me as your disciple. Kiichi gazed at Sarah's steadfast determination, her golden eyes shimmering with a light as bright as the moon. Moved by Sarah's unwavering resolve, Kiichi's heart stirred with admiration for her talent. Ha! Excellent, excellent! Such joy should be celebrated with the dance of butterflies in a blooming meadow. Well then! Laughing heartily, Kiichi looked at the girl before her. Let's make it official. My first disciple in this world. Please take care of me. Oh, hey there, traveler. Leaf fluttering in wind, my friend here is the one bringing these stories to you. Quite the talent, wouldn't you agree? If anything feels off, just give them a nudge, they're always happy to make things even better. Now, don't forget to take a moment to rest. Grab a drink, perhaps something as refreshing as Mondstadt's finest, and let the stories whisk you away. Oh, and if you're feeling generous, you could check out patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Supporting them is like throwing a coin to your favorite bard, it keeps the magic flowing. Here's to more adventures and endless inspiration. Musical note. Chapter 112, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit. 112. Since she had decided to take Sarah as her disciple, Kiichi knew she had to start teaching her something. However, Sarah was still too young. Strenuous training could do more harm than good at this stage. For now, Kiichi decided to focus on teaching her strategy and tactics. After all, as the legendary keeper of the 6 secret teachings and 3 strategies, Kiichi was more than qualified to impart military wisdom. To her surprise and delight, Sarah displayed an extraordinary talent for strategy. As for weapon training, Kiichi noticed that Sarah had a natural affinity for archery. Although her aptitude with swords and spears was slightly weaker than with bows, it was still commendable. Yet, it was better to master a few skills than dabble in many. For now, Kiichi chose to teach Sarah archery and swordsmanship, one for ranged combat and one for close quarters, complementing each other. But before combat training could begin, "This little thing belongs to you." Kiichi handed Sarah a vision imbued with the power of Electro. "This is a vision. It's proof that you've been recognized by the gods." Sarah appeared unfamiliar with the concept of a vision, so Kiichi did her best to explain it based on her limited experience as a Genshin Impact player. When a person's will and desire become strong enough, a certain blonde idiot cough. A slip of the tongue. For once, Kiichi blushed slightly before quickly regaining her composure. When a person's will and desire become strong enough to gain the recognition of a god, the deity grants them their gaze. That is what we call a vision. Only a rare few in this world can obtain a vision. It acts as an external organ for manipulating elemental energy. Since your vision is of the electro element, you can use it to harness electro power. When I saved you, this vision suddenly appeared on you. It seems your bravery impressed the gods. Given Sarah's young age, many forms of training would have to wait. Weapon training, in particular, could be postponed. For now, it was more practical to teach her how to use elemental energy. After all, elemental energy could enhance her physical abilities, making it easier to train her in other areas later. Besides training Sarah, Kiichi also spent her days hunting down the rift hounds. Sometimes, she brought Sarah along to clear the monsters, other times, she worked alone. If the frequency of these rift hound appearances hadn't been visibly decreasing, Kiichi might have suspected this forest followed a game-like mechanic where monsters are respawned periodically. At that point, she would have been tempted to check if Storm Terror's lair or the Golden House had weekly boss refreshes. Teaching a disciple and hunting monsters, this routine went on for over 10 days. On this particular day, Kiichi was out hunting rift hounds as usual. The sky was overcast, heavy with the threat of rain. Even I don't care much for rainy days. Wet feathers are such a pain, Kiichi muttered, her delicate brows furrowing. At her feet lay the bodies of 3 Geo rift hounds, their forms not yet fully dissipated. These drops in the game, weren't they used as weapon or character ascension materials? Holding her katana in one hand, Kiichi examined the claw she had just picked up. I could probably forge these into weapons. Not that I need them, but they'd make decent graduation gifts for Sarah. Speaking of which, doesn't Skathak give each of her disciples a personally crafted cursed spear upon graduation? Should I do something similar? Kiichi pondered the idea, conflicted. If she forged these claws into a weapon, it would likely become a dangerous, cursed blade. Suppressing its malevolent energy would require blending it with other materials. But despite racking her brain, she couldn't think of a suitable combination. As she was lost in thought, a strange sound came from the nearby woods. Looking up, she spotted a humanoid creature in red, carrying a torch and wearing a peculiar mask, walking in her direction. It was one of Tivat's iconic creatures, a hilly churl torchbearer. As players progressed through Genshin Impact's story, they learned that hilly churls, the most commonly slain monsters, were actually cursed survivors of Kenria. This revelation stirred sympathy among many players. But sympathy rarely stopped them from attacking hilly churls. After all, hilly churls attacked first. Sure enough, as soon as the torchbearer noticed Kiichi, it let out a string of guttural cries, brandishing its torch and charging toward her like it was performing the dance of the fire god. Kiichi paused for about 2 seconds. She wasn't deliberating a profound moral dilemma, she was merely deciding how to deal with this hilly churl. After 2 seconds, she made up her mind. Planet befall. A massive meteor descended from the sky, leaving nothing but a giant crater where the hilly churl torchbearer had stood moments ago. If the hilly churl had any final words, they'd undoubtedly have been highly offensive. Standing at the edge of the crater, Kiichi leaned forward to inspect her handiwork. Not even a trace of the hilly churl remained. Well, of course. Dropping a meteor would obliterate even a mid-churl, let alone a regular hilly churl. Holding her katana in one hand, Kiichi pinched her chin thoughtfully with the other. Just one hilly churl. Isn't that a bit odd? After pondering for a moment, 2 pristine white wings unfurled from her back. With a gentle flap, Kiichi soared into the air. From her vantage point in the sky, her golden eyes gleamed like those of a hawk, sharp and focused. As the saying goes, the higher you stand, the farther you see. From above, Kiichi quickly spotted an unusual cluster of structures northwest of her position, starkly different from the surrounding forest. Unlike a city, the area resembled an ancient tribal settlement, complete with crude tents, wooden barricades, and ominously decorated totems. A hilly churl camp, huh? Wonder if there's a treasure chest. Given the size of the camp, there had to be a rare chest, maybe one of those 10 primogem ones. Of course, that assumed a certain blonde wasn't out here farming first. Speaking of which, if the traveler were in Tivat, would she run into Lumen or Ether? Eyes sparkling with curiosity, Kiichi flew swiftly toward the camp. On a lookout tower within the settlement, a group of hilly churl archers suddenly shivered, as if sensing impending doom. T/N, author left some pictures, laughing face, post pics here. Oh, hey there, traveler. Leaf fluttering in wind, my friend here is the one bringing these stories to you, quite the talent, wouldn't you agree? If anything feels off, just give them a nudge, they're always happy to make things even better. Now, don't forget to take a moment to rest. Grab a drink, perhaps something as refreshing as Mondstadt's finest, and let the stories whisk you away. Oh, and if you're feeling generous, you could check out patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Supporting them is like throwing a coin to your favorite bard, it keeps the magic flowing. Here's to more adventures and endless inspiration. Musical note. Chapter 113, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit. 113. These beings were highly intelligent, capable of wielding elemental powers, and could even control the hilly churls. It was said that the elemental power they used originated from the branches of the ley line tree. For reasons unknown, abyss mages could communicate with ordinary people and were also fluent in the clumsy language of the hilly churls, enabling them to manipulate their minds. Here, not far from a hilly churl camp, was a cave. Inside, a cryo-abyss mage stood amidst several hilly churls that were busy digging around, seemingly searching for something. The cryo-abyss mage supervised their work. Just then, a leisurely floating electro-abyss mage approached. Hey! Still haven't found it? Stop rushing me! Do you think I'll find it just because you keep pestering me? The cryo-abyss mage's tone was curt, understandable, given the dreariness of spending days in this dim place, overseeing a bunch of mindless beasts. I just want to remind you, the electro-abyss mage replied sternly, we don't have much time left. Those people could find this place any moment. If we return empty-handed, it'll disappoint His Highness. But we don't even know if there's anything here, do we? The cryo-abyss mage retorted impatiently. Or perhaps, there's nothing here at all? We've wasted so much time and effort, and what have we found? Rocks. Nothing but rocks. Are we miners now? The Electro-Abyss Mage fell silent, unable to argue. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently. Small stones and dust rained down from above, and several of the hilly churls stumbled from the intense shaking. What's going on? What's happening out there? Both Abyss Mages sensed the commotion outside. After exchanging a glance, they hurried toward the cave entrance. Before they could reach it, a biting chill filled the air. Abyss Mages always wore masks, so their facial expressions were hidden, assuming they even had faces under those masks. Still, the weight of the Cryo-Abyss Mage's mood could be felt in its voice, heavy with unease. Why is the cryo-elemental energy so dense? Could it be a vision wielder? Would a regular vision wielder possess such power? As they emerged from the cave, they were greeted by a breathtaking sight. A streak of icy blue shot across the sky, leaving behind a trail of shimmering frost that sparkled like a sea of stars. The icy meteor struck the nearby hilly churl camp. In a flash of white light, a cryo-explosion enveloped the entire area. Boom! The shockwave alone could have sent an ordinary person flying. The swirling wind carried icy shards so potent that, even from a considerable distance, a thin layer of frost formed on the Electro-Abyss Mage's shield. The Cryo-Abyss Mage, however, was unharmed, thanks to its cryo-immunity. Looks about right. Perched atop a towering tree, Kiichi stood with her long, snow-white hair flowing in the chilly breeze. In her left hand, she held a longbow. Her sharp gaze remained fixed on the hilly churl camp, which had now transformed into a glacial wasteland exuding a bone-piercing chill. Should I fire another arrow? Clearly, the icy meteor streak that had just pierced the heavens had been her doing. Recently, while teaching Sarah to use electro-elemental energy, Kiichi had also been exploring the potential of elemental powers herself. As a spirit born of natural elements, she possessed an innate affinity for all elements, unlike vision wielders, who could only command one. The earlier attack had been an experiment. She had wanted to see if she could channel elemental power into an arrow, similar to Ganyu's combat style. However, the resulting power far exceeded her expectations, surpassing Ganyu's game portrayal by a wide margin. Well, it was just a game, after all. Many characters' in-game abilities fell short of their actual lore. It wasn't as if the Raiden Shogun would really lose to a slime. Initially, Kiichi had considered using pyro. But given that they were in a forest, she didn't want to risk starting a wildfire. After some thought, she settled on cryo instead. Still, as she drew her bow earlier, a man's voice inexplicably echoed in her mind. It's about time. An unforeseen pincer maneuver, a difficult choice, but you understand, don't you? To end it all with cold-blooded strategy, unleashing a pincer formation. A necessary sacrifice. It was as if a cold, calculating demon had placed a hand on her shoulder, whispering in her ear. Even though the hilly churls were no longer visible, Kiichi decided, just to be safe. Or perhaps, truthfully, she simply couldn't resist. Unleashing another nuclear arrow was too satisfying, so she let one fly before spreading her wings and soaring over to the scene. When she landed and took in the icy spectacle she had created, Kiichi fell silent. Oh no! Where's the treasure chest? Everywhere she looked, there was nothing but ice and frost. The once lively hilly churl camp was now an unrecognizable glacial expanse. Gone were the largest, most decorated tents, typically where the rarest treasure chests would be. All that remained was ice. Kiichi sighed, rubbing her forehead in frustration. Swoosh! Suddenly, several sharp icicles whistled through the air, hurtling toward her. Naturally, such an attack posed no threat to Kiichi. She didn't even move, yet the icicles shattered into a spray of frost before reaching her, scattering like a halo of stars around her. Far from angered, Kiichi lowered her hand from her forehead, curiosity sparking as she turned her gaze toward the Cryo-Abyss Mage in the distance. Such powerful elemental energy! Who are you, and what are you doing here? The Cryo-Abyss Mage demanded, its tone thick with caution. Kiichi, however, simply stroked her chin, staring at the Abyss Mage, or more accurately, at its shield. She was curious, was its shield really as unbreakable as it was in the game? You refuse to answer? Very well. Seeing her silence, the Cryo-Abyss Mage shook its head and raised its staff, assuming a combat stance. I don't know who you are, but it seems you're alone. As a cryo entity, you have no hope of breaking my shield. So, whoever you may be, you'll stay here forever, unable to interfere with our grand plans. At the phrase "you can't break my shield," Kiichi raised an eyebrow. Oh, really? Dash. Oh, hey there, traveler. Leaf fluttering in wind, my friend here is the one bringing these stories to you. Quite the talent, wouldn't you agree? If anything feels off, just give them a nudge, they're always happy to make things even better. Now, don't forget to take a moment to rest. Grab a drink, perhaps something as refreshing as Mondstadt's finest, and let the stories whisk you away. Oh, and if you're feeling generous, you could check out patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Supporting them is like throwing a coin to your favorite bard, it keeps the magic flowing. Here's to more adventures and endless inspiration. Musical note. Chapter 114, I don't want to be a heroic spirit. 114. I admit it, I admit it. Still feeling cocky? No way, ma'am. Still think you're all that? No, no, I'm nothing. The Cryo-Abyss Mage hung upside down in mid-air, restrained by a whip forged from blazing pyro-elemental energy wielded by Kiichi. Every time the Cryo-Abyss Mage dared to say something that displeased her, the fiery whip lashed its body, leaving charred marks as evidence of its punishment. The sound of each crackling whip strike was accompanied by a sharp sonic boom and a spray of sparks, causing the mage to tremble uncontrollably whenever it heard the sound. The seemingly angelic smile on Kiichi's face only made the Cryo-Abyss Mage more certain it was the smile of a devil. Let me ask one more question. Her half-lidded gaze carried a chilling calmness as she spoke. These hilly churls are under your control, aren't they? Why are you here? Or better yet, what's the plan you mentioned earlier? The Cryo-Abyss Mage fell silent. I see. Understanding it wouldn't talk, Kiichi gave up on further interrogation. Since she couldn't extract information about the plan, she lost interest in tormenting it. The fiery whip in her hand transformed into a spear, its blazing tip pointing at the suspended mage. Any last words? A heavy silence hung in the air before the Cryo-Abyss Mage spoke with a resigned tone. Victory shall belong to the Abyss. Glory to His Highness. The blazing spear plunged through the Cryo-Abyss Mage's body, flames consuming it instantly. When the flames finally subsided, nothing remained except for a glowing branch emitting a faint light. Kiichi reached out and caught the branch, her eyes narrowing slightly. If she remembered correctly, Abyss Mage drops were linked to the ley lines. The branch emanated rich vitality, a stark contrast to the sinister energy radiating from the Rift Hound's claws. She briefly entertained the idea of forging both materials into a weapon, but dismissed it. Their conflicting energies made it impossible. Just then, she sensed movement. Peering past a large chunk of ice, she spotted a Pyro-Abyss Mage nervously poking its head out to spy on her. When it realized it had been seen, it froze for a moment before bolting away in panic. Kiichi pocketed the branch, deciding to deal with it later. For now, she set her sights on following the fleeing mage. Thanks to her innate stealth ability, presence concealment, the Pyro-Abyss Mage remained blissfully unaware of her pursuit. She trailed it all the way to a cave entrance. The mage glanced around cautiously before sneaking inside, its behavior almost comically suspicious. It didn't take a genius to guess there was something significant hidden within the cave. Confident in her abilities, Kiichi didn't hesitate to follow. Upon entering, she discovered the cave wasn't as natural as it appeared from the outside. Signs of artificial modification were everywhere. And then there were the hilly churls, many of them, digging away methodically. Hilly churls could dig, sure, but not with such coordination and efficiency. So, it really is the abyss mages controlling them. But what's here that's worth all this effort? The fact they were still digging suggested the mages hadn't achieved their objective yet. Meanwhile, the Pyro Abyss Mage made its way to the deepest part of the cave, where it found the Electro Abyss Mage. What's the situation outside? It's bad. We need to retreat. That one is a monster, the Pyro Abyss Mage said, its tone laced with fear. Not just cryo, she can use immensely powerful pyro elemental energy too. Our comrade was killed by her. She can wield 2 elements. The Electro Abyss Mage's voice rose in shock. Could she be one of the Fatui Harbingers? I don't know. I didn't see a vision on her, and honestly, I don't think she's even human. Whoever she is, the Abyss Great Mission must not be disrupted. So, what about this place? The Pyro Abyss Mage asked hesitantly. Are we abandoning it? Abandoning it won't suffice, the Electro Abyss Mage replied grimly, as though making a final decision. We still don't know what lies here, but to be safe, we must destroy all traces of this site. Kiichi, meanwhile, continued to track the Pyro Abyss Mage, relying on faint pyro traces it left behind. The concept reminded her of the Traveler's elemental sight ability from the game. As she moved, she passed countless hilly churls, yet none paid her any attention. Hilly churls, shamans, midi-churls. I thought I wiped out most of the camp earlier. Turns out there were still so many hiding here. Initially focused on her quarry, Kiichi soon found herself distracted. What's this? Are all the ores in this world of such high quality? Her golden eyes gleamed as she examined a chunk of cor lapis in front of her. While its quality wasn't extraordinary, its sheer abundance was remarkable. In her previous life, finding so many high-quality ores in one place would have been unthinkable. These ores seem perfect for forging weapons for Sarah. But they're rich in geo-elemental energy. If only I had some electro-materials to complement them. Her musings were interrupted when she noticed something odd. The hilly churls had stopped digging. Now, they were transporting barrels filled with pyro and electro slimes. Oh no! Anyone with a basic understanding of Tivit's elemental interactions knew that combining pyro and electro caused overload reactions, explosions far more devastating than any single element could achieve. And in a cramped, unstable cave like this, the resulting detonation would be catastrophic. Sure enough. Boom. Dash. Oh, hey there, traveler. Leaf fluttering in wind, my friend here is the one bringing these stories to you. Quite the talent, wouldn't you agree? If anything feels off, just give them a nudge, they're always happy to make things even better. Now, don't forget to take a moment to rest. Grab a drink, perhaps something as refreshing as Mondstadt's finest, and let the stories whisk you away. Oh, and if you're feeling generous, you could check out patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Supporting them is like throwing a coin to your favorite bard, it keeps the magic flowing. Here's to more adventures and endless inspiration. Musical note. Chapter 115, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit. 115. Roughly a third of the mountain had collapsed, reduced to a mound of rubble. Everything inside the cave, the traces left by the abyss mages, the hilly churls, and even Kiichi herself had been buried beneath the debris. Of course, Kiichi wasn't the type to perish from something so trivial. If she were to meet her end, it would be to something worthy, like Goetia incineration of humanity. But being crushed to death by a landslide? How embarrassing would that be? Blowing up a mountain on a whim? Such decisiveness, completely disregarding the effort invested here. Even as an enemy, I can't help but admire that resolve. A small flame ignited at the tip of her finger, illuminating the space around her. Beneath her feet, she noticed a stone staircase descending deep into the earth, flanked by walls adorned with faded murals. The staircase stretched so far down that even Kiichi couldn't see its end. This mountain has such a deep underground structure, she mused. Could it be that this is what the abyss mages were searching for? It seemed highly likely. By all accounts, the force of the explosion should have caused the mountain's collapse to completely bury this underground chamber. However, as a spirit of nature, Kiichi was protected by the natural elements. Rather than crushing her, the debris had formed a protective dome above her, shielding the subterranean space and blocking additional rubble. For now, it appeared stable. Tch. It feels like dust got into the gaps of my feathers. How uncomfortable. Kiichi brushed off her shoulders, arms, legs, and the white wings at her back. Despite her efforts, her wings remained speckled with dust. It was a futile task, there were just too many feathers. Oddly, this was her first time having wings, yet her mind instinctively knew all sorts of maintenance techniques for them. Hey! I guess even Kiichi has some unexpectedly cute traits, she muttered to herself. Roar! Her eyes narrowed as 3 rift hounds appeared before her. Why are there rift hounds here? That was a question for later. Summoning her katana, she spun it in a dazzling display, her relaxed, teasing smile belying her readiness. With only 3 rift hounds present, Kiichi dispatched them with 3 precise strikes. Yet, no sooner had the third fallen than 3 more appeared, growling as they charged at her. Why does this remind me of FGO's game mechanics? In Fate/Grand Order, enemies always spawned in threes. No matter how many there were in total, only 3 appeared at a time. Even clearing the field with a noble phantasm wouldn't change that. Lost in her nostalgic thoughts, Kiichi didn't notice the rift hounds rushing toward her until they were upon her. Not that it mattered, they were effortlessly cut down with a single strike. She began to suspect that the source of the rift hounds' frequent appearances lay further down the staircase. It wasn't until she had slain over 50 of them that the relentless onslaught finally ceased. What could possibly be down there? Resting her katana on her shoulder, Kiichi stroked her chin, her curiosity piqued. Following her impulsive nature, she decided to head down the staircase. Thankfully, this underground space wasn't like the labyrinthine domains found in the game, where you had to solve puzzles to proceed. Here, the path was straightforward, just keep descending. Of course, the presence of monsters was familiar. The rift hounds she encountered along the way were so numerous that she didn't even bother counting them. For an ordinary person or even a vision wielder, this place would have been a death trap. But for Kiichi, the great yokai, these creatures were little more than a diversion. At the bottom of the staircase, she finally saw it. A stone door. It was, in short, a massive stone door. Sealed shut, the door bore the marks of time's passage. Standing nearly 10 meters tall, the door left Kiichi wondering, who was this door built for? A race of Nordic giants? Strange patterns covered its surface, appearing as artwork at first glance but resembling an unknown script upon closer inspection. Though the door's meaning eluded her, the power it radiated was unmistakable. As she examined the sealed stone door, a realization dawned on her. The countless rift hounds she had encountered earlier and even the ones suddenly appearing in the forest were all connected to this door. Her sharp eyes detected traces of a seal on the door. Though much of its power had faded over time, it was clear that the rift hounds had escaped through cracks in the weakened seal. With this knowledge, Kiichi wasn't about to leave things as they were. However, she wasn't planning to reinforce the seal either. Doing so would only delay the inevitable, prolonging the problem for future generations to deal with. As a renowned onmyoji of the late Heian era, Kiichi could easily strengthen the seal. She even knew far more advanced sealing techniques. But no matter how powerful a seal, it could always be broken. Sealing was, at its core, a form of avoidance, a way to delay disaster rather than confront it. This does feel like a domain entrance from the game. Don't tell me I need resin to get in, she mused, eyeing the massive door. And if this is a domain, does it drop artifacts? Though I don't recall hearing about a domain like this in the game. Kiichi didn't enter right away. It wasn't that she couldn't open the door. The seal bore similarities to onmyoji techniques she was familiar with. If her memory served her, the game's lore mentioned figures like yokai and onmyoji. She recalled a name Haranashok Iwakura, a former onmyoji who had studied adeptal arts in Laiho before returning to Inajima, where he created the system of onmyodo and contributed greatly to his homeland. Of course, it wasn't certain that this particular seal was Haranashok's work. While he was the founder of onmyodo in Tibet, that didn't mean he was the only onmyoji. Still, none of this mattered much to Kiichi now. Even a fully intact seal wouldn't pose a challenge to her, let alone this weakened one. But Kiichi felt it was time for her one and only disciple to accompany her on an adventure to gain some real-world experience. Oh, hey there, traveler. Leaf fluttering in wind, my friend here is the one bringing these stories to you, quite the talent, wouldn't you agree? If anything feels off, just give them a nudge, they're always happy to make things even better. Now, don't forget to take a moment to rest. Grab a drink, perhaps something as refreshing as Mondstadt's finest, and let the stories whisk you away. Oh, and if you're feeling generous, you could check out patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Supporting them is like throwing a coin to your favorite bard, it keeps the magic flowing. Here's to more adventures and endless inspiration. Musical note. Chapter 116, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit. 116. The place exuded a rich Japanese aesthetic. A small pond in one corner produced a gentle trickling sound, accompanied by the melodic chirping of birds. A thin stream of water flowed into a hollow bamboo tube. Once the tube filled, it tipped forward, spilling the water and striking a stone below with a crisp, rhythmic clack. Swoosh! An arrow sliced through the air, hitting the bull's eye with precision. The target was already riddled with arrows, most of which were clustered around the center. Sarah held her stance, bowstring still taut, her sharp golden eyes reminiscent of a hawk mid-hunt. As her left hand lowered the bow, her right hand instinctively reached for another arrow from her quiver, only to find it empty. It was then Sarah realized she had run out of arrows for the day. Through this period of training, Kiichi had discovered that Sarah was an incredibly diligent student, almost excessively so. Most teachers struggled to get their students to focus. Kiichi, on the other hand, had the opposite problem. Sarah often trained to the point of losing herself in the practice, requiring Kiichi to step in and remind her to stop. For archery, Kiichi's requirement was simple: practice until all the arrows in the quiver were used up, and then stop for the day. If her student were Ushiwakamaru instead, Kiichi would probably have had her run 100 laps around the mountain while being chased by magical beasts. But Sarah, despite being a yokai with a vision, was still growing. Pushing her too hard could hinder her development. Thus, Kiichi carefully controlled the intensity of Sarah's training to ensure it remained appropriate. For now, Sarah needed to focus more on knowledge and techniques than physical endurance. Coming back to her senses, Sarah found her gaze drifting toward the courtyard gate. Her master had left early in the morning and hadn't returned yet, leaving Sarah with a subtle feeling of disappointment. Still, accustomed to living independently, Sarah quickly pushed those feelings aside, masking them behind her usual calm demeanor. After archery, it was time for elemental training. Kiichi had created a daily training regimen for Sarah but left the order and timing flexible. If you complete all your tasks properly, Kiichi had once said, you're free to swim in the pond or sunbathe on the lawn for the rest of the day. Work hard when it's time to work, and play freely when it's time to play. That's the balance of life. Though Sarah hadn't been studying under Kiichi for long, she could already feel herself growing stronger every day, filling her with a sense of satisfaction. She was especially captivated by the military strategies Kiichi taught. From the very first day, Sarah had been drawn to their endless complexity and depth. Walking up to the target, Sarah examined her work with a slight frown. This, still isn't perfect. She pulled the arrows from the target, placed them back in the quiver, and slung both the quiver and her wooden bow over her shoulder. Just as she was about to head back. "Hey, my little apprentice! Did you miss me?" Kiichi appeared out of nowhere, wrapping her arms around Sarah from behind. The usually stoic girl was caught off guard, her composure breaking as a blush spread across her cheeks. Master! Let me go!" "Ah, little Sarah is blushing. How adorable, you're much cuter than that brat Ushiwakamaru." Once released, Sarah clutched her chest, her heartbeat pounding noticeably fast. "I wasn't blushing. Him." Kiichi's playful attitude was something Sarah was already used to, though it never failed to leave her feeling flustered. After calming herself, Sarah's curiosity got the better of her. "Master, who is this? Ushiwakamaru? You talk about her so often." Her golden eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Ushiwakamaru, hey!" At the mention of the name, Kiichi's playful smile faded, replaced by a complicated expression. For Sarah, this was a rare sight. It wasn't often she saw her master look so conflicted. "Well, for you, she'd be your senior sister," Kiichi finally said. "My senior sister?" So there was someone who had been taken as Kiichi's disciple before her. Judging by how often her master mentioned Ushiwakamaru, Sarah figured this senior must hold a special place in Kiichi's heart. But why was she called Ushiwakamaru? Did the name imply she was some kind of ruler or leader? Indeed. Over the years, I've taught many people, but Ushiwakamaru was undoubtedly the most extraordinary. Kiichi stroked her chin as she reminisced. She was exceptional. The moment I saw her, I knew whether as a warrior or a strategist, she was unparalleled. Kiichi's tone carried an odd undertone, sparking Sarah's curiosity further. It almost seemed as though her master regretted Ushiwakamaru's excellence. "Isn't being exceptional a good thing?" Sarah asked hesitantly. "If it's within the realm of human exceptionalism, then yes, it's wonderful." Sarah furrowed her brow, unable to grasp the deeper meaning behind her master's words. "How should I put this?" Kiichi glanced at the clouds drifting above as she struggled to find the right words. "From the moment I saw her, I realized though she had a human form, her essence, her very soul, was something that inspired fear in gods, demons, and yokai alike. She was a being fundamentally different from humanity. That human shell of hers was merely a facade. Her intrinsic difference made it impossible for her to belong among humans. In the end, they branded her a monster and killed her. I doubt she ever understood why people bore such hatred toward her, even as a blade pierced her heart. Like a fish in the depths of a pond, unable to comprehend the freedom of birds in the sky." Kiichi spoke at length, but Sarah found it hard to fully understand. Still, the story left her with an inexplicable sense of melancholy. "Oops, seems I got carried away. Was that too much for you to follow? Just think of it as me rambling to myself. These are heavy topics, not meant for someone your age. The older you get, the more you can't help but reminisce human or yokai, it's the same." With a soft smile, Kiichi reached out to ruffle Sarah's hair. "All right, pack up. I'm taking you out for some fun." Sarah looked at her master in surprise, prompting a casual explanation. "You can't grow by isolating yourself. What's written on paper can only teach so much. Experience, that's the real treasure. Without practical application, even the most well-memorized knowledge is useless." "Oh, hey there, traveler. Leaf fluttering in wind, my friend here is the one bringing these stories to you. Quite the talent, wouldn't you agree? If anything feels off, just give them a nudge, they're always happy to make things even better. Now, don't forget to take a moment to rest. Grab a drink, perhaps something as refreshing as Mondstadt's finest, and let the stories whisk you away. Oh, and if you're feeling generous, you could check out patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Supporting them is like throwing a coin to your favorite bard, it keeps the magic flowing. Here's to more adventures and endless inspiration. Musical note. Chapter 117, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit. 117. This time, she had brought Sarah along. In the game, characters could conveniently transform their weapons into particles of light, summoning them only during combat. Here, Kiichi discovered that vision wielders could achieve the same feat. For instance, Sarah now carried both a short blade and a longbow. The longbow was stored away through her vision, while the short blade rested at her thigh. Both weapons were crafted by Kiichi using ordinary minerals, though the longbow was infused with a branch dropped by an abyss mage. Kiichi had noticed that the branch had remarkable elemental affinity. If this were the game, the bow might even come with a bonus like increased energy recharge. Having already traversed this staircase twice, once down and once back up, Kiichi wasn't surprised when more rift hounds appeared along the way. It seemed a few had slipped out of the seal while she was gone. In the confined space, using elemental energy was impractical. Kiichi made quick work of the monsters, vanishing in a blur of speed to slash them apart with her blade. Sarah, holding her bow at the ready, didn't even have a chance to act. Though Kiichi now had a different identity, her skills from her days as Okada Tsuji hadn't vanished entirely, or rather, hadn't completely disappeared. Whenever she wielded a katana, the battle techniques she had mastered as Okada resurfaced in her mind. This included Okada's famed reduced earth technique, which Kiichi could also use. As for the noble phantasm 3-stage thrust, with her katana in hand, her thumb braced against the guard, Kiichi narrowed her eyes. It feels doable. She briefly wondered if the original Okada Tsuji would be upset to know she had appropriated her signature move. The Rifthound corpses vanished without leaving any drops, a sign that her luck wasn't particularly great today. Since no more enemies appeared, Kiichi turned her attention to Sarah, only to find her studying the murals lining the walls. Bored from having nothing to do while Kiichi handled the monsters, Sarah's focus had shifted to the ancient artwork. What's caught your eye? Are you curious about the murals? Ah, Master, Sarah said, snapping out of her thoughts as Kiichi approached. What are these paintings about? Well, Kiichi replied, glancing at the heavily worn murals, they're so eroded it's hard to make anything out. Even the most intact mural showed only a group of armed figures seemingly engaged in battle with something. The enemy wasn't depicted as a distinct form but rather as a mass of blackness, resembling an ominous tidal wave. Within the darkness, however, Kiichi discerned the shapes of several wolf-like creatures. So these mysterious monsters that appeared, could they be the same as the ones depicted here? Hearing Kiichi's analysis, Sarah frowned, her golden eyes clouded with worry. It must have been a terribly difficult battle. Maybe, Kiichi said nonchalantly. Who knows? But, Master, haven't you lived for over 1,000 years? Sarah asked, looking up at her. Didn't you witness that battle? Well. Kiichi scratched her chin, her tone teasing but enigmatic. I have lived 1,000 years, but I spent most of that time in the mountains and forests, isolated from the outside world. So, don't expect my name to open any doors for you in the city. If you ever venture out there, you're on your own, disciple. While I didn't experience that battle myself, I've heard about it probably around 500 years ago. The lore of Genshin Impact was, in a word, fragmented. Though Kiichi loved certain parts of the story, she didn't have the patience to piece together the scattered clues into a coherent narrative. Still, one phrase had stuck with her, 500 years ago. Not because of Otto's desperate attempts to save Colin, but because that period marked a time of great upheaval across Teyvat. The fall of Kenria, the rise of the Abyss, countless tragedies all had plunged the continent into chaos. From the distant seas came the black tide, bringing both bonds and betrayals. During this catastrophe, the Raiden shogun of Inajima had lost both her sister and her closest friend. Death and despair took root in the land, and from them bloomed the flowers of calamity. Kiichi had only gleaned fragments of this history, but even those hinted at the disaster's unimaginable cruelty. The mural before her likely depicted that very calamity. She reached out and ruffled Sarah's hair. Feeling disappointed? That you haven't had the chance to fight because I keep handling everything myself. No. Sarah didn't resist the gesture, her voice soft as she bowed her head. Acting rashly is a grave mistake in battle. I can see the gap between us and the enemy. But, it won't always be like this. I'll grow stronger. One day, I'll surpass them all. Exactly. Kiichi said, beaming with approval as she patted Sarah's head twice. Stretching lazily, she added, "All right, let's keep moving. Based on my last visit, we should be close now. At least there aren't as many rift hounds this time, it's less of a grind. Even farming for experience gets tiresome when it's too repetitive." Continuing down the staircase, it wasn't long before the pair reached the massive stone door. Unlike a door that stood upright, this one leaned at a 45-degree angle, allowing them to stand on its surface. Facing the door, Kiichi extended her hand. "Oh, hey there, traveler. Leaf fluttering in wind, my friend here is the one bringing these stories to you, quite the talent, wouldn't you agree? If anything feels off, just give them a nudge, they're always happy to make things even better. Now, don't forget to take a moment to rest. Grab a drink, perhaps something as refreshing as Mondstadt's finest, and let the stories whisk you away. Oh, and if you're feeling generous, you could check out patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Supporting them is like throwing a coin to your favorite bard, it keeps the magic flowing. Here's to more adventures and endless inspiration." Musical note. Chapter 118, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit. 118:30 PS. Well, look at you. So dedicated, you've earned a little extra treat. Party popper. If the seal were destroyed, the rift hounds trapped behind the stone door would escape into the outside world, unleashing chaos on the living beings beyond. That outcome would be the exact opposite of what she intended. What she needed to do was enter the area behind the sealed door with Sarah without damaging the seal. For someone like Kiichi, this was no great challenge. From her right hand, 5 golden threads as thin as spider silk extended, each connecting to the massive stone door. Sarah, standing by, couldn't comprehend the intricacies of her master's actions. A few minutes later, the dull surface of the door began to radiate with a brilliant golden light. "Sarah! Grab my hand!" "Got it!" Kiichi extended her left hand, and Sarah quickly took hold of it. In the next moment, the ancient door creaked open just slightly, revealing a narrow crack. Thick, white mist poured out, quickly enveloping them. The dense fog obscured Sarah's vision so thoroughly that, if not for the sensation of Kiichi's hand in hers, she might have believed they had been separated. She had no idea how much time passed before the mist began to thin, allowing their surroundings to come into view. 2 figures, one tall, one small, emerged from the mist, their hands never parting. The fog didn't fully dissipate, instead lingering at a fixed distance around them, neither too close nor too far. "Did we step into the world behind the stone door?" Sarah's eyes were filled with wonder and confusion. Beneath their feet lay a patch of grass, dry and yellowed in places but undoubtedly real. A grassland deep underground? Kiichi remained silent, her eyes scanning the thick fog with a contemplative gaze. "Master, where should we go from here?" To Sarah, the surroundings all looked the same, just fog as far as the eye could see. She hoped her master could discern something she could not. "Your legs are your own. Does it matter where you walk?" Kiichi chuckled lightly and began leading Sarah forward by the hand. After about a dozen steps, the fog ahead of them parted like a curtain. The 2 of them emerged from the mist. Sarah instinctively squinted, her eyes adjusting to the bright sunlight above. "Sunlight? Did we come outside? But this doesn't look like the forest we were in before." No, we're still underground. That sun is artificial, a mere imitation. What? Kiichi's casual explanation left Sarah utterly flabbergasted. Borrowing adeptal techniques from Liu, I'd wager. Quite the grand effort, Kiichi remarked, her tone filled with appreciation. Ever since she began training under Kiichi, Sarah's worldview had been shattered and reconstructed countless times. At this point, even if she learned tomorrow that the gods themselves enjoyed reading light novels and snacking on sweets, she wouldn't be surprised. Master, Sarah called out hesitantly. In the fog earlier, how did you know which way to go to get out? To Sarah, every direction had looked the same, indistinguishable and impossible to navigate. Yet her master had led her out effortlessly. Reflecting on it now, Sarah couldn't help but feel curious. Kiichi's response was a cryptic smile. You could have found your way through the mist just as easily. Actually, finding a way out isn't quite the right phrase. Finding a way in might be more accurate. Under Sarah's puzzled gaze, Kiichi raised a single finger. The mist is part of the seal itself. If my guess is correct, it forms a vast barrier around this place. We're inside that barrier now, like prisoners in a cell. If we try to leave by walking into the mist, the magic within it confuses our sense of direction, ensuring we circle back to where we started, still inside the cell. So, Kiichi came to a halt, drawing her katana. Why don't we introduce ourselves to our fellow inmates? If this place was a prison, then Kiichi and Sarah were accidental intruders. The true prisoners, of course, were the Rift Hounds, still trapped behind the seal and unable to reach the outside world. As if on cue, a massive pack of Rift Hounds emerged from the mist, their numbers growing as more joined, drawn by the presence of the intruders. After all, dogs have an excellent sense of smell. Master! The swelling ranks of Rift Hounds made Sarah grip her bow tightly, her palms slick with sweat. This many? It's a bit overwhelming to handle alone, Kiichi muttered, rubbing her chin. Then, with a wild grin, she added, well, no helping it. Guess I'll show off a little. The leading Rift Hounds finally lost their patience, growling as they charged. To Sarah's astonishment, Kiichi did something unthinkable. She stowed away her katana, her only weapon. The heavenly drums ring, but not with thunder. The Tengu streaks through the night like a shooting star. An azure whirlwind erupted as the wrath of nature manifested itself. 4 figures appeared in the air, their pristine white feathers dancing amidst the storm. Secrets and strategies, great demons war fan. The first Kiichi swung a giant feathered fan, summoning a teal storm that tore through a quarter of the Rift Hounds. The second Kiichi wielded the fan, unleashing pale blue winds that froze another quarter solid. The third Kiichi's fan crackled with golden lightning, which obliterated the next quarter in a single strike. The fourth Kiichi swept her fan downward, summoning crimson flames that scorched the remaining Rift Hounds into ash. This was the embodiment of nature's raw power, destruction on a scale akin to a natural disaster. 6 secret teachings and 3 strategies, Noble Demon King's Great Feather Fan. The feathered fan referred to a fan crafted from eagle or hawk feathers, traditionally used to direct troops in battle. The legendary strategist Zhuge was often depicted holding such a fan. But in myth and folklore, the feathered fan was also a divine artifact wielded by celestial beings or Tengu, imbued with immense magical power. This particular fan, the feathered fan of the Tengu, served as Kiichi's noble phantasm. With its destructive force unleashed to the fullest, it demonstrated her essence as a Kurama Tengu, a great Tengu and the abbot of Mount Kurama rather than merely a strategist. The gale it conjured, accompanied by the true name's release, reached the level of hurricanes, quaking earth and skies tearing apart. This bonus chapter is like an encore after a rousing performance, totally worth staying for, wouldn't you say? Oh, and don't worry, my liar's got plenty more tunes to play next time. But for now, it's time to take a bow. Thank you for the applause, and all that wonderful support. If you're feeling extra inspired, you know where to find me, patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Toss a coin, and who knows? Maybe the next bard will sing your praises. Now, go forth, traveler, and revel in the wonders of this world. Until next time. Leaf fluttering in wind sparkles. Chapter 119, I don't want to be a heroic spirit. 11940 PS. Well, look at you. So dedicated, you've earned a little extra treat. Party popper. Dash. So, when the four Kiichis merged back into one and descended to the ground, Sarah gazed at her master with a complicated expression. Master, are you sure you're not a god? I've told you already I'm not a god. There's no reason for me to lie to you, so why keep asking this over and over? While the distinction between yokai and gods could indeed be blurry in Japanese folklore, Kiichi was certain she had little connection to the gods of Tibet. But, Master, you wield such immense elemental power, yet I've never seen you use a vision. Sarah's voice carried a mix of wonder and skepticism. And it seems like you can control more than one element. Faced with Sarah's persistent questioning, Kiichi found herself at a loss for how to explain it. So, she brushed it off with a vague answer. By the way, Master, are we really still inside the seal? Sarah glanced around at the scorched landscape left behind by Kiichi's display of power. Even though she had witnessed it with her own eyes, it still felt surreal. Could a human being truly accomplish something like this? Or rather, could someone capable of such feats still be considered human at all? Possessing the kind of power that could reshape the heavens and earth, Kiichi could easily convince people she was a god. Yet she adamantly denied it. Even after all that, nothing here has changed, Sarah remarked. Of course, Kiichi replied matter-of-factly. The key function of this seal is to prevent what's inside from getting outside. So, naturally, its internal restrictions are far stronger. Breaking the seal from within is thousands, no, millions of times harder than from the outside. And given the sheer scale of this seal, it can easily withstand the release of a noble phantasm. As she explained, Kiichi's eyes sparkled with intrigue. After eliminating the horde of rift hounds, she hadn't stood idle. She had been carefully analyzing the seal. Her goal was to eradicate every monster trapped within the seal. That way, even if the seal were broken, no harm would come to the outside world. Initially, she had assumed the sealed area was a small, confined space housing all the rift hounds. But upon entering, she realized the scale of the seal was far greater than she had imagined. Searching for every single monster one by one would be inefficient and risk leaving some behind. To ensure she captured all the rift hounds, Kiichi aimed to analyze the seal's structure and fully understand its workings. It was during this process of tracing the threads of the seal's design that she stumbled upon something unusual. Dash. It is said that every living being is born into this world with a purpose, a mission that defines the meaning of their existence. Compared to the near-eternal existence of the world, even the longest-lived creature is but a fleeting moment. Can something so brief hold meaning? Can something so enduring truly have purpose? Is the weight of a mission determined by the length of one's life? Or does it hinge on something else entirely? Do what you're meant to do. If one possesses a mission, does that alone qualify as life? Or must one also harbor memories of the past and dreams for the future to be truly alive? Dash. I'm done. The young girl clasped her hands together, her expression one of deep reverence. This was a meal prepared by her parents, and she always ate with gratitude in her heart. No matter how many years passed, she would never tire of her parents' cooking. And now, it's Chica's playtime. Hopping down from her chair, she left the table covered in dishes. Do what you're meant to do. Washing dishes and cleaning up were her parents' responsibilities. She was just a child, and her role was to play and indulge her curiosity. I'm heading out. As she stepped out of the house, she called out to her parents because she was known as the best-behaved child in the village, loved by everyone. The weather's great today. Of course, it was always like this here, so her observation was stating the obvious. What should she play today? What would be fun? Once, she had many friends to play with. But they had all left before her. Still, Chica didn't mind. She knew plenty of games to play by herself. After all, she was clever and well behaved, that's why everyone felt safe leaving her behind in the village. I know. I'll count flowers today. Leaving the village, the girl began meticulously counting every flower she saw. 1 red flower, 2 red flowers, 3 red flowers, 1 white flower. Oh! Here are 3 white flowers. White flowers are amazing, they've caught up to the red ones. Ah! Another white one, wait, now the red flowers are ahead again. Come on, white flowers, you can do it. She had no idea how long she'd been counting. After all, in the world she lived in, time as others understood it had little meaning. For her, time was simply divided into moments like wake-up time, breakfast time, lunch time, dinner time, and bedtime. 137 red flowers, 138 red flowers, 138 white flowers. The red and white flowers are neck and neck. Whoa! Her flower counting game came to an abrupt halt when a massive commotion arose in the distance. Storms, icy rain, flashes of lightning, and fiery pillars. It was as if a tranquil lake had suddenly erupted into chaos after centuries of stillness. Even as the chaos subsided, the girl stood frozen, her expression blank with shock. Hey? Where was I? When she finally came to her senses, she realized she had completely forgotten her place in the count. Letting out a helpless "you," she felt utterly lost. Should she start counting flowers again? She pondered for a moment. But the distant commotion lingered in her mind, tugging at her curiosity like a mischievous cat. However, that direction. That's where the bad dogs are, isn't it? Mommy and Daddy told me Chica isn't allowed to go there. Reluctantly, she decided to let it go. No matter how curious she was, there were some things she just couldn't do. Just as she resolved to return to counting flowers, she noticed something in the sky, something slowly flying toward her. Dash! This bonus chapter is like an encore after a rousing performance, totally worth staying for, wouldn't you say? Oh, and don't worry, my liar's got plenty more tunes to play next time. But for now, it's time to take a bow. Thank you for the applause, and all that wonderful support. If you're feeling extra inspired, you know where to find me, patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Toss a coin, and who knows? Maybe the next bard will sing your praises. Now, go forth, traveler, and revel in the wonders of this world. Until next time. Leaf fluttering in wind sparkles. Chapter 120, I don't want to be a heroic spirit. 120 50 PS. Well, look at you. So dedicated, you've earned a little extra treat. Party popper. Dash. Kiichi's wings were white, with a faint touch of black at their tips, completely unlike Sarah's. In Sarah's understanding, the wings of a Tengu were supposed to be pure black. But then again, her master had so many extraordinary features that the color of her wings seemed relatively unremarkable. Still, they're so beautiful. Sarah murmured. Did you say something just now? The pristine white feathers shimmered in the light, their brilliance rivaling that of the clouds in the sky. A few drifted softly on the wind as Kiichi flew. Sarah, momentarily entranced, snapped out of her daze when Kiichi glanced back at her with curiosity. Ah! No, I didn't say anything. Sarah shook her head furiously, like a startled drum. The wind, Kiichi's eternal companion, flowed gently past Sarah's face, soft and soothing despite their high-speed flight. Master, where are we going? Sarah began, but her question trailed off when something unexpected appeared in view. Though she had spent her entire life in the forest, Sarah could still recognize what she was seeing. A village. A village, complete with sunlight, a sky, and vegetation. Was this really inside the seal? Sarah had assumed Kiichi was heading toward the village, thinking that where there was a village, there might be people who could provide assistance. However, before they could reach the settlement, Kiichi descended, landing gracefully in front of a young girl. Her massive wings seemed to blot out the sky, and the feathers falling around her were like ethereal snowflakes, giving her an otherworldly, almost divine presence. The young girl instinctively whispered, "An angel." Hearing this, Kiichi paused, her expression briefly blank with surprise. An angel? Did such a concept exist in Tibet? In a world filled with adepti, archons, and gods, what exactly would an angel be? Well, there was a tavern in Mondstadt called Angel's Share. So, perhaps angels did exist in Tibet's mythology. The thought amused Kiichi, and a faint smile crept across her lips. Sarah calls me a god, and now you're calling me an angel. Honestly, I should be the exact opposite, don't you think? Should I take this as an insult? Like you're saying I lack the grandeur that a proper yokai should have. Hey? You're not an angel. The girl tilted her head in surprise. But, you're so beautiful, and you have these pure white wings. If it's a compliment about my beauty, I suppose I have no choice but to accept it, Kiichi replied, her tone playful. After all, I am quite stunning, aren't I? You've got good taste, little one. Gahaha. As she laughed, her signature chuckle echoed, brimming with mirth. But in truth, Kiichi's current appearance wasn't fixed, neither her form nor her gender were immutable. Her body could change at will, adapting to any shape or identity she desired. The form she currently used was simply the one she had when summoned, so she kept it for convenience. According to her own words, this was her most commonly used appearance, though she hinted that her most imposing form was something else entirely. Because she wasn't human, her essence deviated from humanity. Lacking the emotions that defined a person, Kiichi viewed distinctions like male or female, human or tengu, as utterly meaningless. She regarded all beings with the same detached neutrality. Still, the fact that she favored this particular form suggested a certain degree of satisfaction with it. Thus, the girl's innocent compliment genuinely delighted her. All right, no need to be shy, Kiichi said, patting Sarah on the head. Go on, say hello. This is probably your first time meeting someone your own age. Well, close enough to your age. Encouraged by her master, Sarah turned her attention from the angel sister to the girl in front of them. It's nice to meet you. My name is Sarah. You can just call me Sarah, she said, her tone formal and polite, as was her nature. And as for my name? Kiichi began, her expression turning thoughtful. Well, I have quite a few, don't I? But for now, you can call me Kiichi. As for how you address me, that's up to you. Sister, miss, ma'am, I don't mind. But listen up, little one, I'm not an angel or a god. I'm a great yokai tengu. Wow, that's so complicated, the girl said, furrowing her brow before breaking into a bright smile. So, you're Sarah's sister and Kii sister, right? My name is Chika. My mommy gave me that name. That's a lovely name. Your mom must be amazing, Kiichi said with a warm grin. Uh-huh. She's incredible. Chika nodded enthusiastically. I always see my daddy kneeling in front of her. Kiichi chuckled and ruffled Chika's hair, while Sarah stood quietly in the background. Since introducing herself, Sarah hadn't found an opening to join the conversation or much desire to. It was ironic. Kiichi, a being often described as lacking humanity, was far better at connecting with Chika than Sarah, who was human. Even though the Kiichi here wasn't her original self, she still carried the essence of her spiritual foundation. This made her emotions faint and her human-like traits sparse. Yet, despite her inhuman nature, Kiichi could emulate humanity. In Chaldea, there was someone similar, Merlin, the half-incubus, once a candidate for the title of Grand Caster. Merlin, a hybrid of nightmare and human, also lacked certain traits intrinsic to humans. Yet he thrived in human society, for as a nightmare, he survived on the dreams and desires of mankind. By observing the beauty of human nature up close, he could mimic it perfectly. Interestingly enough, Kiichi and Merlin didn't just share these similarities, they also seemed to know each other. When Kiichi first encountered Merlin in Chaldea, she had remarked, "The flower magician. Ah, it's been a long time. The last time we met must have been." At that moment, Merlin had hurriedly clapped a hand over her mouth, clearly trying to hide something. It seemed the two of them shared secrets that no one else knew. This bonus chapter is like an encore after a rousing performance, totally worth staying for, wouldn't you say? Oh, and don't worry, my liar's got plenty more tunes to play next time. But for now, it's time to take a bow. Thank you for the applause, and all that wonderful support. If you're feeling extra inspired, you know where to find me, patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Toss a coin, and who knows? Maybe the next bard will sing your praises. Now, go forth, traveler, and revel in the wonders of this world. Until next time. Leaf fluttering in wind sparkles. Chapter 121, I don't want to be a heroic spirit. 121 100 PS. Well, look at you. So dedicated, you've earned a little extra treat. Party popper. The sun rose and set, there were villages and people living here. Was this truly the sealed space her master had mentioned? Calling it another small world didn't seem far-fetched. Leading the way was a girl named Chica, whom they had just met. She skipped ahead, her long, braided flaxen hair swinging side to side. So lively, so well-behaved, who could possibly dislike such a charming little girl? Angel sister and Sarah sister, would you like to come to my house? Chica invited the two she had just met. My dad says if Chica doesn't return home by nightfall, she'll be a bad child. Plus, when it gets dark, those bad doggies appear, so everyone has to get back to the village before nightfall. Oh. Of course, I think that Kiichi nodded but suddenly felt something was off. Wait, didn't you just call me Angel sister again? Wasn't it Ki sister before? Change it back. Chica obediently nodded. Got it, Angel sister. Understood, Angel sister. Kiichi blinked blankly, tilting her head in a daze. Hold on. Am I being messed with? Me, a great yokai, getting teased by a little brat like you? I'm going to drum on your little noggin. Eek. Chica tried to run, but before she could take her first step, Kiichi had her by the scruff of the neck. Still being cheeky? Not listening. Chica's been very obedient. Chica's a good girl. Even as Kiichi held her, Chica remained self-assured. Besides, wasn't it you who said I could call you whatever I wanted? So even if I call you Angel sister, it shouldn't be a problem. That does sound like something I said, Kiichi muttered, holding Chica up with one hand and scratching her chin with the other. After pondering for a moment, she sighed. Well, since I said it, there's nothing to be done. Fine, I'll let you off this time. With that, she put Chica down. Most people might feel embarrassed or angry at being outwitted by someone so much younger, but Kiichi was different. If it amused her and added a bit of fun to her long life, she'd shrug off a small loss of face with a laugh. Being verbally outmaneuvered by a clever child? What a delightful experience! Haha. Still, are you sure about this? Taking us to your house? Sarah asked, her tone more cautious than Kiichi's carefree one. Shouldn't you get permission from your family first? We've only just met, after all. Hey? It's fine, it's fine. Chika shook her head. Aren't we friends? If I bring friends home to play, my mom and dad will be happy. When did we become friends? Hey? What a strange question. Didn't we exchange names? Chika tilted her head, casting a puzzled look at Sarah. Since we've exchanged names, doesn't that make us good friends? Eans? Sarah's golden eyes rippled slightly. She stared at Chika's radiant smile, opened her mouth, but no words came out. Although they walked on two legs instead of flying, the village wasn't far, so the trio arrived quickly. Chika, your dad is the village chief. Yup, that's right. Chika puffed out her chest proudly, placing her hands on her hips. Then she looked curiously at Sarah and Kiichi. But I've never seen Sarah's sister or Angel sister before. Are you two from the outside? At the mention of outside, Sarah's gaze sharpened. What about you, Chika? Are you from the outside, too? And your parents? What about everyone in the village? Sarah had been puzzled for a while. How could there be people in this sealed space? And not just people, but a full-fledged village. Under Sarah's intense scrutiny, Chika nodded softly. That's right. Everyone in the village came from the outside. But... Chika's lips pouted as her brows furrowed. But that was a long time ago. Chika doesn't remember anything about the outside. Hey, Sarah's sister, Angel sister, can you tell Chika stories about the outside? Chika's so curious. Of course. Sarah agreed without thinking. After all, telling stories wasn't a big deal. But then she realized she had spent her entire life in the forest, knowing only bits and pieces about the outside world. She probably wasn't much better off than Chika. But a promise made was like water spilled. Left with no other choice, Sarah instinctively looked to Kiichi for help. Surely someone who had lived for centuries, even if mostly in seclusion, would know more than her, right? When Kiichi had carried her through the air earlier, Sarah had seen this village from a distance. A village of this size could easily house hundreds of people. She had expected to encounter many villagers before even reaching it. However, along the way, she hadn't seen a single soul. She had assumed they were hiding from the black monsters. But upon entering the village, there was no one. The large village was utterly deserted. The silence was unnerving. Chika, where is everyone in the village? On the way here, Chika had shared countless stories about the villagers with Kiichi and Sarah. An elderly man named Takahiro Shimano, who had once been a samurai loyal to the shogunate, now liked to sit on a small chair and regale people with tales of his youth on the battlefield. A man and a woman named Sarika and Shinbei, who were clearly in love but had yet to confess their feelings, instead orchestrating daily coincidental encounters. Mrs. Asami and her husband, who sold fruit big, sweet, juicy fruit and lived harmoniously with their young son in a happy family. Chika's vivid descriptions had painted the village as harmonious and idyllic. But now, seeing the empty streets, Sarah was more confused than ever. Had Chika lied to them? Impossible. The tone and expressions she had used. A fabricated story wouldn't feel so genuine. Hey! At Sarah's question, Chika turned her head, her flaxen braids swaying. Everyone? They've gone out. Why? This bonus chapter is like an encore after a rousing performance, totally worth staying for, wouldn't you say? Oh, and don't worry, my liar's got plenty more tunes to play next time. But for now, it's time to take a bow. Thank you for the applause, and all that wonderful support. If you're feeling extra inspired, you know where to find me, patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Toss a coin, and who knows? Maybe the next bard will sing your praises. Now, go forth, traveler, and revel in the wonders of this world. Until next time. Leaf fluttering in wind sparkles. Chapter 122, I don't want to be a heroic spirit 122 200 PS. Well, look at you. So dedicated, you've earned a little extra treat. Party popper. Dash. Went where? Wasn't the area outside the village supposed to be dangerous, teeming with vicious monsters that made it imperative to return home before nightfall? And why had everyone gone out? Sarah sensed something odd in Chica's words but couldn't quite pinpoint what it was, as though the truth were shrouded in thick fog. Chica. Unconsciously, Sarah's expression grew more serious. What exactly do you mean by went out? Why does Sarah always ask such weird questions? Chica tilted her head in confusion, her tone sounding entirely genuine. Went out just means went out. What else could it mean? Something was off. Very off. Just as Sarah opened her mouth to probe further, a hand suddenly pressed down on her head. Chica, you said you'd take us to your house, right? So, which one is it? Humph. My dad is the village chief, you know. Of course, my house is the biggest and most obvious one. Chica cheerfully led the way while Kiichi and Sarah followed behind. The village, unlike the city, didn't have paved roads, the so-called paths were merely trails worn by frequent use. But neither Kiichi nor Sarah were ordinary people, so this kind of terrain posed no difficulty for them. The false moon and stars hung in the sky, and the tranquil night enveloped them. The inexplicable atmosphere gnawed at Sarah's nerves. The unsettling, intangible strangeness weighed on her, compelling her to seek guidance from the one she trusted most. Master. SHH. Kiichi raised a finger to her lips, a faint smile playing on her face. Sarah, you've noticed the abnormalities too, haven't you? But don't forget why we're here, she whispered. We're only here to eliminate the monsters and prevent them from wreaking havoc outside. As for the peculiarities of this place, strictly speaking, they're none of our business. We can ignore them entirely. But what about Chica? Sarah couldn't bring herself to abandon this innocent little girl, who had so suddenly become a friend. And yet, her master's words. Of course, that's just my perspective. It's merely a suggestion. Ultimately, the decision is yours to make. Suddenly, another hand landed on Sarah's head. We yokai are creatures of immense willfulness. Only by holding steadfast to something can we preserve ourselves against the erosion of time. Perhaps it's too early for you to understand this fully, but remember, do what you must, do what you wish, and do what you can. Sarah didn't entirely grasp Kiichi's words, but she committed them to memory. We're here. This is my house. A single building stood quietly before them, far larger than any other structure they had passed. At Chica's eager invitation, Sarah stepped inside, but she soon realized Kiichi had stopped at the entrance, staring thoughtfully. Master. Oh, I'm coming, I'm coming. This house, or rather, its owner, was no ordinary figure. Kiichi had sensed traces of Onmid before entering the village, and now she could feel the same traces emanating from the house. A massive Onmid barrier enveloped the entire village, seemingly to protect it. This explained why the bloodthirsty monsters couldn't approach. And this house, it seemed to be the barrier's core. Quite a well-hidden setup. Whoa! What's that? Sarah's startled exclamation came from inside the house. The source of her alarm was two objects inside. They resembled humans in shape, with heads, limbs, and roughly human proportions. But from the side, they were as flat as paper. Their entire bodies were white, adorned with red symbols. As soon as Kiichi stepped in and saw the two paper figures, she understood. All right. These are just shikigami. No need to be so alarmed. Kiichi placed a hand on Sarah's shoulder, stopping her from drawing her bow and attacking the figures. Shikigami. Sarah echoed the unfamiliar term, her astonishment evident. Wow! Angel sister, you're amazing. Chika's eyes sparkled as she looked at Kiichi. My dad explained them to me a bunch of times, but I always forget their names, so I just call them Taro and Jiro. What casual names? They're not casual. I thought about them very carefully for 3 whole nights. Soon, the purpose of the Shikigami in Chika's home became clear. The one Chika called Taro efficiently wiped the table and arranged the plates, while the one named Jiro bustled in the kitchen. Before long, it emerged with 3 steaming dishes. Kiichi frowned as soon as she saw the spread. It was entirely vegetarian. Not a single meat dish. However, Sarah and Chika ate heartily, seemingly unbothered. It's been so long since I've had a meal at a table with others, Chika said with a satisfied smile, one that bordered on blissful. Her happiness wasn't from the Shikigami's cooking but from the company of Kiichi and Sarah. Unable to hold back her curiosity, Sarah asked, Chika, where are your parents? They went out. Chika's reply sounded perfectly natural, her expression devoid of anything unusual. And that was the most unusual thing of all. If they went out, where did they go? Where? Just out. Sarah felt drained. This world, this village, and even Chika, everything seemed shrouded in strangeness, yet no matter how she tried, she couldn't uncover any clues through conversation. As night deepened, it was time to sleep. Chika's schedule seemed unusually strict. Meals had to be eaten at mealtimes, and bedtime meant bedtime. However, the house only had 2 bedrooms, one for Chika and one for her parents. With Chika's parents absent out, as she put it, the second room was allocated to Sarah and Kiichi. But Kiichi didn't sleep. You rest first, little Sarah. I'll patrol the area a bit more and try to figure out what's going on with this sealed space. Kiichi continued analyzing the mysteries of the sealed space. Everywhere seemed steeped in abnormalities, and wandering around might speed up her investigation. Unlike humans, Kiichi didn't require much sleep or food, for that matter. But Sarah, being human, needed to eat and rest. Yet as she lay alone in bed, Sarah couldn't fall asleep. This bonus chapter is like an encore after a rousing performance, totally worth staying for, wouldn't you say? Oh, and don't worry, my liar's got plenty more tunes to play next time. But for now, it's time to take a bow. Thank you for the applause, and all that wonderful support. If you're feeling extra inspired, you know where to find me: patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Toss a coin, and who knows? Maybe the next bard will sing your praises. Now, go forth, traveler, and revel in the wonders of this world. Until next time. Leaf fluttering in wind sparkles. Oh, and this bard must be off for now, another breeze calls my name. See you soon, dear friend. Chapter 123, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit. 123. Though this environment couldn't compare to the house her master, Kiichi, had created, it was far better than the days she spent living in the forest. Back then, she could sleep soundly on branches, rocks, or in the grass. A warm, comfortable bed should have been no issue. What kept her awake was Chika, or rather, everything she had experienced in this sealed space. Chika's words from earlier kept replaying in her mind. The fragments of information were like puzzle pieces scattered in her head, riddled with gaps. She tried to fill them in, guessing and hypothesizing as she went. There absolutely were villagers here before, at least, there must have been. But where did they all go? If they were human, they'd have left some traces behind. It's impossible for them to vanish entirely, like rain evaporating under the sunday. Chika said they all went out. Why went out? Why not left or entered? Where exactly did they go out to? Does went out mean they left the village? That phrase would make logical sense. But is it really that simple? If they left the village, where could they have gone? Is there more to this sealed space place's master and I don't know about? Or, does went out mean something else? Could it refer to leaving the sealed space entirely? Did they go to the outside world? And if so, why was Chika the only one left behind? Hypothesis after hypothesis surfaced, like stones tossed into water, rippling outward and stirring up even more questions. Then, one by one, she dismissed them all. There just wasn't enough evidence. That was to be expected. They had been here for less than a day. The avenues for gathering information were limited. So far, Chika seemed like the only viable source, but her knowledge was patchy at best. The strange occurrences in this village felt as numerous as stars in the night sky. After thinking for so long, Sarah began to wonder something else. Why do I care so much about these anomalies? Even she couldn't answer that question. Perhaps it was just instinct. She simply couldn't let it go. Dash. The deep night cloaked the land. This world had no stars, only a solitary silver moon hanging in the sky, serving as the faint and lonely source of light. Of course, darkness posed no obstacle to Kiichi or to the monsters that prowled within it. Kiichi wasn't worried about finding the wandering beasts. All she had to do was let her aura seep out, and those creatures would approach her, like hyenas drawn to the scent of rotting flesh. But these creatures, known as rift hounds, were far from cunning hyenas. Their first and only purpose wasn't survival or feeding, it was to unleash malice upon all living things in this world. Reckless, self-destructive slaughter defined their behavior. They were more akin to machines executing a programmed goal than creatures with souls. They didn't bother to assess the odds of victory or survival. This worked in Kiichi's favor. As a yokai, her essence Fenhuan Yu still carried traces of humanity. Even she wasn't immune to the karmic weight of excessive killing, no matter how small the victims. But monsters like the rift hounds, devoid of souls? She could slay them in droves without a care. However, it seemed that the noble phantasm she had unleashed earlier in the day had decimated too many of them. Now, she had to walk quite a distance to encounter even one or two stragglers. Naturally, a few scattered monsters posed no threat to Kiichi. The longer she stayed in this world, the more attuned she became to the capabilities of her current Saint Graph. Though she hadn't undergone further ascensions, her ability to draw magical energy directly from the root allowed her to unleash her full power without much limitation. Thankfully, this sealed space also contained magic or perhaps elemental energy. Whether this was due to a weakening of the seal or if it had always been this way, it ensured she didn't have to worry about exhausting her reserves. Another rift hound disintegrated under the elegant arc of her blade, dissolving into an ominous black mist. Only a cursed, claw-like fragment remained, radiating malice as if defying its fate. Well, I have played similar games before, Kiichi muttered to herself. Grinding for rare materials until dawn? I've got the patience for that. But really, I wouldn't mind having a word with the game designers about drop rates. A little boost wouldn't kill them, right? She glanced at her growing collection of loot. If she crafted weapons from it, she could probably outfit an entire army. Hunting the rift hounds wasn't difficult for her, so most of her focus remained on analyzing the sealed space. After all, she and Sarah needed to find a way out once the monsters were eradicated. If she couldn't decipher the mechanics of this space and locate the exit, leaving would be troublesome. At that moment, her analysis reached a new stage. The information she uncovered left Kiichi momentarily stunned. The barrier covering this village, it's not just to protect the people inside from the monsters. It also. Before she could finish her thought, two crimson lights suddenly flickered in the bushes behind her. Though she lacked skills like instinct or mind's eye, centuries of combat experience allowed her to react instantly. Steadying her stance, Kiichi pivoted and unleashed a swift counterattack with her blade. The clash of metal rang out sharply as her weapon met a cross-shaped spear. This was no rift hound. Before her stood a towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, clad in dark purple armor from head to toe. You're a Karagi. In Genshin Impact, Karagi were unique enemies in Inajima, former samurai or soldiers turned bandits, known for their extraordinary combat skills. However, as Kiichi raised her eyes to meet the figure's face, she quickly realized her assumption was wrong. Beneath the armored helmet, where a human head should have been, was only a dense, swirling black mist. In its center glowed two crimson orbs, faintly resembling eyes. Hello. Thank you so much for reading this chapter. Wise TL has worked hard to bring these wonderful stories to you, and I'm so happy we could share this moment together. Don't you think stories are a little like dreams? Each one has its own colors and shapes, and they grow even brighter when shared with others. If you'd like to support WiseTL, you can visit patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Even a small gesture is like sunlight and rain to a growing flower. It helps the garden of stories flourish and bloom. With love, Nahida Seedling. Chapter 124, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit. 124. The armored man wasted no time exploiting her hesitation. Retracting his cross-shaped spear, he smoothly shifted from a thrust to an upward swing. But Kiichi was no ordinary opponent. As the founder of the Kyohakiryu sword style and a great Tengu yokai, she recovered quickly. By the time the armored man adjusted his stance, she had already raised her blade, blocking the spear's side blade in a calculated defense. Running through possible counterattacks in her mind, she began to predict his movements. Yet the sheer force pressing against her weapon caused her expression to falter. The sensation of solid ground beneath her feet suddenly disappeared. To her shock, she realized she was airborne, launched by the force of his strike. There was no time to process her surprise. The armored man wouldn't waste such an opportunity. He rested the cross-shaped spear on his shoulder, stepping forward. His movements were a perfect chain, his legs powered his waist drove his torso fueled his arms, and his arms swung the spear with terrifying precision. With a single rotation, the armored man's weapon gained immense momentum, its tip surrounded by a visible, semi-transparent whirlwind. It wasn't just a strike, it was a devastating slam. Though the weapon didn't make direct contact with her, the nearby trees bore the brunt of the attack. Invisible force crushed them as if struck by an enormous hammer, gouging massive chunks from their trunks. Splinters, leaves, and white feathers filled the air, caught in the violent winds. Thanks to her wings, Kiichi remained airborne and avoided the crushing blow. The armored man, however, was momentarily vulnerable, his energy expended. Kiichi wasn't about to let such an opening go to waste. With a quick thrust, her blade pierced through the swirling black mist in the armored man's head. Most beings would suffer grievous harm from an attack to the head, but Kiichi wasn't confident this would apply here. Her suspicions were confirmed when, despite stiffening momentarily, the armored man resumed his movements. Gripping her blade tightly with one hand, he raised his spear in the other, aiming it like a fisherman's harpoon at her head. The spear's sharp tip exuded an air of unparalleled destruction. It seemed capable of shattering stone as easily as splitting a melon. But his target wasn't stone or a melon, it was Kiichi, the great Tengu. Clang! The spear scraped past her hair, missing her by the barest margin. In the split second before impact, Kiichi had struck the side of the spearhead with her fist, redirecting its trajectory. Her fist remained extended as she stepped forward, closing the gap between them. She twisted her waist and inhaled deeply. Then, with a punch imbued with a thunderous shockwave, she drove her fist into the armored man's chest. Boom! The front of his armor shattered under the force of her blow, and her fist sank deep into his torso. An instant later, the energy she had infused into the strike erupted inside him, sending the armored man hurtling backward. He crashed through tree after tree, leaving behind craters in the ground. Finally, he skidded to a stop against a stone wall. His chest armor was broken, and black mist seeped from within, swirling ominously. Despite his injuries, the armored man struggled to rise. Stay down! A shadowy figure materialized in front of him. Kiichi's golden eyes glowed faintly, tiny arcs of electricity dancing within them. With a swift motion, her blade crackling with golden lightning pierced his chest. The armored man twitched, as though attempting to resist, but a pillar of lightning engulfed him, connecting sky to earth. When the light faded, all that remained in front of Kiichi was a scorched crater, still crackling with residual electricity. She stared at the crater for a long moment, then rested her blade on her shoulder, her expression contemplative. What was that thing? One thing was certain: it wasn't human. It possessed extraordinary strength, speed, and skill that seemed honed to perfection. Yet it showed no signs of sentience. It reminded her of a being afflicted with the madness enhancement skill, devoid of thought or communication. The moment it had seen her, it attacked without hesitation. In all her time playing games like Genshin Impact, she'd never encountered such a creature before. Could it have something to do with this sealed space? She glanced skyward, muttering to herself. There's still too little information. Deciding it was time to return, Kiichi reflected on her progress. Her analysis of the outer edges of the sealed space was complete, and she had eliminated most of the abyssal beasts prowling the perimeter. While she had only deciphered a fraction of the seal, it was enough to deduce its mechanics, locate the abyssal beasts, and identify most of the formation's cores. As long as she systematically destroyed the cores and eradicated the remaining monsters, she and Sarah would be able to leave. But one question continued to nag at her. How has this sealed space sustained itself for so long? When she had first seen the stone gate outside, she'd assumed it was a simple containment seal meant to keep the abyssal beasts from escaping. But after entering, she realized the scale of the seal was far greater than she'd imagined. According to her calculations, the sealed space had existed for roughly 5 centuries. To maintain a barrier of this magnitude for that long would require a stable energy source or anchor. The creator of this seal, likely Chika's ancestor and the village's former chief, must have used something extraordinary to sustain it. Surely they hadn't used something as absurd as the Raiden Shogun's Gnosis. Shaking her head, Kiichi dismissed the idea. Whatever. It's not my concern. When the time comes, the truth will reveal itself. As for the humanoid monster she had encountered, Kiichi wasn't particularly worried. Strong as it was, its strength was still within the realm of human capability, not enough to truly trouble her. The difficulty she'd shown earlier had been deliberate. She'd wanted to test the creature and gather information about it. And, if she were honest, she'd indulged her playful side. After all, she'd been facing nothing but abyssal beasts since arriving here. The monotony had long since grown tiresome. The only exception had been that Frost Abyss Mage, but it had been so arrogant she'd ended the fight as quickly as possible. Now, encountering an enemy with both martial skill and a semblance of intrigue, she couldn't resist taking her time. Hello. Thank you so much for reading this chapter. WiseTL has worked hard to bring these wonderful stories to you, and I'm so happy we could share this moment together. Don't you think stories are a little like dreams? Each one has its own colors and shapes, and they grow even brighter when shared with others. If you'd like to support WiseTL, you can visit patreon.com/wisetl. Even a small gesture is like sunlight and rain to a growing flower. It helps the garden of stories flourish and bloom. With love, Nahida Seedling. Chapter 125, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit. 125. Though Kiichi hadn't slept the entire night, she remained full of energy. She recalled her high school days, where she juggled 5 morning classes, 4 afternoon sessions, and 3 periods of evening study, a grueling 12 classes in total. Despite this, she managed to sleep through 10 of them, finishing her homework during the remaining 2 study sessions. She was also the first to sleep during lunch breaks and at night, earning her the nickname Sleeping God from her classmates. Her homeroom teacher had even called her parents, suggesting they take her to a doctor to check if she had some kind of condition. One particularly amusing incident stood out. One morning, her entire dorm overslept, and they arrived at class after the morning self-study had already ended. The teacher berated them, accusing them of sneaking phones into the dorm and staying up late. The teacher wasn't wrong, several dorm mates had indeed smuggled in phones, but when questioned, they all feigned innocence, insisting they'd gone to bed early. The teacher remained unconvinced. Yet when it came to Kiichi, the teacher's attitude shifted entirely. Upon hearing her claim that she was the earliest to sleep every night, the teacher nodded without a shred of doubt. Whether to feel proud or offended by this blind trust, Kiichi had never been sure. Now, as a servant, she could do things her human self would never have imagined, like writing continuously for 24 hours without stopping. Servants didn't need food or bathroom breaks, so she could truly work non-stop. Wait. Wasn't the dream supposed to be gaming for 24 hours straight? Why was her first thought about becoming a writing machine? When Kiichi returned to the village, the sky was just beginning to brighten. Instead of heading straight to Chika's house, she wandered around the village. Her first priority, naturally, was the protective formation surrounding the village. So that's how it is. The formation wasn't visible to the naked eye, but for a great onmiji like Kiichi, it posed no challenge. Moreover, despite being an assassin-class servant, she possessed a B and rank in territory creation, enhancing her understanding of formations. 1 main core and 3 subsidiary cores. This formation not only shields the village from external monsters but also conceals the dimensional space where the main core resides. Only by destroying the 3 subsidiary cores can the entrance to the main core's dimension appear. What a remarkable design! Even Kiichi couldn't help but marvel at its intricacy. She discovered that this sealed space contained a smaller, embedded subdimension. The subdimension overlapped with the village, and its entrance would only manifest after dismantling the 3 subsidiary cores near the village. She had already identified one of these cores. It was Chika's house. As for the other 2, Kiichi raised her head and followed the flow of elemental energy. Her eyes locked onto 2 mountains to the east and west of the village. And there's an unexpected bonus. Through her analysis, Kiichi uncovered a specific mechanism within the sealed space. Once all 3 subsidiary cores were neutralized, every entity inside the space would be forcibly transferred to the main core's dimension. This meant that she, Sarah, and all the abyssal beasts would be transported together. In other words, she didn't need to spend her nights hunting abyssal beasts one by one. By eliminating the subsidiary cores, she could lure all the monsters into one place and eliminate them en masse. It seemed the onmiji who designed this seal understood that containment was merely a temporary solution. They had placed their hopes on someone eventually entering the seal and dealing with the monsters inside. Kiichi just happened to align with their intentions. As she strolled through the village, traces of human presence lingered everywhere, yet no people could be found. It was as if some calamity had swept through silently, erasing the villagers and leaving behind an eerie stillness. The absence of signs of deliberate escape ruled out the possibility of the villagers fleeing. If they had, there would have been clear traces: packed belongings, discarded items, or hastily abandoned homes. But there were none. Kiichi slipped through a window into one of the homes. Technically, this was trespassing, something Fen Huanyu wouldn't have dared to do for fear of fines or legal consequences. But did Kiichi care? Not in the slightest. Inside, she found no evidence of packed belongings, frantic departure, or even signs of abduction. It was as if the residents had simply stepped out for a moment and never returned. If only one house were like this, Kiichi might have assumed the resident wandered too far and fell victim to the abyssal beasts. But every house was the same, which made the situation far more unsettling. Surely this wasn't like the Nordic Lost Belt, where villagers were sent out at a certain age to be devoured by giants or beasts due to resource limitations. Here, there were no such constraints. So why was Chika the only one left? Unlike in the Nordic Lost Belt, she didn't have Sherlock Holmes by her side. If he were here, he'd probably have figured it out already, smugly saying, "It's elementary, my dear friend." Of course, Kiichi knew Holmes well enough to know he wouldn't reveal the answer outright. He'd remain tight-lipped, performing a series of baffling actions instead. Even if asked directly, he wouldn't explain himself, just like he did to Watson in The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. That was the most infuriating thing about him. He only unveiled the truth at the very end, often accompanied by maddeningly cryptic remarks. According to Holmes, it was to prevent his assumptions from influencing others' actions, even though his assumptions were almost always spot on. Spending time with Holmes was an exercise in patience. Not only because of his penchant for declaring everything elementary, but also because prolonged exposure to him made you acutely aware of just how outmatched your intellect was. Hello. Thank you so much for reading this chapter. WiseTL has worked hard to bring these wonderful stories to you, and I'm so happy we could share this moment together. Don't you think stories are a little like dreams? Each one has its own colors and shapes, and they grow even brighter when shared with others. If you'd like to support WiseTL, you can visit patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Even a small gesture is like sunlight and rain to a growing flower. It helps the garden of stories flourish and bloom. With love, Nahida Seedling. Chapter 126, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit. 126. Although she had barged into numerous rooms without uncovering any significant clues, it didn't mean Kiichi came away empty-handed. For instance, in a backyard, she unearthed 3 jars of sake buried beneath the soil. The moment she opened one, the rich aroma of the alcohol wafted into the air, making her mouth dry and causing her to instinctively lick her parched lips. Kiichi wasn't one to care about appearances. Grabbing the jar with gusto, she tilted it up and drank straight from it. Even as some spilled, she didn't mind. The sunlight glinted off the liquid as it trickled down her lips, slid along her smooth neck, and disappeared into the snowy crevice of her chest. Pwah! Refreshing! She downed more than half the jar in one go, and yet all it did was bring a faint blush to her cheeks. Holding the jar's rim in one hand, she casually wiped her mouth with the other before pulling out a small gourd tied with a red string from seemingly nowhere. Hey, barkeep! Pack it up for me. Hey, no barkeep? Guess I'll help myself. The gourd in her hand was deceptively small, the kind that would make anyone doubt it could hold much. But then, something jaw-dropping happened. She poured the remaining sake from the first jar into the gourd, then moved on to the second jar, and finally the third until all 3 were emptied into the tiny container. Only then did she stop, corking the gourd and shaking it near her ear as if testing its capacity. Back when she was still the Fenhuan Yu, Kiichi had despised alcohol, adhering to a disciplined no drinking, no smoking, no gambling lifestyle. But as Kiichi, though she wasn't as obsessed as the Oni clans who lived for booze, she had developed a strong appreciation for fine sake. It seemed that, for most Japanese yokai, drinking was a deeply ingrained pastime. No one really knew why. After all, so many powerful yokai had met their end due to their addiction to alcohol. And yet, the allure of sake endured. The gourd, despite its modest appearance, was akin to a pocket dimension spacious enough to hold 2.5 jars of sake without filling up. If she felt like it, Kiichi could probably imitate the scene from Journey to the West where Sun Wukong gets sucked into the red gourd, using this sake gourd to trap others. Walking along a narrow path, gourd in one hand and a fan in the other, Kiichi's mood seemed buoyant. She occasionally took a sip from the gourd while fanning herself with what appeared to be a scaled-down version of her signature feather fan. She had carefully restrained its power, using it merely as a regular fan to stir the breeze. Humming softly to herself, she began to sing. The monk loves to roam around crazy antics with reason abound. Chasing fame and fortune's goal, legs stretched out, they're never whole. For some reason, she had always been a fan of the TV series The Legend of Crazy Monk, starring Benny Chan. She hadn't missed a single episode of all its seasons, including the new Legend of Crazy Monk. There was something nostalgic about the fan in the show called a Pom fan, if she recalled correctly. She'd once seen a similar one at her grandparents' house. She wondered if anyone else shared that experience. Either way, as a child, she had gleefully picked up the palm fan, pretending to have the same divine powers as the legendary Ji Gong and shouting, "Om Mani Padme Hum." She remembered how her grandparents' palm fan had been as tattered and weathered as Ji Gong's. When they later replaced it with a newer, prettier one, she had sulked for days. Now, holding her gourd and fan, though not quite the same as Ji Gong's, she couldn't help but recall those innocent childhood days. After all, Ji Gong was never without his ragged fan and endlessly refilling wine gourd. Even her steps had become unsteady and erratic, mimicking Ji Gong's drunken swagger. As for whether such behavior was appropriate for someone like Qiqi, well, she mused aloud, aren't monks sometimes called Western sorcerers? She paused, lifting her feather fan to hide her amused smile. Her half-lidded eyes sparkled with mirth. If they're sorcerers, then they're not so different from an onmyoji like me, are they? Oh, and even Demon calls himself a poor monk sometimes. So it's all good. All good. Ha! Extending her fan like a battlefield strategist rallying the troops, she bellowed. Play the music. Dance on. Unexpectedly, her stance resembled Zhuliang's, but her words were pure Liu Bei. The monk loves to roam around crazy antics with reason abound. Chasing fame and fortune's goal, legs stretched out, they're never whole. Just as she hit her stride, a familiar voice interrupted her. Angel sister! Angel sister! The only one who called her that was Chica. Awake already, Chica? Did you eat breakfast? No. I wanted to eat with everyone. Chica lowered her head, hands clasped behind her back, scuffing her foot against the rough ground. Is that okay? Her pleading gaze tugged at Qiqi's heart. Refusing would surely break the child's innocent spirit. Of course it's okay. Qiqi smiled warmly, patting Chica's head. It was a gesture she had made so often it was almost second nature by now. Yay! Chica's smile bloomed like cherry blossoms, her cheeks glowing with excitement. Thank you, Angel sister. Call me Big Sister Qi. Okay. Angel sister is the best. Someday, you little rascal, I'll tan your hide. On the way back, Chica piped up again. Angel sister, were you singing just now? I suppose you could call it that. Chica knows how to sing too, but Angel sister's song was so beautiful, like a melody from the heavens. And I've never heard that song before. Did you write it yourself? Nope. It's... Qiqi froze, realizing she'd been outmaneuvered by the little trickster. Rubbing her temples, she sighed. The song was written by someone else. I just sang it. Hearing this, Chica hesitated. Would you like to learn it? Really? Facing Chica's eager expression, Qiqi smiled. Of course. Teaching is one of my favorite things. Not just that song, any song you like, I can teach you. How about a gust of wind? Chica's never heard of it. No problem. I'll sing it for you. Dash. Unauthorized access detected. Beep beep. Nahida's end note? Yeah, it's taking a little break while I clue you in on something way cooler. Is unlocking the Stellaris tech tree in Star Rail really okay? Ever wondered what happens when interstellar strategy collides with the chaotic vibes of a gacha game? It's a perfect mix of sci-fi mastery and Star Rail shenanigans. Trust me, it's got all the tech geek vibes you crave, and maybe a few surprises you won't see coming. Oh, and why's it'll P at TR30N? That's where the real magic happens. Your support fuels more chapters, exclusive perks, and keeps the chaos rolling. Check it out, patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Transmission complete. Chapter 127, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 127. Even though Qiqi and Qijiao Sarah weren't at Qiqi's residence, Sarah hadn't let up on her fundamental training and was diligently practicing sword swings outside. Such basics, while simple in theory, required immense perseverance to master. Because of Chika's earlier request, Kiichi had taught her a few songs. However, some of the words in the songs left Chika confused, leading her to bombard Kiichi with curious questions from time to time. For example, she had asked what a monk was, simply because Kiichi had taught her the theme song of the legend of Crazy Monk. Kiichi wasn't sure if monks existed in Tibet but explained it to the best of her understanding. After spending some time teaching Chika, Kiichi headed over to where Sarah was practicing. After all, Sarah was her true disciple, and naturally, she needed to dedicate more attention to her training. "Sarah, did you sleep well last night?" "Ah, master." Adjusting her breathing, Sarah straightened up in front of Kiichi and replied seriously, "No problems at all, thank you for asking, master. The bed here is very comfortable, and I slept soundly." "Oh, that's good to hear." Kiichi nodded approvingly. Sarah gazed at her master for a long moment, her brows furrowing tightly as if wrestling with whether to speak her mind. "What's on your mind? If there's something you want to say, go ahead." Kiichi's question prompted Sarah to break her silence. "Master." Sarah's gaze wavered slightly. "How did last night's investigation go?" "I'd say it went fairly well. At the very least, I've gained a general understanding of this sealed space and have outlined a plan of action going forward." Kiichi then explained to Sarah the existence of the 3 auxiliary array points and the primary array point. "So, as long as you dismantle the auxiliary array points at the east and west mountains and at Chika's house, the primary array point of this sealed space will reveal itself. It will then pull all of the monsters and us into a different dimension, and once you deal with the monsters and the primary array point, we'll be able to leave this space and return to the outside world, correct?" "Exactly." Kiichi placed her hands on her hips and nodded, but then her tone shifted. "But that's not the question that's really bothering you, is it, little Sarah?" Sarah suddenly fell silent. Kiichi didn't press her, patiently waiting for her disciple to speak. "If we can all leave, then, what about Chika?" Sarah asked quietly, her tone heavy with emotions she herself couldn't fully understand. "What will happen to her?" Already forming an emotional bond after such a short time? Trusting others so easily can be a liability, little Sarah. "That's not true. Chika isn't a bad person," Sarah protested loudly. "I can feel it. Just because you're convinced doesn't mean you're right. Human hearts are the most complicated things in existence," Kiichi said, shaking her head. "Besides, Chika is the first human you've ever met, isn't she? You've lived alone in the forest without any contact with humans. What makes you so sure your judgment is accurate?" Being young and inexperienced, Sarah lacked the verbal skills to counter her master's arguments. Though she felt something was amiss, she couldn't articulate her thoughts. "But you are correct about one thing, Chika is not a bad person." "Hey!" Kiichi reached out and ruffled Sarah's hair as she stood there, momentarily stunned. "Still, Sarah." Kiichi's tone grew tinged with melancholy. "Even if the one who stirs your emotions isn't a bad person, you can still end up hurt. Because the end of any bond often holds regret and sorrow." Though Kiichi spoke plainly, Sarah's eyes filled with confusion and incomprehension. "You may not understand now, but one day you will. It's something everyone must face on the path of growing up. Perhaps in the near future, you'll look back and remember these words from your master. Having identified the locations of the auxiliary array points, Kiichi's next logical step was to dismantle them. However, she wasn't in any rush. First, she visited the room where Sarah had slept the previous night. Technically, the room was meant for both of them, but since Kiichi had been out investigating, Sarah had the room to herself. Kiichi had considered setting up a spell for peaceful sleep and pleasant dreams in the room, but, seeing how refreshed Sarah looked, decided it might not be necessary after all. Still, better safe than sorry. She placed a dream-enhancing spell at the head of the bed. Strictly speaking, this kind of spell was Merlin's specialty after all, nightmares were his domain. Too bad her Chaldea didn't have Merlin. They did have Melly, though, or Lady Avalon, as she was called. Wonder if she'll ever become Melly in the future. Since Kiichi wasn't a nightmare mage, she naturally relied on Onmyado for her spellcraft. As she began drawing the spell, something in the room stirred a faint reaction, like the flutter of a butterfly's wings. Kiichi noticed immediately. Her gaze shifted to the source, landing on a small table in the corner. The table was unremarkable old and worn, yet kept rather than replaced. This room belonged to Chika's parents, so the table likely did as well. Kiichi glanced toward the door, her thoughts seemingly piercing through the aged wood to where the two paper dolls were busy outside. According to Chika, those paper dolls had been left by her father to care for her in her parents' absence. Kiichi didn't know where Chika's parents had gone or why they left her behind with the dolls, but their presence strongly suggested that her father was also an Onmyoji. Whoever had created this sealed space was a formidable Onmyoji, likely one of Chika's ancestors. That would explain why her father had inherited such abilities. Examining the small table closely, Kiichi detected traces of Onmyado, a concealment spell. Something important was hidden there, otherwise, there'd be no need for such precautions. The question was, who had hidden it, Chika's father or her ancestor? Unlocking the concealment spell would be child's play for Kiichi, but if someone went to the trouble of hiding it, they clearly didn't want it found. Would it be improper to uncover it? She stroked her chin thoughtfully. Abruptly, she remembered Chika mentioning something peculiar about her father, how he often knelt before her mother. A powerful Onmyoji who was also utterly henpecked. There was something oddly amusing about it. Wait a second. Could this be his secret stash of money? Hello. Thank you so much for reading this chapter. WiseTL has worked hard to bring these wonderful stories to you, and I'm so happy we could share this moment together. Don't you think stories are a little like dreams? Each one has its own colors and shapes, and they grow even brighter when shared with others. If you'd like to support WiseTL, you can visit patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Even a small gesture is like sunlight and rain to a growing flower. It helps the garden of stories flourish and bloom. With love, Nahida Seedling. Chapter 128, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit. 128. After all, whatever was hidden inside might prove helpful to her. With so many unresolved questions, the contents could hold answers. And if it turned out to be something personal? Well, she could always put it back and reapply the concealment spell. No one's watching anyway. As the spell unraveled, what appeared before her was a book. It looked like an ordinary book. The cover was clean, free of any dust, almost as if it had been carefully maintained. But Kiichi immediately noticed traces of Onmyado on the book. A preservation spell to prevent decay or damage. This must be something important. Or perhaps, it wasn't the book itself, but what was inside that mattered. Curiosity piqued, she took a step back, plopped down onto the bed, and set the book on her lap, flipping it open. However, the moment she turned the pages, her brow furrowed deeply. So many pages are missing. Her initial excitement quickly turned into disappointment. The book had numerous pages torn out, the jagged edges resembling the marks of a rodent's bite. The missing pages were mostly at the beginning. From what remained, she surmised that the book was a diary. Kiichi had written diaries before, assignments given by her teacher, complete with dates and weather notes. This diary, however, lacked both. That made sense, given it was likely written within the sealed space. With no seasons and perpetually clear skies, there would have been little point in recording such details. Hoping to glean useful information about her current predicament, Kiichi combed through the diary. Unfortunately, most of what was left was trivial and unhelpful. What's this? Suddenly, a passage caught her attention. The impure have appeared again. They're not particularly strong, so I've sent the blind swordsman to handle them. The text was followed by a large section that had been aggressively smeared out. With her sharp eyes, Kiichi could barely make out fragments like "Damnable World, not what I hoped for, the end, and release." The entry concluded with a single sentence. "I must not lose my composure. I must not lose myself, or everything will be over." Carefully studying the passage, Kiichi's expression grew serious. The blind swordsman must be someone from the village. It doesn't sound like a name, more like a title. To be mentioned in this diary, the author must have trusted him deeply. She stroked her chin thoughtfully, muttering to herself. But what intrigued her even more was the term "the impure." Could that impure be the thing I encountered last night? Her mind flashed back to the previous night, when she had come across a creature resembling a Kaizaku, sea raider, during her hunt for the bleeding hound. Intent on uncovering more about the impure, she scoured the diary for further clues. But all she found were repetitive mentions of their appearances. The only thing of note was the disparity in their strength levels. Most impure were no match for the blind swordsman, but stronger ones were capable of giving him a fight before ultimately losing. Kiichi thought back to the armored figure from the night before. If that entity was considered one of the stronger impure, then the blind swordsman must have been exceptionally skilled. From what Kiichi had observed, the armored figure's combat prowess rivaled that of some servants specialized in battle. If the swordsman was even stronger than that. Of course, it was also possible that the armored figure wasn't particularly strong, just an ordinary impure. But that seemed unlikely. If something with such skill was deemed ordinary or weak, then this world was fundamentally broken. As for detailed information about the impure, the diary offered none. Her instincts told her that the missing pages held the answers. Flipping to the diary's final entry, she read. "Has the day finally come? Forgive me, Chica. Papa will always love you." The handwriting on this page was faint, as if written under immense emotional strain. It seems the diary's author was Chica's father. Closing the diary, Kiichi glanced toward the door before returning her gaze to the book, deep in thought. There wasn't much useful information in the diary as it was. But she had a strong feeling that if she could recover the missing pages, all her questions would be answered. Just as she was about to put the diary back on the table and restore the concealment spell, an idea struck her. Wait, if I use this diary as a medium to cast a spell, I should be able to trace the missing pages easily. Without hesitation, she set to work. Woo. Having completed her basic training for the day, Sarah decided to take a break. After all, her master often emphasized the importance of balancing work and rest. She set aside the long sword crafted for her by Kiichi and began steadying her breathing. Just then, a melodic voice drifted through the air. "As I walk this path, I pause and go following the traces of a young soul adrift." Before stepping off the train, hesitation lingers, a fleeting moment of doubt. The clear tones and heartfelt emotion made Sarah feel as though her very soul was being cleansed. Her expression turned dazed as she found herself drawn toward the source of the song. There, at the house's entrance, was Chica. She swayed her head, braided pigtails bouncing, while gleefully singing with bare feet that gleamed in the sunlight. I smile at this familiar longing, yet it remains inescapable. And the skies of Nagano stay as warm as ever, the wind stirs memories of the past. The song was so beautiful that Sarah couldn't help but sink into it, as if floating on waves of flowers and grass. For the first time in what felt like ages, her taut soul stretched lazily, finally relaxing. Hello. Thank you so much for reading this chapter. Wise TL has worked hard to bring these wonderful stories to you, and I'm so happy we could share this moment together. Don't you think stories are a little like dreams? Each one has its own colors and shapes, and they grow even brighter when shared with others. If you'd like to support WiseTL, you can visit patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Even a small gesture is like sunlight and rain to a growing flower. It helps the garden of stories flourish and bloom. With love, Nahida Seedling. Chapter 129, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit. 129 Xmas. Merry Christmas! Dash. The feeling that welled up within her, could it be a sense of loss? Music was a universal language of the soul, a balm for the spirit. It crossed boundaries, shining even in otherworldly realms. The reason Chica had stopped singing was simple. She noticed Sarah standing nearby, drawn in by her voice. Ah! Sister Sarah! Chica waved enthusiastically, and Sarah, startled out of her reverie, shyly scratched her cheek. Since she'd already been spotted, it was too late to hide or retreat. Summoning her courage, Sarah stepped out of the shadows. Chica, you were. Curiosity got the better of her. The song Chica had been singing was genuinely beautiful. I was practicing a song. Angel Sister taught it to me. Isn't the name lovely and easy to remember? It's called The Wind Rises, Chica said with a beaming smile, her tone utterly open and trusting. I heard it's really popular in the outside world. Have you heard of it, Sister Sarah? Sarah hesitated, looking slightly embarrassed. Maybe, but I don't really interact with people much, so I wouldn't know. Still, such a beautiful song, and it was something Master taught her? Sarah felt a twinge of surprise, though it wasn't entirely unexpected. Kiichi had never demonstrated any musical talent before, but she had often mentioned how her 1,000 years of life had allowed her to pick up countless skills, so many, in fact, that even she didn't remember them all. During their time together, Kiichi had shown only a fraction of her supposed versatility. Her martial prowess was indisputable, with mastery over nearly every weapon. She had no apparent weaknesses. In the realm of elemental magic, or techniques, she was equally proficient. Beyond that, she also excelled in areas like architectural design, forging, strategy, and even gardening. Unconsciously, Sarah had already started associating the label all-around genius with her master, not because Kiichi claimed it, but because her actions proved it. Even so, I'm a little jealous. Sarah glanced at Chica's radiant, joyful face, her expression growing slightly complicated. Was this just a passing whim? Or perhaps a childlike sense of possessiveness? Sarah suddenly found herself wanting Master to teach her how to sing too. Why had she never thought of this before? Maybe it was because she hadn't realized how enchanting a beautiful song could be. Or perhaps, it was because her master had once been hers alone, and now, she felt slightly unbalanced. Sister Sarah, do you want to sing with me? Like a child eager to share a precious new toy, Chica held up a small slip of paper, her bright eyes brimming with excitement. I always forget the lyrics, so Angel Sister wrote them down for me. If you want to learn, you can use this too. No, that's okay. Did she really want to learn how to sing? Or, did she just want Master by her side, guiding her hand? So you're both here, hey? The door creaked open, and Kiichi emerged, immediately spotting the two girls. Master! Ah! Angel Sister! Sarah's formality was something Kiichi had grown accustomed to, but Chica's cheerful exuberance always reminded her of the Spark Knight, Clay. Come to think of it, her adopted disciple was probably Kyujiao Sarah from the game, right? But this Sarah was still just a child, her story yet to begin, and the traveler likely hadn't awakened yet. So, was Clay born at this point? Wait, hadn't she heard somewhere that Clay was a long-lived race? That her growth was slower than normal? If that were true, then maybe Clay was already born, just younger than the version from the game. If the Clay from the game could be called Little Clay, then this version would be Tiny Clay. Kiichi suddenly had an odd urge to visit Mondstadt during this era, give Clay a hug, and later, when the main story began, casually say, "I hugged you when you were little, you know." That could be fun. After all, in her family, most relatives were older than her, so she'd never had the chance to say something like that. "Were you two playing together? Did I interrupt?" While Sarah pondered how to respond, Chika raised her hand enthusiastically. "No way! Angel sister, your timing is perfect." Kiichi's first thought, "You're up to something." But upon seeing the pure, unclouded sincerity in Chika's eyes, she realized, "No, it's me who's overthinking things. Angel sister. I just sang the song you taught me for Sister Sarah, and she loved it." Chika exclaimed excitedly, oblivious to Kiichi's fleetingly complex expression. "Oh? Is that so? That's wonderful. Which song was it?" "The Wind Rises." "Ah, I see. The Wind Rises, no wonder." Kiichi wasn't the type to actively seek out music, but after living for over 1,000 years, she had naturally encountered many songs. Most were from her mother's collection or her classmates' favorites, and after hearing them enough times, she had picked them up as well. Among all the songs she knew, The Wind Rises held a special place. It wasn't just beautiful, its melody seemed to touch the soul directly, an art form that astonished her no matter how many times she heard it. Suddenly, Kiichi turned her gaze back to Chika, a thought striking her. "Wait, Chika, have you already learned this song?" Hee hee." Chika scratched the back of her head, her smile sheepish. "I only sang the first 4 lines. I haven't learned the rest yet." "Master, are you heading out?" The usually silent Sarah finally spoke, her eyes falling on the book Kiichi held. "Yes," Kiichi replied with a nod. "I noticed something interesting and thought I'd look into it. Don't worry, I'll be back before lunch." With a warm smile, she reached out to pat Sarah's head, a gesture that had become second nature. "Do you need me to come with you, Master?" "No need. I think Chika here might need you more. After all, boredom is a child's greatest and most fearsome enemy. I, wise TL, in my infinite grace and generosity, have bestowed upon you an extra 2 chapters as my holiday gift. Wrapped present, consider it a glimpse of my benevolence, cherish it well. May your festivities be as golden as my treasury and as plentiful as my updates. Farewell, mortals, until the next chapter." Winking face. "Now, bow in gratitude." Glowing star. Chapter 130, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 130 Xmas. Merry Christmas. Whether it's living beings or inanimate objects, anything damaged or destroyed could be restored by Crazy Diamond. Its user, Yasuke Higashikata, even found creative ways to utilize this ability. For instance, during his battle against the villain Yoshikage Kira, Yasuke restored a shard of glass stained with Kira's blood. The restored glass and blood were drawn straight back into Kira's body, dealing him a critical blow. The spell Kiichi used on the diary had a similar principle. She leveraged the diary's desire to be whole as a medium to guide her toward its missing pages. But after walking for a while, Kiichi realized something. Isn't this the path to the western mountain? The village was flanked by 2 mountains, one to the east and one to the west, each housing a key array point. Kiichi had intended to deal with the array points eventually, but her discovery of the potentially crucial diary had delayed her plans. Her chronic procrastination didn't help matters either. After becoming an immortal like herself, someone with a distorted sense of time, her symptoms of procrastination seemed to have worsened. Now, though. Well, looks like the objectives align. What should I do? Might as well tackle both at once. Whether it was recovering the missing pages while disabling the array or disabling the array while recovering the missing pages, both were inevitable tasks. As she walked, Kiichi casually kicked a nearby tree. A vibrant, juicy fruit fell neatly into her hand. Tree, what did I ever do to you? The fruit resembled an eggplant, yet its crisp sweetness made it taste more like an apple. Of course, Kiichi knew it was neither an apple nor an eggplant but rather a local delicacy of Tibet, the lavender melon, a specialty of Inajima. Some even claimed it was a miraculous cure-all, akin to one of Lu Ziqiao's miracle pills. The array's location was deep within the mountain, which naturally required an entrance, a cave mouth. Thankfully, the designer hadn't skimped on this detail. The cave entrance was obvious, standing in an open area devoid of shrubs or tall trees. But just as it often went in RPGs, important locations were always guarded by something. So, negotiating to let me through isn't an option, hey. Kiichi muttered. Why is it always this? Get close enough to trigger a battle mechanic. Old school game design is so tiresome. Give me more freedom and branching storylines. Blocking the cave entrance was a figure eerily similar to the armored entity Kiichi had encountered the previous night. This one, however, bore heavily damaged armor, scarred by countless battles and hardships. At a glance, it was clear, the phrase battle-hardened wasn't just flattery, it was fact. Kiichi's gaze shifted from its armor to its face, or where its face should have been. As expected, it was obscured by an amorphous black mist. Yet this time, something was different, there were no glowing red points resembling eyes. Could it close its eyes? Kiichi wondered. Why? Do these things sleep too? The figure sat cross-legged at the cave entrance, exuding no aura, as though genuinely asleep. Perhaps she could sneak past it into the cave without disturbing it. Yet, no. That won't work. So, I guess it's a head-on fight. Though it seemed like an unavoidable choice, Kiichi's expression betrayed her excitement. Instead of her usual naginata, she drew a katana. The reason was simple: her opponent wielded a sword too, and the competitive streak in her couldn't resist the challenge. Sensing her approach, the armored figure tensed, its entire frame brimming with readiness. Slowly, it reached for the katana at its waist. By contrast, Kiichi remained relaxed. However, if one looked closely at her face, they'd notice a spark of battle hunger glinting in her smile the moment her opponent gripped its weapon. Kiichi stopped a short distance away, blade in hand, while the armored figure rose to its full height. It must have been over 2 meters tall, towering over Kiichi's 170 centimeters frame by a full half meter. Raising its katana high, the figure cast a shadow that engulfed Kiichi. Then, it swung down with the weight of 1,000 mountains. Boom! The ground beneath Kiichi's feet caved under the pressure, while the surrounding trees swayed violently in the resulting shockwave. Kiichi held her katana above her head, intercepting the strike. With a slight tilt of her blade, she redirected the force, sparks flying as she countered with a slash of her own. The armored figure reacted swiftly, parrying her attack by shifting its katana just enough to deflect her blade. As it prepared to swing again, Kiichi's eyes narrowed. In an instant, their blades clashed in a frenzied storm, creating a whirlpool of lethal energy. A falling leaf drifted into the maelstrom and was promptly shredded by a single slash of light. When the armored figure stepped forward to strike, Kiichi sidestepped and stomped on its knee, forcing it off balance. She followed up with a quick slash toward its neck. Clang! Sword met sword, the resulting impact sending waves of energy rippling outward. As the battle raged on, Kiichi's expression grew increasingly serious. Simply flawless. Fighting this opponent was like encountering the perfect solution to an intricate problem. Its rhythm, technique, and angles were impeccable even from her expert perspective, no flaws could be found. Even its combat instincts. Facing another barrage of blade strikes, Kiichi leapt back 3 steps before vanishing in a blur. A heartbeat later, she reappeared behind the armored figure, her katana reversed for a stabbing thrust at its neck. But the sharp clang of metal told her the attack had failed. Without turning, the armored figure somehow intercepted her blade, its movement unnervingly precise, as if it had eyes on the back of its head. Not even its blind spots are vulnerable. This thing. Something about its swordsmanship felt off to Kiichi. Its defense was as immovable as a mountain, yet its offense flowed like an endless river. While she pondered this, the battle reached a tipping point. Kiichi's eyes widened as she caught sight of something inexplicable. In the next moment, a surge of sword energy shattered her defenses, sending her hurtling backward. Dash. I, wise TL, in my infinite grace and generosity, have bestowed upon you an extra 2 chapters as my holiday gift. Rapt present, consider it a glimpse of my benevolence, cherish it well. May your festivities be as golden as my treasury and as plentiful as my updates. Farewell, mortals, until the next chapter. Winking face. Now, bow in gratitude. Glowing star. Chapter 131, I don't want to be a heroic spirit. 131. The next moment, the armored figure closed the distance, bringing its katana down in a relentless assault. Kiichi Haugen found herself locked in an intense exchange of attacks and defenses. If one were to describe the armored figure's initial strikes as a heavy mountain and an unending stream, then the strike that had just sent Kiichi Haugen flying could only be likened to a surging blaze. Now, the energy before her was that of a swift and violent gale. This was what truly shocked Kiichi Haugen. The person before her, could they really wield 4 distinct sword styles seamlessly in battle? No, wielding wasn't sufficient to capture the astonishment she felt. What was unfathomable was how effortlessly the armored figure could switch between entirely different sword techniques in the heat of combat. It was this seamless transition, with vast differences in style, that had caught Kiichi Haugen off guard, resulting in her being sent flying earlier. When Kiichi Haugen demanded an explanation, all she received was a tempest of even fiercer swordplay. Naturally, her opponent lacked any capacity for communication or dialogue. Tch. The sharp winds of the blade grazed her cheek, and Kiichi Haugen clicked her tongue in irritation before breaking into a grin. Fine, you got the upper hand for now, but... Dodging her opponent's strike, Kiichi Haugen leapt back. As soon as her right foot touched the ground, her figure disappeared entirely. In the next moment, a streak of white, like a comet, shot straight toward the katana raised by the armored figure. Clang! The brilliance dispersed as Kiichi Haugen emerged from the comet, both hands on her sword, frozen mid-thrust. Though her strike had been parried, her grin only widened. Clang! Another sharp metallic ring echoed as her blade met the armored figure's weapon once more. The hands gripping the katana trembled slightly, as if the weapon would slip free at any moment. And then... Clang! A third strike. The force coursing through her sword surged like a triple wave. Even the armored figure couldn't withstand the onslaught, and its body was flung backward uncontrollably. Ha! Looks like it's a draw now. Seeing the armored figure driven back, Kiichi Haugen smirked with satisfaction. A single strike containing the power of 3 blows. It wasn't the secret sword technique of Okada Tsuji, Momayu, Sandanzuki, but it did employ a similar principle. Although the armored figure had been forced back, it appeared to sustain no real damage. Immovable like a mountain, flowing like water, swift as the wind, and aggressive as fire. Kiichi Haugen assumed a stance Okada Tsuji's trademark Hijo eyes. You, just how many sword techniques do you know? To fight Kiichi Haugen to this extent, the skills demonstrated by the armored figure clearly weren't half-baked, they were fully mastered. But mastering 4, or perhaps even more, completely distinct sword styles? That was far more difficult than learning to wield multiple weapons. After all, different weapons often shared commonalities, like Beiji Chuan and Liu He spear, or Wing Chun and butterfly swords. However, the habits and instincts ingrained by one martial art could become obstacles when learning another. Even if someone managed to learn a second style, they might risk forgetting parts of the first. It was like learning languages. Mastering English after Chinese was harder than starting with English alone. Worse, acquiring proficiency in one language could cause one to forget nuances of the other. Yet, the armored figure before her had seemingly mastered at least 4 distinct sword styles, transitioning between them with astonishing fluidity. It reminded Kiichi Haugen of herself, a practitioner of many arts, some interconnected, others completely unrelated or even contradictory. But Kiichi Haugen had her longevity to thank for such versatility. After all, she was 1,000-year-old immortal. For most, learning meant choosing, absorbing only what suited them best while discarding what was difficult or uninteresting. Was this not what people called retaining the essence while discarding the dross? Her musings ended abruptly. Feeling her opponent's aura locking onto her again, Kiichi Haugen's gaze sharpened. This opponent, it seemed like she would need to take them seriously. Of course, only within the realm of swordsmanship. After all, Kiichi Haugen prided herself on her eternally peerless blade A+. To resort to anything other than swordplay would admit inferiority and insult to her name and pride. The bold and carefree Tengu Kiichi Haugen was strangely fixated on such matters. Chika. Are you ready? MHM. I'm ready, Sister Sarah. Under the tree, Chika held a basket in both hands, struggling to lift her head high. Above, Sarah crouched on a branch, reaching for a dangling lavender melon. Before long, Chika's basket was brimming with the fruits. But now it was too heavy for her to carry. Let me take it. With a slightly helpless expression, Sarah took the basket. The one Chika couldn't lift despite straining until her face turned red was easily hoisted by Sarah without breaking a sweat. Sister Sarah, you're amazing. It's nothing, really. Sarah's cheeks flushed. Having little experience with genuine praise, she seemed unprepared for such earnest compliments. Well, if you were to learn martial arts like me, you'd be able to handle things like this with ease. Sarah suddenly recalled how Kiichi Haugen had once taught Chika to sing. So perhaps she could teach Chika some martial arts too? At the very least, it would help Chika protect herself better. After all, Chika was Sarah's first friend, and she wanted her friend to live a better life. Come to think of it, maybe Sarah could ask her master if Chika could become a disciple as well. Though she didn't know what had happened to Chika's parents, Sarah had already decided, once her master broke the seal, she would bring Chika back to her master's home. She couldn't just leave Chika alone. Martial arts. To Sarah's surprise, Chika's expression turned hesitant, almost resistant when the topic came up. Chika, do you not want to learn martial arts? Sarah asked, puzzled. If you learned, you could fight off those monsters outside, or climb tall trees to pick fruits on your own, and... Though she wanted to list more benefits, Sarah's mind went blank. Do you want to learn? Hello. Thank you so much for reading this chapter. Wise TL has worked hard to bring these wonderful stories to you, and I'm so happy we could share this moment together. Don't you think stories are a little like dreams? Each one has its own colors and shapes, and they grow even brighter when shared with others. If you'd like to support WiseTL, you can visit patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Even a small gesture is like sunlight and rain to a growing flower. It helps the garden of stories flourish and bloom. With love, Nahida Seedling. Chapter 132, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit. 132. People should only do what they are meant to do. Fishing tasks should be left to the village fisherman. Selling fruit should be the responsibility of the village orchard keeper. Protecting the village is the job of the village samurai. Even playing is a task or responsibility that belongs to children. Chika, remember this well. You can only do what you are meant to do. You can only do what you want to do. Anything beyond that has nothing to do with you. It's a forbidden fruit, a poisonous mushroom that will kill you. Chika's rejection of Sarah's proposal left Sarah puzzled. After all, she thought that learning martial arts was a purely beneficial pursuit without any downsides. Why not? Because Chica wouldn't do such a thing. Is that so? Something about her response felt odd, but Sarah didn't press further. Since coming to this sealed space, so many strange things had become routine that she had almost grown accustomed to them. Maybe accustomed is just another way of saying numb, Sarah mused briefly. Are we taking these lavender melons back home? Yes. I'm not sure where Angel Sister has gone, but when she comes back, I want her to have so many lavender melons that she can't possibly finish them. They're so delicious. If Chica ever had more lavender melons than she could eat, she'd be super happy. As she spoke, Chica seemed to lose herself in the daydream, her expression turning so blissful she nearly drooled. Catching herself, she quickly wiped her mouth with her sleeve. Of course. These lavender melons are for Sister Sarah and Angel Sister. Not for me, no way. Slurp. I see. Thank you. From that moment on, Sarah mentally added a new label to her impression of Chica, terrible liar. Noticing how Chica's gaze kept darting longingly toward the basket of lavender melons, Sarah murmured, if you really want to eat some lavender melons, I wouldn't mind. And I doubt Master would, either. Really? If ever there was a perfect use for the phrase she couldn't hide her joy, this was it. Chica's enthusiasm was so palpable that even her pigtails seemed to bounce, as if they might be mistaken for tails. She was just that easy to read. The two soon found a shady spot beneath a tree and began snacking on the lavender melons. Even though they were busily stuffing their mouths, that didn't stop them from chatting, much like how no amount of rules can keep a group of grade schoolers from causing a ruckus. Sarah shared stories from the outside world, while Chica recounted tales from her village. Despite their vastly different experiences, they chatted effortlessly. Perhaps such pure and equal exchanges could only occur between children. Wait. Sister Sarah and Angel Sister have only known each other for a little while. Chica covered her mouth in surprise, such an innocent and endearing reaction. Yes. Before meeting Master, I lived alone in the forest for a long time, Sarah replied, scratching her cheek in mild embarrassment. Although it's a little awkward to admit, meeting Master has probably been the greatest stroke of luck in my life. Oh, but even before I met Master, I was never lonely. I had the forest animals for company, so I was never truly alone. Although Sarah had been the only yokai in her forest, some animals had already begun to show signs of gaining intelligence or even hints of becoming spirits. Foxes and tanuki, in particular, were common in Japanese folklore for turning into such creatures. The animals of the forest. Chica kept smiling, but as she echoed Sarah's words, a subtle, unplaceable emotion flickered in her expression. Now that you mention it, I haven't seen any animals in this forest, Sarah remarked, glancing around. For such a large forest, there aren't any foxes, tanuki, boars, not even birds or insects. Sarah's musings were interrupted by a surprised noise from beside her. The lavender melons are gone. It turned out the two had eaten all the melons they'd picked. Chica's hand lingered in the basket, as though reaching for one more. We ate all the lavender melons we picked for Angel Sister. Chica panicked, grabbing Sarah's shoulders and shaking her. Sister Sarah! How could you eat all of Angel Sister's lavender melons? What do we do now? If I recall correctly, most of them went into your stomach, didn't they? Sarah felt a strange mix of exasperation and resignation. One day, she would learn that this situation was what people called taking the blame for someone else. What do we do? Why don't we go pick some more? After all, she had been the one gathering them in the first place. Really? Then let's hurry. Angel Sister might be back soon, and we have to pick more melons and bring them home before she returns. Oh, and wasn't she also the one who would carry the basket full of melons back? As Chica grabbed her hand and dragged her toward the lavender melon trees, Sarah couldn't help but realize this. It was like painting with a brush soaked in ink on a blank sheet of paper. Only here, the brush was a katana, and the canvas was the battlefield. Massive black slashes cut through the air as the armored figure swung its katana, reversing the blade to carve another arc in the opposite direction. The overlapping marks formed a protective circle around its body. Clang! Clang! The dark arcs collided with Kiichi Haugen's raised blade, bouncing off with a sound like hammer striking an anvil, the air trembling from the force. 1 step, 2 steps. In just 3 strides, Kiichi Haugen closed a 50-meter gap, her sword's relentless flashes weaving a web like a spider's trap, sealing off all of the armored figure's escape routes. The armored figure, initially poised to pursue, steadied itself, shifting from offense to defense. Its intricate sword techniques flowed seamlessly, dazzling to behold. Suddenly, a tiny glimmer of light appeared out of nowhere, hovering just above the armored figure's shoulder, a star streaking through the night sky, aiming straight for its neck. Clang! The tip of Kiichi Haugen's blade struck the armored figure's katana with a reverberating chime, like the toll of a great bell. She withdrew her blade, her snow-white hair fanning out behind her as she and the armored figure stood back to back. Pivoting on one foot, Kiichi Haugen swung her sword downward, the blade tracing a crescent moon in the air. The armored figure, gripping its katana with both hands, flexed its muscular arms. With energy concentrating along its blade like a fiery aura, it turned and unleashed a counterstrike against the descending crescent. When the blades clashed head-on, fragments of sharp, chaotic energy exploded outward. Rocks and trees caught in the shockwave shattered into pieces as sword energy tore through them. Dash! Is unlocking the Stellaris tech tree in Star Rail really okay? Got locked by web novel, probably reported, so I'll have it up on the Scribble Hub later today with the new updates. Same username on there. BTW should I repost on here? Chapter 133, I don't want to be a heroic spirit. 133. For them, moving at supersonic speed was second nature. This was undeniably a battle between servants. Even from 100 meters away, the residual force of their blows was enough to rip an ordinary human to shreds. Blades gleamed like auroras spilling across the night sky, beautiful but deadly, capable of slicing through steel with ease. Kiichi Haugen's steps seemed deceptively light, as if she were walking on lotus petals. Each movement appeared slow, yet every step left an afterimage behind. But this didn't faze her opponent. Kiichi Haugen quickly realized that while her speed was beyond her opponent's ability to match, the armored figure somehow always managed to block her attacks at the perfect moment, as though anticipating her every move. Even when she attacked from blind spots. It was as if her opponent also possessed Mind's Eye. Of course, having Mind's Eye alone wouldn't be nearly enough, Kiichi muttered. This armored figure was an ordinary human, or at least, judging by the lack of a vision or any elemental powers, they appeared to be. Yet, they had managed to fight her evenly for so long. Even though she was holding back by using only her swordsmanship, it was still an extraordinary feat. Even among the countless heroic spirits on the throne, few could match Kiichi Haugen in a pure duel of blades. There was no doubt the skill of this armored figure had reached the very pinnacle of human potential, touching upon the realm of the divine. Their mastery was unparalleled, enough to define an entire era. To put it into terms servants might understand, if this figure were written into a servant template, they would be a berserker with the eternal arms mastery skill. Much like Sir Lancelot, whose peerless swordsmanship endured even when transformed into a mindless berserker. As for the armored figure's true identity, Kiichi Haugen had a fair guess. And she now understood what the corruption truly was. So that's it. The so-called corruption, what a sorrowful existence. As the armored figure charged at her again, Kiichi Haugen's gaze softened, a tinge of melancholy flickering in her eyes. The one feeling this sorrow wasn't Kiichi Haugen, but rather the essence of her being Fenhuan Yu. You, no, you all are true heroes. Her expression shifted. Gone was the carefree indifference, replaced by solemn respect. If I could, I'd prefer to end this with pure swordsmanship. But I'm sorry. I think it's better to end your suffering quickly. May you find peace and ascend. Spirits who still linger in this world, guarding humanity. With those words, Kiichi Haugen swung her blade. It appeared to be an ordinary horizontal slash, and the armored figure raised its katana to block. However, sensing something was amiss, the figure hastily withdrew, abandoning its defensive stance in an attempt to retreat, but it was too late. The blade's light descended like a meteor streaking across the sky. Even after cutting through the figure, the light extended for over 100 meters behind it. The ground beneath the path of the strike glowed a searing red before erupting into molten lava. A crimson scar appeared on the armored figure's body before it was swallowed by the wave of lava erupting beneath its feet. The battlefield, already razed to the ground, was now a scene of pure hellfire. Under normal circumstances, Kiichi Haugen might have chuckled at her own apparent overkill. But now, knowing the truth behind such cruel circumstances, she felt no mood for humor. She turned to face the direction of the village. It seemed Sarah had formed a deep bond with Chika. No doubt, Sarah was eager to bring Chika with her to the outside world. Sigh. Her myriad emotions condensed into a single sigh. Kiichi Haugen glanced back at the scorched earth where the armored figure had once stood. Then she turned away and swiftly entered the cavern's depths. She had initially planned to take her time, enjoy life a little while, gradually undoing the seal. But this broken world. It was better to end it sooner rather than later. The angel sister still isn't back. At Chika's house, the two girls sat obediently at the dining table, waiting for lunch. The dishes had already been served, and they could have started eating at any moment. But because of Kiichi Haugen's earlier remark, "I'll probably be back before lunch," the two children insisted on waiting until everyone was present. "But, is this okay?" Sarah suddenly asked. "Hey? What do you mean?" Chika rested her chin on her hands, question marks almost visibly floating above her head. "I mean, your schedule is usually really strict, right?" Sarah tilted her head. "You always eat meals exactly on time, sleep exactly on time, no earlier, no later. Isn't that how it works?" "Oh, that." Chika smiled brightly, brushing off the concern. "That was a rule my parents set before they left. A super important rule that Chika has to follow. If it's that important." "But," Chika interrupted, her smile softening, "my dad said that the most important rule in this village, the rule everyone must follow, is this: be true to yourself." Closing her eyes, Chika pressed her hands together over her chest, as if offering a prayer to an unseen deity. Like now, waiting for someone important to return. "No matter how many breaths it takes, how many times I blink, or how many dreams I drift through, still, I wait with hope in my heart." That's what Chika would do. Anticipating every meeting, cherishing every reunion, finding tiny joys like opening a gift box and finding candy inside, that's what Chika should do. "So, it's fine, nothing bad will happen." And so, they continued to wait. On the table, alongside the meal, sat a basket of lavender melons, undoubtedly the ones Sarah and Chika had gathered earlier. Or more precisely, the ones Sarah had gathered. Sarah noticed Chika's gaze lingering on the basket, her drooling mouth and twitching hands betraying her overwhelming temptation to reach out and grab a melon. When Chika finally tore her eyes away from the melons, summoning what must have been a day's worth of willpower, she noticed Sarah watching her. Without even wiping her mouth, Chika pointed accusingly at Sarah and declared with righteous indignation. "Sister Sarah! Those lavender melons are for Angel Sister. No stealing. Sarah, _. Hello. Thank you so much for reading this chapter. Wise TL has worked hard to bring these wonderful stories to you, and I'm so happy we could share this moment together. Don't you think stories are a little like dreams? Each one has its own colors and shapes, and they grow even brighter when shared with others. If you'd like to support Wise TL, you can visit patreon.com/wisetl. Even a small gesture is like sunlight and rain to a growing flower. It helps the garden of stories flourish and bloom. With love, Nahida Seedling. Chapter 134, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit. 134. Kiichi Haugen pushed the door open and was greeted by the sight of a modest table spread with dishes and two small figures sitting quietly, waiting for the meal to begin. Perhaps modest wasn't the right word. There was just enough food for 3 people, and it was entirely vegetarian. Angel sister. These lavender melons are ones Sarah and I picked for you. Oh. Well, thank you so much, little chica. Here, as a reward, a pat on the head. Ehehe. As Chica leaned her head forward eagerly, Kiichi Haugen couldn't help but think she looked like a kitten begging for affection. And what about you, Sarah? Would you like a reward too? No, I. First came surprise, then confusion, then hesitation, and finally, embarrassment. What a range of emotions. Thinking about how Sarah would grow into her typically stern personality in the future gave Kiichi Haugen some mixed feelings. Still, even though Sarah would become serious, she wasn't inflexible or unapproachable. With her face flushed red, Sarah gave the faintest of nods so subtle that Kiichi Haugen almost missed it. Such a cute reaction. Well then, pat. If you were hungry and couldn't wait, you should have started eating without me. It's no good when the food gets cold. Kiichi Haugen pulled out a chair and sat down. But, eating together feels better, doesn't it? Hearing Chica's words, Kiichi Haugen glanced at her briefly before looking away. Yes, it's true. Meals do taste better when shared. See? Angel sister agrees. Satisfied with Kiichi Haugen's affirmation, Chica beamed with delight. Although there's an old saying, one should not speak while eating, neither Kiichi Haugen nor the 2 young girls seemed the type to care about such rules. Soon, their earlier conversation resumed, as Sarah and Chica had been happily sharing stories about their pasts. Naturally, they both turned to Kiichi Haugen and asked about her own history. Well, I've lived a long life, but my past is very dull. You wouldn't find it interesting at all. That's such a sneaky answer. How would we know if it's interesting or not unless you tell us? Chica puffed out her cheeks in indignation, looking like an adorably defiant pufferfish. You see, I've spent most of my life deep in the mountains, hardly interacting with people. But Sister Sarah also lived in the mountains, and her life with her animal friends sounds super interesting. Hey? Is that so? Maybe you've got a point. Kiichi Haugen tapped her lips with the end of her chopsticks, frowning slightly. Oh, right. Chica. She suddenly looked at the girl as if remembering something. Have you heard of someone? I think your father called him the blind swordsman. The blind swordsman. Chica thought for a moment before her face lit up. Oh. You mean Sword Uncle? I know him. Back when my dad was still here, he'd often go to Sword Uncle for help. Is that so? Yeah. Whenever my dad couldn't decide what to do, he'd ask Sword Uncle for advice. And Sword Uncle is amazing. Those bad dog monsters outside, no matter how many came, they were never a match for him. Everyone in the village said that as long as Sword Uncle was around, the village would be safe. Well, I can agree with that. Your Sword Uncle is certainly impressive, Kiichi Haugen replied, stroking her chin thoughtfully. Chica tilted her head, sensing something unusual in Kiichi Haugen's tone and expression. Angel sister, have you met Sword Uncle before? Who knows, have I? Ugh. Angel sister, you can't answer a question with another question. Well, since you know the blind swordsman your Sword Uncle, that makes things easier, Kiichi Haugen said casually, picking out the best-looking lavender melon from the basket. Do you know where he lives? Is it somewhere near your house? I think, his house is the one farthest to the east. A long time ago, I went there with my dad. Sword uncle didn't take care of it at all, and there was hardly any furniture inside. After recalling this, Chika looked at Kiichi Haugen curiously. Does Angel Sister need something from Sword Uncle? Well, there's an item, though it's not really mine. Let's just say it's something I urgently need. I originally thought it was in the eastern mountains, but when I got there, I found that someone had already taken it. I'm guessing it was your Sword Uncle, so I plan to visit his house to check. After defeating the corruption that had displayed unparalleled swordsmanship, Kiichi Haugen had ventured into the western mountains. She had quickly dispatched a group of bloodhounds and a few pitifully weak corruptions before reaching the innermost area, the location of a secondary formation core. A guardian protected the core, which didn't surprise her. What did catch her off guard was how familiar the guardian seemed. Even without making a move, the massive, grimacing demon masks floating on either side of it were enough to trigger a strong sense of déjà vu. The moment she saw it, Kiichi Haugen felt an inexplicable twinge of pain in her liver. Isn't this the Meigyo Kenki? In the game, she'd been beaten by this boss in the spiral abyss more times than she cared to admit. This time, however, Kiichi Haugen was pressed for time. She made short work of it in just a few strikes. In the game, the Meigyo Kenki had been a formidable mini-boss. Here, as a guardian of the formation core, it was less impressive when faced with her skills. After defeating the Meigyo Kenki, Kiichi Haugen swiftly dealt with the core and found fragments of a journal. She had feared these fragments might have been on the armored figure she fought earlier. If that had been the case, they would have been incinerated by her flames. Luckily, the fragments remained intact. The information they contained confirmed her suspicions about the origin of the corruption, though she had hoped to be wrong. Even the blind swordsman is starting to succumb to the corruption. How much time do I have left? Oh gods! Oh gods! What should I do? The blind swordsman. Takaizawa Satoru. Tsushiya Yasuke. Kawakawa Mitsu Take. Nozaki Kojiro. Nogamiya Anoka. I remember all their names. I remember all their faces. I remember the 388 years of harmony and joy this village shared. Oh gods! I don't regret the decision we made. We don't regret the choice to use the 512 lives of this village as a sacrifice, as bait, to seal away that terrible monster here. But, my daughter. Chika. What will become of her? What should I do? Hello. Thank you so much for reading this chapter. WiseTL has worked hard to bring these wonderful stories to you, and I'm so happy we could share this moment together. Don't you think stories are a little like dreams? Each one has its own colors and shapes, and they grow even brighter when shared with others. If you'd like to support WiseTL, you can visit patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Even a small gesture is like sunlight and rain to a growing flower. It helps the garden of stories flourish and bloom. With love, Nahida Seedling. Chapter 135, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit. 135. Lunchtime wasn't far off, and her trip to the eastern mountains might mean being late. Still, Kiichi Haugen pressed on. Her mood wasn't great, and the monsters in the eastern mountains seemed like perfect targets to vent her frustration. Even though she was well aware of her nature as an ordinary person, no matter how much she inherited the abilities and spirit origin of a servant, at her core, she remained just a regular human. No matter how far she stretched out her hands, there would always be people she couldn't save and places she couldn't reach. She was no stranger to the harsh reality of compromise, nor to accepting her own powerlessness. She'd done so countless times before, though it never became easier. Self-awareness was one of her few redeeming qualities, wasn't it? But still. Damn it, this is so frustrating. She unleashed that frustration on the monsters she encountered in the eastern mountains. However, when she finally stormed into the deepest part of the eastern mountains, she found the Megyo-kenki already broken and the altar empty. The core of the formation was gone. It took her a full 2 seconds to process what she was seeing. Someone else had already come here, defeated the Megyo-kenki, and taken the core. Though the core was gone, she found a few scattered pages, a journal's remnants. The entries explained what had happened. Chika's father had deemed the Megyo-kenki too weak as a guardian, so the blind swordsman had taken it upon himself to defeat the construct and move the core to his home for safekeeping. Within this sealed space, years of training had made the blind swordsman far stronger than he had been upon entering. Even the formidable Megyo-kenki, a foe capable of launching sword beams, teleporting, whirlwind slashes, and area-wide attacks, was no match for a normal human without a vision. Kiichi Haugen found this both surprising and oddly understandable. She had crossed swords with the blind swordsman herself, after all. From what she had seen, he truly was stronger than the Megyo-kenki. But if the core was gone, did I come all this way for nothing? Well, perhaps not entirely. At least she'd cleared out a good number of bloodhounds on her way here. Kiichi Haugen returned to the village not only to share lunch with Sarah and Chika but also to ask Chika where the blind swordsman's house was. Wandering door to door might work, but it would waste precious time. Do you two take naps after lunch? After finishing lunch, Kiichi Haugen naturally handed the task of washing the dishes to her 2 paper doll familiars, Teru and Jiro. Then she asked Chika her question. Hey? Why nap in the middle of the day? Chika tilted her head. Isn't sleeping at night enough? That's exactly what I thought before I started school. Kiichi Haugen gave Chika a knowing look, took a sip from her gourd, and grabbed a few lavender melons from the basket before heading for the door. I'm going to check out the blind swordsman's house. Sarah, She paused briefly before opening the door. Stay here and keep Chika company. Make sure you both have fun, all right? As the door closed behind Kiichi Haugen, Sarah blinked in confusion, her expression uncertain. Was it just her imagination, or did Master seem more hurried than usual? Sarah wasn't sure. After all, her master's thoughts were always somewhat difficult to grasp. But she could understand. Her master was a 1,000-year-old yokai, a being of immense wisdom whose perspective was fundamentally different. Every action her master took must have its reasons. If Sarah couldn't understand, it was surely because her own view was too narrow to grasp her master's grand designs. If only she could become smarter, understand her master better, then maybe she could help ease her burdens. At the very least, she could cause her master fewer problems instead of needing guidance for every little step. While Sarah stood lost in thought, Chika jumped down from her chair and walked over to her. Since Angel Sister entrusted Sister Sarah to me, I'll take responsibility and take good care of you. Did I mishear something? Had Master really said anything about Chika taking care of her? When did Master say you were supposed to take care of me? Sarah replayed Master's words in her mind 5 times, but she couldn't find anything that fit. Frowning, she finally voiced her doubt. It didn't make sense. She was sure she hadn't missed a single word of Master's instructions. But Chika's confidence made Sarah question herself. Angel Sister just said it, didn't she? To keep me company. Chika smiled sweetly. That means I'm in charge of taking care of Sister Sarah. Since I'm the one being kept company, doesn't that make me the leader? Plus, since we're playing around here, and I know the area better, it makes sense for me to take care of things, right? No, I think you're just connecting 2 completely unrelated ideas. Hey! Even if you make that face, it won't make your reasoning any more convincing. Why is that? You didn't have to say it out loud. Sarah pinched the bridge of her nose, trying to soothe the headache building there. Were all human children as lively as Chika? Wait. I'm not much older than her, am I? So, is it just human children who are like this? Though exasperated, Sarah couldn't help but feel a twinge of amusement. Still, This is Master's request, to make sure she has fun. If I don't take this seriously, I'll disappoint Master, won't I? And if I don't play with Chica properly, I'll disappoint her, too. But, it's exhausting. Come to think of it, Master seemed to get along well with Chica earlier, didn't she? As expected of Master. I'm still nowhere near her level. Sarah's admiration for Kiichi Haugen grew even more. All right. Sister Sarah, come play with me. I'm getting stir-crazy sitting indoors all day, Chica said, taking Sarah's hand. And don't keep frowning like that. My dad always told my mom that if you keep scrunching up your face, you'll get wrinkles and end up looking like an ugly old granny. An old granny? That can't happen, right? Master once said that yokai have long lifespans and don't age like humans. Still, most yokai I've known died long before they could grow old. Back in those chaotic times, even the deaths and replacements of gods weren't unusual. For yokai, it was even worse. Nowadays, the oldest yokai I know of is a 500-year-old fox spirit, oh, and maybe a tanuki. Master's words echoed in Sarah's mind. Hello. Thank you so much for reading this chapter. Wise TL has worked hard to bring these wonderful stories to you, and I'm so happy we could share this moment together. Don't you think stories are a little like dreams? Each one has its own colors and shapes, and they grow even brighter when shared with others. If you'd like to support Wise TL, you can visit patreon.com/wisetl . Even a small gesture is like sunlight and rain to a growing flower. It helps the garden of stories flourish and bloom. With love, Nahida Seedling. Chapter 136, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit. 136. Chica's sudden question left Sarah stumped. Out of nowhere, I've never really played games. Does training in martial arts count as a game? During her time training under Kiichi Haugen, her master often told her to relax and play once her lessons were done. But Sarah never knew what to play. Games, at their core, were supposed to help people unwind and ease their minds, weren't they? But Sarah never felt like she needed them. Does that mean I get to decide everything? So that's what Angel Sister meant when she said I should take care of you, Sister Sarah. Hey? Was that what Master meant? Sarah began doubting herself. Could it be that Chica's earlier claim about looking after her wasn't a joke? If this really was her master's intent. Sarah started seriously thinking about any games she might know. Now that you mention it. I think I've heard of one, she said, rubbing her chin as she tried to recall. It's a game where two people use wooden paddles to hit something back and forth. Could it be? Chica tilted her head. Sister Sarah, are you talking about Hainetsuki? Probably. I'm not sure, I've never actually seen it. Do you know it, Chica? Yes, I do. A long time ago, my dad gave me a Hainetsuki paddle. It even had my favorite cherry blossoms painted on it. A long time ago? That makes it sound like it was centuries ago. You don't even look older than me. Sarah sighed and asked, so, should we try playing that, Hainetsuki? Yes, Hainetsuki. Should we play that? But my paddle and shuttlecock are back at home. Wouldn't it be a pain to go all the way back now that we're here? I don't mind. Are you tired? If you are, I could carry you back. You're not too heavy for me. Sarah wasn't joking, her expression was entirely serious. If Chica nodded, Sarah would undoubtedly kneel down and carry her on her back all the way home. For someone with a vision like Sarah, Chica was hardly a burden. Hey! Chica froze at the suggestion. What's wrong? Oh, nothing at all. When Sarah looked closer, Chica had already recovered her smile. Well, it's been so long since anyone carried me. It just feels a little nostalgic. That's probably because you've grown up, Sarah speculated. Your parents must have thought you were old enough to walk on your own. Yeah, I think so too. I've grown up now. Even though my parents aren't here, I can take care of myself. Even when no one's watching, I can do the things I'm supposed to do. Chika clasped her hands in front of her as she smiled brightly. But let's not talk about that. My paddle is at home, so we can get it when we go back later. For now, Sister Sarah, let's play something else. I'm really good at games. I'm as good as a bird swooping over a lake to catch fish. Sarah, who had no particular interest in games, was at a loss and decided to go along with Chika's lead. After all, her master's task for her was simple: make sure Chika has fun. Once they left the house, Chika's home was left empty. Not long after, the front door opened, and someone stepped inside. It was Kiichi Haugen, who had left earlier. Looks like the two of them went out, she murmured, glancing around to confirm Sarah and Chika's absence. Good. What comes next isn't something children should see. In her hand, Kiichi Haugen held a few tattered pages. Although Chika probably already knows, one way or another. Still. She sighed, closing her eyes. Knowing is one thing. Seeing it for yourself is another. Then again, maybe it's better for her to witness it firsthand? Harsh as it is, she might even be hoping for something like this. Ugh, this is giving me a headache. It's like one of those exam questions where you narrow it down to two choices, and both seem equally awful. She scratched her head in frustration. Even after living thousands of years, I still don't understand the human heart. Come to think of it, maybe someone like Shano, that so-called demon, is better suited to me. At least her thoughts are as clear as fish swimming in a pond. Speaking of which, why did I leave the mountains and start mingling with humans in the first place? Kiichi Haugen continued her monologue, rhetorical and unaddressed. She made her way to the backyard. Yes, Chika's house had a backyard. It was clear the space had been abandoned for quite some time. The ground was overgrown with weeds, and a well in the center had fallen into disrepair. The well was dry, its cracked and moss-covered walls visible all the way to the bottom. Without hesitation, Kiichi Haugen approached the well. Placing one hand on the rim, she jumped in. Of course, she wasn't attempting suicide. Though the well seemed dry when viewed from above, Kiichi Haugen plunged into a body of water, a lake hidden beneath the surface. When she emerged, not a single drop clung to her. She now stood in a vast underground space, and the lake she had emerged from was an artificial one. This sight didn't surprise her, she had known about this place before jumping in. The last core, or rather, the last auxiliary core. What a hidden spot! A secret realm, huh? I guess some people love their theatrics, she muttered. Her musings were cut short when a massive fireball, radiating searing heat, hurtled straight toward her. Before it could make contact, freezing shards of ice erupted around the fireball, encasing it in ice within moments. The now frozen fireball shattered into a spray of icy fragments just inches from Kiichi Haugen's face. The surrounding temperature plummeted, and even the underground lake formed a thin layer of ice. Hello. Thank you so much for reading this chapter. WiseTL has worked hard to bring these wonderful stories to you, and I'm so happy we could share this moment together. Don't you think stories are a little like dreams? Each one has its own colors and shapes, and they grow even brighter when shared with others. If you'd like to support WiseTL, you can visit patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Even a small gesture is like sunlight and rain to a growing flower. It helps the garden of stories flourish and bloom. With love, Nahida Seedling. Chapter 137, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit. 137:30 PS. Bonus chapters are like surprise blossoms, unexpected, yet full of joy. Seedling. You've really outdone yourself. To end up like this and still be able to use sorcery, I have to say I'm impressed. It's like waking up to find your phone under the bed, not earth-shattering, but still unexpected. Before her stood the altar serving as the auxiliary core of the formation. If the previous two cores were anything to go by, there was bound to be a guardian protecting it. Though the guardian of the Eastern Mountain Core had been defeated, the blind swordsman seemed to have taken up its mantle, albeit with some complications. Unexpected events were all too common in this world. As for the guardian of this final auxiliary core, clad in loose white Karagina robes and a tall ceremonial hat, it held a handful of paper talismans etched with intricate symbols. Where its head should have been was a mass of black mist, confirming its identity as one of the corruption. Unlike others Kiichi Haugen had encountered, its form was unnervingly solid, with faintly discernible facial features. A white talisman covered its face, giving it an appearance eerily reminiscent of a hopping zombie. Your appearance, it's almost too pitiful to look at, Kiichi Haugen remarked, her voice carrying a trace of lament. To turn your own corpse into the guardian of the final auxiliary core. If I hadn't read your journal, even I wouldn't have imagined someone could be this ruthless. She stroked her chin thoughtfully. Then again, someone willing to sacrifice themselves, their family, and an entire village to create a seal of this scale would need this level of resolve, wouldn't they? Pausing for a moment, she glanced around. Leaving Chika behind was the right decision. Seeing you like this would only bring her pain. Kiichi Haugen spoke as if she were chatting with the figure before her, but it was clear this was just a one-sided conversation. Her opponent could no longer understand human speech. With a wave of its hand, the white-robed figure threw the talismans into the air. They ignited in blue flames, quickly disintegrating into ash. From the dying embers emerged pale, colorless bloodhounds, their forms warped and unsettling. Without a word from their master, they charged toward Kiichi Haugen. Ugh, more bloodhounds? Really? Kiichi Haugen grimaced, her golden eyes reflecting her disgust. Even the best sushi gets tiresome if you eat too much of it. I'm starting to feel allergic to these things. Just as she raised her hand to make quick work of them, a vine coiled tightly around her wrist. She froze for a moment, only to find more vines wrapping around her neck, waist, chest, thighs, ankles, wrists, and shoulders. What's this? Looking around, she realized the glittering ice shards that had surrounded her earlier had vanished. Water feeds wood. A 5-element curse from Onmyado? No wonder I didn't notice it. In the 5 elements, water nourishes wood. Wood fuels fire. Fire creates earth. Earth produces metal. Metal generates water. And fire conquers metal. Metal cuts wood. Wood disrupts earth. Earth absorbs water. Water extinguishes fire. Though immobilized and with the corrupted bloodhounds closing in, Kiichi Haugen remained calm. There was no need to panic. A tiny flame appeared in front of her, hovering over her palm. When it touched the vines, they ignited like dry cotton, burning away in an instant. The severed vines turned into writhing snakes of flame, which pounced on the pale bloodhounds, tearing and incinerating them in a flash. What's that saying again? Stretching her freed arms, Kiichi Haugen smirked as massive fiery pythons coiled protectively around her. The pythons hissed, their crimson tongues flicking toward the white-robed figure. Something about showing off an axe in front of Lu Ban? Wielding a blade before Guan Yu? In my case, attempting Onmyado before a true Onmyoji. She frowned. That phrasing feels off. Playing with yin-yang magic? Wait, that sounds weird too. I'm an Onmyoji, not, whatever that implies. Though her thoughts wandered, her focus on the battle remained razor-sharp. With a casual wave of her hand, the fiery pythons lunged at the white-robed figure. The guardian calmly flung another talisman, which transformed into a hulking stone golem. The fiery pythons coiled around the golem, but it grabbed one by the throat and slammed it into the ground before stomping it into embers. It then engaged the remaining pythons, swiftly overpowering them. Despite the python's ferocity and superior numbers, they were no match for the golem. With each python destroyed, the golem grew larger and more menacing, its dull brown hue darkening to a molten red. When the last python was vanquished, the golem stood nearly twice its original height, its joints glowing like molten lava. Emboldened by its newfound strength, the golem pounded its chest with massive fists before turning its attention to Qiqi Haugen. As it charged, she met its approach with a serene expression, raising one hand. With a thunderous crack, the golem shattered into countless fragments. Maintaining her stance, Qiqi Haugen clenched her fingers into a fist. The shattered rocks responded to her will, gathering into a sphere that compressed tighter and tighter. Its color shifted from dull red to a gleaming gold as it morphed into a rune-edged greatsword. The golden sword floated above her head, its tip aimed at the white-robed figure, trembling with barely contained energy. Go! The sword emitted an ethereal hum before launching forward like a meteor. The white-robed figure raised its hands, conjuring a swirling vortex of flames to intercept the blade. The golden sword pierced the vortex, its tip glowing red-hot and beginning to melt. The figure's arms trembled as it struggled to maintain the fiery barrier. "You're not trying to shift your elements again? Looks like this is your limit. Well done, and I mean that sincerely. Few can push me this far. You should feel proud." The fiery vortex split open without warning, and a figure emerged from within. Before the white-robed guardian could react, a hand pierced through its chest. "Good night. Sweet dreams, oh, and farewell, brilliant onmyoji of this world. Thank you so much for being here. This bonus chapter is like a little sprout brought to life by all the warmth and encouragement you've given. YSTL is so grateful to have such wonderful readers who help these stories grow into something even more beautiful. If you'd like to sprinkle even more sunshine and rain onto this garden of dreams, you can visit patreon.com/ystl right bracket. Every little bit helps the flowers bloom brighter. With love, Nahida Seedling. Chapter 138, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 138:40 PS. Bonus chapters are like surprise blossoms, unexpected, yet full of joy. Seedling. Stop squirming. You'll fall off. Sarah tightened her grip on Chica's legs, barely managing to prevent the girl from slipping off her back after a bout of chaotic movement. Though honestly, even if Chica did fall, it wouldn't be too serious as long as she didn't hit her head. It's my first time playing these games. How could I possibly cheat? You're the one who taught me the rules. Chica was fuming because, despite teaching Sarah the games herself, once Sarah got the hang of the rules, Chica started losing more often than she won. Take the game of searching for 4-leaf clovers, for example. Normally, a game like that relies heavily on luck, but Sarah's keen eyesight from her archery training gave her a distinct advantage, making the game much easier for her than for Chica. That's why you should train in martial arts with me and Master, Sarah suggested. No way. Chica turned her head away defiantly, pouting. Sarah continued trying to persuade Chica, but the latter's refusal was unwavering. Currently, Sarah was carrying Chica home on her back. Chica had been so caught up in her competitive streak from losing repeatedly that she played to her heart's content, leaving her legs sore and unable to walk. The hottest part of the day had passed. In this sealed space where seasons didn't exist, the temperature and humidity remained perpetually ideal for human habitation. Though there were no chirping birds or buzzing insects, the rustling leaves swayed gently in the breeze. Sunlight bathed the world in warmth, and Chica, content from playing, now resting on Sarah's back, let out a soft yawn, her eyes welling with a few tears. She rubbed her eyes and opened them again, but the scenery before her seemed to blur. That day, the sunlight had been blinding. That day, the cherry blossoms were in full bloom. And just like now, she had been carried on someone's back. Her father's back had been broad and strong, a comforting presence. Sleepiness crept in, and Chica closed her eyes. "Oh my, it looks like Chica's fallen asleep," her mother's lively, gentle voice said. "Ah, she must be tired from playing. That's how children are." Chica wasn't fully asleep, though. For some reason, she decided to feign sleep and quietly listen. "When I was Chica's age, I must have been even more energetic. I never realized how exhausting it must be to be a parent. We're both first-time parents. I think having these little worries is normal. Only now am I beginning to appreciate how difficult it was for my own parents. I wish I could proudly introduce you and Chica to them. I'm sure they'd be thrilled. Your parents would absolutely love me. And Chica, too, of course. You've said it yourself, Chica takes after me. If your parents met us, they might even start favoring us over their son. If I could see them again, I wouldn't mind losing their favor." Her father's parents, grandparents, right? But Chica had almost no memories of them. They existed only in stories her parents told. "Still, if I did see them, they might beat me to a pulp. No, that would be getting off easy. I've been a terrible father." "Because you feel like you've failed, Chica, don't you?" "Yet." Resting on her father's back, Chica could sense the stiffness in his movements, his body briefly freezing. "Even though I consulted the villagers and they all supported me. Chica's still so young." "You're afraid that as Chica grows older, no, in this place, no one has the right to grow older. You're worried that she won't understand your choices and will resent you for them. Is that it? If she resents me, so be it. After all, I'm the one who forced her and the other children her age to make decisions far beyond their years. Even if they grow mature enough to understand the weight of those choices and despise me for it, it's my burden to bear. You idiot! Why did I fall for someone like you?" Her mother's voice had been filled with exasperation, but beneath it, there had been something else. Something sweet, like the honey candies Chica got during New Year's. Something tender, like her favorite lavender melons. Something she didn't fully understand or know how to describe. Her mother had once explained it to her, smiling brightly as she did. "This feeling, it's called love. Listen closely, it wasn't you who forced the children to make choices. It was this cruel world. And it wasn't you who caused our deaths. In fact, if not for you, neither I, Chica, nor anyone else in the village would have survived that black tide. That's why, when you asked for everyone's opinion, the entire village supported you. We were all rescued from the ocean of death. Every one of us remembers who it was that gave us this chance to live. We've already made peace with our circumstances. So when you decided to gamble our future to save even more lives, we accepted it gladly. I'm proud of you, my love. And I'm sure Chica will be, too, once she learns the truth. After all, you said it yourself, she takes after me, doesn't she?" Chica couldn't recall what had been said after that. She only remembered the warmth of the sunlight on her skin, the gentle breeze playing with her hair, and the comforting embrace of a sweet dream. Sarah suddenly noticed that Chica had gone quiet on her back. No more fidgeting. No more chatter. Turning her head slightly, Sarah caught a glimpse of Chica's face resting against her shoulder. Chica's expression was serene, her breathing steady, with a faint smile gracing her lips. It seemed she was having a good dream. The girl who had been so boisterous all day was now silent, and Sarah found herself unaccustomed to the change. Gazing at Chica's peaceful face, Sarah thought to herself, so, she can look like this, too. Perhaps without realizing it, Sarah's steps slowed. Her breathing steadied, her gait becoming smoother and more careful. Was she trying not to disturb the dream? Sarah didn't know. Thank you so much for being here. This bonus chapter is like a little sprout brought to life by all the warmth and encouragement you've given. Wise TL is so grateful to have such wonderful readers who help these stories grow into something even more beautiful. If you'd like to sprinkle even more sunshine and rain onto this garden of dreams, you can visit patreon.com/wisetl. Every little bit helps the flowers bloom brighter. With love, Nahida Seedling. Chapter 139, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit. 139:50 PS. Bonus chapters are like surprise blossoms, unexpected, yet full of joy. Seedling. Dash. Though Kiichi Haugen had assured them that the monsters near the village were mostly taken care of, it was better to stay cautious. Not that Kiichi Haugen needed to worry about these two. Sarah was mature for her age, and Chika was intimately familiar with the area and knew where it was safest. Sarah's journey back had been uneventful, right up until she reached Chika's house. Standing at the doorstep, Sarah hesitated. Carrying Chika on her back meant she couldn't free her hands to open the door. As she debated waking Chika, she noticed the door was slightly ajar. Did we forget to close the door when we left? Sarah doubted she'd make such a careless mistake. Awkwardly, while still holding Chika steady on her back, Sarah used her foot to nudge the door open. Master! If the door hadn't been left open by them, it must have been someone else. Sarah's first thought was her master. But as she stepped inside, there was no sign of Kiichi Haugen. Did she leave again? Kicking the door closed out of habit, Sarah inadvertently caused Chika to slip slightly on her back. Reflexively, she tightened her grip, lifting Chika back into place. The motion seemed to disturb Chika, who murmured groggily as if waking from a dream. MMNH. Is it morning already? No, it's almost night, Sarah replied. The sun had begun its descent, though it hadn't quite set. Sister Sarah. Chika rubbed her eyes, trying to piece together her fragmented memories. Did I fall asleep? Seems like it. And your expression, how should I put it? Sarah hesitated, searching for the right words. It was so content it made me jealous. Were you dreaming? A dream. Chika rested her chin on Sarah's shoulder, her face hidden from view. Probably. But, it's all a bit hazy now. Like ripples on a lake breaking apart. A reflection. Did I say anything in my sleep? Not that I heard. Sarah walked further into the house, only to notice something odd. The two paper familiars, Teru and Jiro, were nowhere to be seen. Strange. They were usually tidying up or doing chores around the house. Chika, since you're awake now, get off my back. Sarah's request was met with silence, followed by an exaggerated, clearly fake snore. Get off. But Sister Sarah, I'm already asleep. Snore. You have 3 seconds to get down, or I'll throw you off. 3. The ultimatum worked wonders. Your back was just so comfy, Sister Sarah. It felt like when my dad used to carry me. I couldn't help falling asleep. Hee hee. Chika's sheepish grin left Sarah momentarily at a loss for words. Well, Sarah cleared her throat, trying to sound composed. If it's that comfortable, I suppose I could carry you again next time. Really? Really? Carrying Chika wasn't a big deal. She wasn't heavy. Though, with how busy her master had seemed lately, Sarah had a nagging feeling this sealed space would soon be undone. When that time came, Sarah knew she would leave this strange world with her master. And Chika would come along too, along with the rest of the villagers, including Chika's parents. Assuming, of course, they were still alive. Sarah didn't know where Chika's parents or the other villagers were. The worst-case scenario was that they were already gone. But if, just if, some of them had survived and were somewhere hidden in this space, then when all 3 auxiliary cores were broken, everyone would be forcibly transported to the other world. If that happened, she'd finally meet them. With her master's strength, she could eliminate the monsters in the other world and bring everyone back to the real world. While the thought of relying entirely on her master left Sarah feeling uneasy, there was no other choice. Attempting something reckless without understanding the difference in strength would only burden Master further, and that was unacceptable. Sarah remembered her master's teachings. Acknowledging your limitations is how you grow. Knowing when to give up, when to ask for help, and when to rely on others requires both courage and wisdom. Oh, right. Why are you shouting all of a sudden? Sarah shot Chika a look of exasperation. Because, Sister Sarah, didn't you say you wanted to play Haintsuki? And I promised to show you the paddle my dad gave me. Sarah blinked. That did sound vaguely familiar. She wasn't particularly eager to play Haintsuki. If anything, she was only curious about it, which was why she'd forgotten about it entirely until now. Well, it's not like I'm dying to play it. Still, don't you at least want to see it? The paddle and the shuttlecock. Sarah pressed her lips together before nodding slightly. Hee hee. Chika giggled mischievously, and Sarah felt an unexpected warmth creep into her cheeks. Wait here, Sister Sarah. I'll go find them. I think they're in a box in my parents' room. As Chika's voice trailed off, she disappeared into the room where Sarah had slept the previous night. Left alone, Sarah found herself at a loss for what to do and sat down to wait. When she emptied her mind to pass the time, her senses grew sharper. Something drew her attention to the dining table. There, a glass of water sat. Sarah noticed faint ripples spreading across its surface. What's this? Her brows furrowed as a sense of unease settled over her. From behind, hurried footsteps approached. Sarah? Are you here? Master. Sarah turned to see Kiichi Haugen entering, her expression unusually grim. But the sight of her master didn't bring Sarah any comfort. The feeling of an impending storm only grew stronger. All 3 cores have been destroyed, Kiichi Haugen said, her voice tense. The other world is about to manifest. Where is Chika? Thank you so much for being here. This bonus chapter is like a little sprout brought to life by all the warmth and encouragement you've given. YSTL is so grateful to have such wonderful readers who help these stories grow into something even more beautiful. If you'd like to sprinkle even more sunshine and rain onto this garden of dreams, you can visit patreon.com/YSTL right bracket. Every little bit helps the flowers bloom brighter. With love, Nahida Seedling. Chapter 140, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 140-100 PS. Bonus chapters are like surprise blossoms, unexpected, yet full of joy. Seedling. Sarah's words were hurried, but she managed to convey the most critical piece of information succinctly. Earlier, Kiichi had explained to Sarah that once all 3 auxiliary cores were shattered, the alternate dimension tethered to the sealed space would manifest. When this happened, every entity within the sealed space would be forcibly transported to the alternate dimension. Kiichi Haugen had shared her plan. Rather than exhaust themselves hunting monsters scattered throughout the sealed space, they would draw everything into the alternate dimension. In the other world, with no place to retreat, even the monsters would be trapped. This would also ensure no stragglers slipped through. However, Kiichi Haugen had stressed the importance of one condition. When the forced transfer began, all 3 of them, Kiichi Haugen, Sarah, and Chika, must stay together. If they were separated during the transfer and someone ended up in the middle of a pack of monsters, the consequences could be catastrophic. Fully aware of this, Sarah wasted no time. Her expression grew serious as she stood, ready to head toward the room Chika had gone into. But before she could take a step, the ground beneath her and the entire space began to quake violently. Having stood up in a hurry, Sarah lost her balance, nearly falling, until a strong arm steadied her. Where is Chika? Kiichi Haugen's voice was firm, tinged with urgency. The room where I slept last night. Sarah answered, just as frantic. There was no time to waste. Without a second thought, Kiichi Haugen dashed forward. Manners be damned, she slammed her shoulder into the flimsy wooden door, breaking it apart with a resounding crash. The room was small, and Kiichi Haugen immediately spotted Chika sprawled on the floor. Chika! The loud crash, or perhaps Sarah's panicked shout, startled Chika. She looked up, her expression confused. Sister Sarah? Angel sister! The tremors intensified. Chika's house was far from sturdy, it was already showing signs of collapse. Chika! We need to leave now. The house is going to fall. Sarah tried to convey the urgency of the situation, while Kiichi Haugen acted without hesitation. Before Sarah could say another word, Kiichi Haugen used her free arm to scoop Chika up. Wah! Chika finally snapped out of her daze and began struggling in Kiichi Haugen's hold. No! No, we can't. Sarah initially thought Chika was reluctant to leave because of the sentimental value of the house. It must have been filled with memories of her and her parents. To Chika, this house likely held a unique, irreplaceable meaning. But what Chika said next left Sarah stunned. Sister Sarah, the box with the paddle and the shuttlecock you wanted to see, it's still in there. In the corner of the room, both Kiichi Haugen and Sarah noticed a small wooden box. It was old and slightly damaged, but the lack of dust on it suggested it was cherished. Its owner had likely taken care of it to the best of their ability, even if they didn't know how to properly maintain it. Sarah was at a loss for words, her mouth half open in disbelief. This house, filled with memories of Chika's parents, and she's more worried about a box? All because I was curious about it. Kiichi Haugen, however, didn't share Sarah's sentimentality. She raised her hand, and a gust of azure wind swept through the room, lifting the box into the air. With both arms occupied carrying Sarah and Chika, she left the task of retrieving the box to the wind. Moments before the house collapsed entirely, a streak of light shot out of the rubble. That streak was Kiichi Haugen holding Sarah and Chika, with the small wooden box floating beside them in the embrace of a swirling wind current. The box hovered close to Chika, and she reached out to grab it. Hold on to it tight. The transfer is about to begin, Kiichi Haugen said. She raised her head, looking skyward. Above them, the bright sun began to darken, its radiant light swallowed by an inky blackness. When the transformation was complete, the sun resembled a black hole, a void that seemed to devour everything. The oppressive sight exuded an overwhelming sense of finality. It felt as though the world itself was reaching its end, like a dying elder drawing their final breaths. The blackened sun began to descend, closing the distance between itself and the ground below. When it touched down, it consumed everything: land, sky, and all the life that remained within this sealed space. The black sun was the entrance to the other world. And now, Kiichi Haugen, Sarah, and Chika had been pulled inside. The other world was not as pitch black as the sun that led to it. It was vast, though Sarah could just barely make out the edges with her sharp eyesight. Beneath their feet was a grey stone floor, stretching outward and bordered by intricately carved stone pillars. In the center of this space hung another black sun. From this sun extended countless chains, each anchoring itself to the surrounding pillars. The chains shimmered faintly with a golden light, though the glow was weak, like fireflies flickering in a storm. Sarah followed the chains with her gaze, her eyes eventually landing on the black sun above. In that moment, she saw a pair of eyes. They locked onto hers, brimming with malevolence so overwhelming it threatened to consume her. The malice surged forward, like a tidal wave of filth aiming to tear, devour, and corrupt her very soul. It was the muck of the abyss, the calamity of chaos itself. Sarah felt as if she were drowning in it until a cool sensation washed over her mind, and she came back to her senses. Don't look too long. Staring into the abyss will steal your soul, Kiichi Haugen's calm, reassuring voice said. A hand rested over Sarah's eyes, its touch cooling the lingering heat of fear. Her master's presence brought a sense of safety nothing else could replace. So long as master was here, it felt as though even the sky could fall, and they would remain unscathed. From every direction came low, guttural growls. The source, an encroaching swarm of rift hounds, their claws scraping the ground as they exuded palpable malice. Though their menace didn't match the entity above, their overwhelming numbers made up for the difference. But with Kiichi Haugen standing between them, that malevolence could not touch Sarah or Chika. The Rift Hounds bared their fangs, preparing to attack. This time, however, Kiichi Haugen had no intention of playing with them. Her heels, sharp and needle-like, slammed into the ground with a thunderous crack. From that point, a wave of crimson fire erupted outward, engulfing the Rift Hounds in its path. The Inferno's heat was so intense that the creatures turned to ash the moment it touched them. Kiichi Haugen didn't spare them a single glance. By the time the fiery wave subsided, not a single Rift Hound remained. The flames had consumed them all, leaving no trace. Thank you so much for being here. This bonus chapter is like a little sprout brought to life by all the warmth and encouragement you've given. WiseTL is so grateful to have such wonderful readers who help these stories grow into something even more beautiful. If you'd like to sprinkle even more sunshine and rain onto this garden of dreams, you can visit patreon.com/wisetl. Every little bit helps the flowers bloom brighter. This is my last message to you, but don't be sad, it's simply time for a new chapter to begin. Like the gentle winds that carry seeds to new places, I hope the stories we've shared together will continue to bloom in your heart. Thank you for letting me be a part of your journey. May the path ahead be filled with light, laughter, and endless wonder. Until we meet again, take care. With love, always, Nahida Seedling. Chapter 141, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit. 141. The serpentine flames that surged into the sky and the scorched black earth beneath were a testament to a calamity that the perpetrator brought about with effortless grace. Although Sarah had previously witnessed her master's unparalleled prowess manipulating wind, ice, thunder, and fire to decimate countless more Rift Hounds than this display of casual devastation left her in a different kind of awe. Why the surprise? I was just messing around. In the past, I had no choice but to amuse myself with these small fry. But now, there's a major boss appearing, and time's of the essence. Those outdated mobs are naturally getting left behind. Kiichi Haugen casually set both Sarah and Chika down before continuing, it's like surviving on instant noodles, fine when it's all you have, and the taste is passable. But if you've got a lobster hot pot in front of you now, why stick to the noodles you've been eating for days? Into the trash they go. At that moment, the chains coiled around the stone pillars suddenly went taut. The golden light flickering across the chains grew erratic, accompanied by strained creaking sounds that echoed ominously. It didn't last long. With a deafening crash, one of the chains finally gave way, snapping apart. The broken chain whipped around violently, smashing into a neighboring chain with a shower of sparks, and that chain, too, soon met the same fate, snapping into two. The thrashing chains cut through the air, slamming heavily against a stone pillar and leaving a deep gouge in its surface. This was just the beginning. More chains began to snap, one after another. And with each chain that broke, the shadowy sun hanging overhead darkened, oozing malice into the surrounding air. Sarah's face turned ashen as she instinctively covered her nose and mouth. It felt as though she were drowning in a mire of filth or standing in a blood-soaked sea of stench. It wasn't poison, yet this malice surpassed any toxin in its sheer malevolence. It didn't target the body, organs, or blood but life itself. It was the perversion of life itself, stripped of the peace, equality, and mercy of death. It was rage, jealousy, arrogance, the very antithesis of life, despised by all living beings and the world itself, yet inseparable from it. A sharp whistle cut through the air. A broken chain lashed toward Kiichi Haugen and her companions. The speed was so blinding that neither Sarah nor Chika caught even a glimpse of its afterimage before it was already upon them. Yet, as if protected by an invisible barrier, the chain struck something unseen and was deflected harmlessly away. The snapping chains were mere distractions to Kiichi Haugen. What truly caught her attention was the black sun above, or rather, the presence within it. The black sludge spilling from the sun was no longer a metaphor but a tangible substance, oozing malevolence. And with it came a massive black claw that hooked onto the sun's edge, prying it apart. Cracks began to form around the black sun's edges, and from within, two crimson eyes brimming with savage fury glowed menacingly. The black sun's boundaries were torn asunder, and the being sealed within for 5 centuries finally revealed itself to Keiichi Haugen and the others. Its first feature to emerge was a wolf's head, far more menacing and regal than the rift hounds. If the others were wolves, then this creature was undoubtedly the king of wolves. As it slowly emerged from the fissures, Keiichi Haugen immediately thought of a similar monster. The Golden King Rift Hound? But she hesitated. This creature was different. Its sheer size, estimated at nearly 800 meters in length, was far beyond the Golden King Rift Hound she recalled from the game. Moreover, it wasn't gold. This creature was pitch black, interspersed with ominous streaks of dark purple. While it shared the floating wolf heads of the Golden King Rift Hound, this one had 4 claws. If not for its distinctly lupin head, Keiichi Haugen might have mistaken it for a dragon. After 5 centuries of slumber, the creature's first act upon awakening was to stretch its mountainous body mid-air, raising its head for an earth-shaking roar. Ruoar! Sarah and Chica covered their ears, their faces pale. "Hey, you bastard! You scared my disciples!" Keiichi Haugen's bellow cut through the creature's deafening roar. The ambient elemental forces surged at her command. Fireballs, ice spikes, stone pillars, and lightning spears launched an all-out assault on the creature from all directions, detonating in a cacophony of explosions. Ruoar! Amid the billowing smoke, the creature roared again, but this time, the sound carried an undeniable note of agony. Sarah and Chica stared at Keiichi Haugen with stunned expressions as she declared with fiery confidence, "Waking up after 5 centuries, even the great sage equal to heaven would be tempted to cause a ruckus. Sure, stretch your limbs, yawn all you like, but I won't let you frighten my disciples." For the first time in ages, Keiichi Haugen unleashed the full authority of her status as a great yokai to warn the monster before her. But the creature neither understood nor cared for such authority. It only knew that it had been attacked and it hurt. As a spirit born of nature itself, Keiichi Haugen could feel the surrounding elemental forces trembling in fear, retreating. The creature emerged from the smoke, baring its fangs. Opening its massive maw, it unleashed a corrosive breath toward Keiichi Haugen and her companions. The purple-black beam swept across the ground, devouring their silhouettes. The blistering heat alone was enough to melt metal, but the abyssal power within it, far more corrosive and insidious, was the true threat. The ground dissolved, the air combusted, and even the elemental forces in the vicinity were eroded, fading away with mournful wails. Yet amid the torrent of destruction, a flash of crimson light suddenly pierced through. Compared to the overwhelming tide of purple-black energy, the crimson light seemed no more significant than a small boat in a raging sea. But against all odds, the crimson light pushed through the cataclysmic surge, piercing the monster's head and erupting into a fiery blaze. With its head smoldering and scarred, the colossal creature crashed heavily to the ground, triggering another quake. Keiichi Haugen flicked her wrist, and the corrosive flames around them were extinguished by a gust of wind. The trio stood unscathed. Greetings, esteemed reader. Your presence throughout this chapter's journey is deeply appreciated. In Liu, we hold that every tale, much like the enduring stone, gains strength through the appreciation of those who encounter it. Should you wish to support Wisetel's dedicated endeavors in bringing these narratives to you, you may consider visiting patreon.com/wisetl. Even the most modest contribution serves as a cornerstone, fortifying the foundation upon which future stories are built. With sincere regards. Zhongli. Chapter 142, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit. 142. Sarah glanced at the massive, monstrous beast lying on the ground, howling in pain, then turned to look at the longbow in Keiichi Haugen's hand. A sense of unreality welled up inside her. She had witnessed the entire sequence of events. As the Abyssal King Rifthound was about to unleash its breath attack, Qiqi Haugen calmly drew her longbow without nocking an arrow. Then, as the destructive torrent descended from above, something seemed to block it, splitting the catastrophic flood into two streams that veered off to either side, leaving them untouched just 2 meters away. Even from this close range, merely glimpsing that purple-black torrent made Sarah's heart pound, her mind thrown into disarray. At that moment, red flames unexpectedly ignited along the bowstring Qiqi Haugen had drawn. The flames, obedient and precise, coalesced into a single arrow in her hand. With a calm demeanor, she aimed her flaming arrow at the oncoming flood and released it. What happened next left Sarah stunned. The slender, seemingly insignificant arrow pierced into the torrent and surged upward, unstoppable, ultimately striking and severely wounding the terrifying beast. "Stay here and don't wander off. I'll be back shortly." Qiqi Haugen stepped forward lightly, and in the blink of an eye, she was 50 meters away. Sarah watched her master's retreating figure before looking down at the ground beneath her feet. She and Chica stood within the charred marks left behind from when Qiqi Haugen annihilated the Rift Hounds. Only now did Sarah notice that the scorch marks formed a complex network of intricate runes. These runes exuded a protective power, clearly designed to shield her and Chica. No wonder Qiqi Haugen felt confident leaving them behind. Personal skill, Onmid, Law, A. Ordinary Onmyoji needed to write runes on paper using special materials like cinnabar, pine soot ink, or chicken blood for them to have any effect. However, as a renowned Onmyoji from the late Heian period, drawing runes out of thin air was child's play for Qiqi Haugen. She could even use scorch marks from flames to create charms, their power far surpassing that of most other Onmyoji. For instance, Chica's father required pre-drawn charms to cast 5-element spells. In contrast, Qiqi Haugen could perform the same feats with a mere gesture. Such was the gulf in their abilities. The Abyssal King Rifthound's sharp claws dug into the ground, leaving deep gouges as it struggled to rise. Once upright, it spotted a figure as small as an ant standing calmly before it. "Not coming at me? Don't feel like shredding me with those claws of yours? Or gnawing on me with those teeth?" Qiqi Haugen stood with one hand on her hip, a playful tone in her voice. "Anyone would want revenge after being hit that hard, right? Or did I knock you silly? What's that phrase again? The blow was just right, not too hard, not too soft, just enough to leave you dazed without breaking your brain." The Abyssal King Rifthound lacked the intelligence to understand human words. But precisely because it lacked intelligence, its instincts were sharper. It knew one thing: this tiny ant of a person was the one who had struck it down from the sky. That alone was enough. The beast's enormous claw lashed out, raking through the air with such force that even space itself seemed to tear, leaving behind a visible scar. "Perfect." Qiqi Haugen grinned, stepping forward to meet the attack. She unsheathed the long blade at her waist and swung it in a single decisive motion. Boom! A dark shadow shot backward like a cannonball, while a deep gash appeared on the Abyssal King Rifthound's claw. The figure that had been flung back stabilized mid-air. Qiqi Haugen spread her pure white wings, shaking out her arm as if testing its strength. "Seems I don't have the upper hand in brute strength." Despite her X-level magic power and agility, Qiqi Haugen's physical strength was only rated D, the lowest of all her stats. Below, the Abyssal King Rifthound rose into the air once more. Though there were still 2 ants on the ground, the beast's instincts told it that the one before it posed the greater threat. It needed to eliminate her first. To the Abyssal King Rifthound, Qiqi Haugen and Sarah were akin to a bullet ant that could deliver a painful bite and a regular ant that could be crushed with a single press. This time, the beast forewent its claws, opening its maw wide and snapping at Qiqi Haugen. With a gentle beat of her white wings, Qiqi Haugen moved like a gust of wind, effortlessly evading the beast's jaws. Her agility was no mere decoration. In the air, Qiqi Haugen boasted some of the best maneuverability among servants. But she wasn't simply dodging. After weaving through the air, she landed on the Abyssal King Rifthound's back, plunging her long blade into its body. The blade met resistance as it struck the beast's tough exterior. However, when Qiqi Haugen channeled her magic into the blade, it sharpened instantly, piercing through the monster's shell. Of course, a single stab wasn't nearly enough. For a creature spanning 800 meters, Qiqi Haugen's sword was hardly more than a toothpick, even with an extended blade imbued with magic. Realizing there was a mosquito clinging to its back, the Abyssal King Rifthound swiped at Qiqi Haugen with its massive claws. Boom! The beast held nothing back, slamming its own body with full force. Yet, in the next moment, a massive gash appeared, stretching from its claws all the way to its tail. From the wound erupted a black mist, thick with the abyss's tainted energy, like a fountain of dark blood. Gah! Don't think it's over yet. Qiqi Haugen's manic laughter echoed through the skies. From the spraying black mist, a fiery serpent rose. In the blink of an eye, the serpent transformed into a towering pillar of fire. From the beast's tail to its head, segment after segment erupted in a brilliant crimson blaze, each burst as radiant as a lotus of fire. The falling sparks resembled a meteor shower, breathtakingly beautiful. Among them were fragments of the Abyssal King Rifthound's shattered, blackened shell. The beast now appeared utterly battered, firmly under Qiqi Haugen's relentless assault. However, its massive size posed a unique challenge. No matter how devastating Qiqi Haugen's attacks were, dealing a fatal blow remained difficult. Even causing explosions from within its body was insufficient. The Abyssal King Rifthound, like the Rifthounds, defied conventional biology. It appeared to have a head, limbs, and a torso, but it lacked essential organs like a brain or heart or even a core. If it had a core, the battle would be far simpler, destroying it would mean instant death. Fortunately for Qiqi Haugen, her X-level magic power allowed her to draw on the planet's mana at will, replenishing her reserves endlessly. Any other servant would have run out of energy long ago, incapable of sustaining such an unrestrained barrage. T/N, Stellaris HSR got bonked again, double frowny face, off to the hub. The Scribble 1, will be re-uploaded there this week. Will put an end of chapter when it has been. Greetings, esteemed reader. Your presence throughout this chapter's journey is deeply appreciated. In Liu, we hold that every tale, much like the enduring stone, gains strength through the appreciation of those who encounter it. Should you wish to support Wisetal's dedicated endeavors in bringing these narratives to you, you may consider visiting patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Even the most modest contribution serves as a cornerstone, fortifying the foundation upon which future stories are built. With sincere regards. Zhongli. Who let this old man here? Chapter 143, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit. 143. Compared to the Abyssal King Rifthound's colossal 800-meter-long body, Qiqi Haugen was as small as a mosquito. But that very size made the Abyssal King Rifthound unwieldy and slow. As she dodged another swipe of its massive claw, Qiqi Haugen slashed out with her long blade, sending wave after wave of wind-forged sword energy slashing into the beast's body. The Abyssal King Rifthound roared in fury, its enormous tail whipping around like a gale-laden whip. However, with a light beat of her wings, Qiqi Haugen dove downward in an elegant arc, causing the attack to miss entirely. Then, above her, ominous energy began to gather once more. The Abyssal King Rifthound was attempting the same move, condensing the abyssal power into its maw, preparing to unleash another devastating breath attack. You're seriously trying to pull off a move that requires a charge-up time in front of me? What's wrong with your brain? Qiqi Haugen sneered as she glanced upward. The next moment, the sky was suddenly painted in resplendent, divine gold. Like the wrath of a god descending upon the earth, a lightning-forged spear materialized, crackling with divine fury, and slammed down upon the Abyssal King Rifthound's head. The brilliant radiance of the lightning could have seared the eyes of any who dared look at it, and the thunderous roar of its impact could have shattered eardrums. The thunderous strike cracked open the beast's forehead, scattering fragments of its charred outer shell in all directions. The Abyssal King Rifthound's attack was interrupted, but the energy already gathered in its maw began to destabilize, erupting in a violent explosion within its own mouth. Boom! The shockwave from the explosion was so intense that even Kiichi Haugen was pushed back, her wings fluttering to stabilize her mid-air. She narrowed her eyes, peering through the thick cloud of smoke engulfing the beast's head. Although the Abyssal King Rifthound was born of abyssal energy, the backlash from this explosion had clearly done significant damage. So when the beast emerged from the smoke, its face fractured and riddled with gaps, Kiichi Haugen wasn't the least bit surprised. Hovering mid-air, she took a few deep breaths, her reserves of magic power already replenished. The problem right now is landing a decisive blow, isn't it? She frowned slightly, glancing at the absurdly massive form of the beast before her. If it were a holy sword wielder's weapon, it would probably obliterate it completely, leaving nothing behind assuming enough magic energy were provided. In the Fate universe, the most iconic noble phantasm was undoubtedly Excalibur, the sword of promised victory. Forged from humanity's faith and crystallized within the planet's core, it was the ultimate god-crafted weapon, a symbol of unparalleled power and honor. By concentrating the wielder's magic into pure light, it unleashed torrents of radiance capable of obliterating entire cities with ease. If Excalibur were fully unleashed, it would surely make short work of the Abyssal King Rifthound. A celestial forged holy sword, hey! Even someone like me, who doesn't care about much, can't help but admire its glory. Kiichi Haugen mused wistfully. Too bad Chaldea has so many Artorias, yet not the original blue saber. Her thoughts were interrupted as she noticed the Abyssal King Rifthound gathering its purple-black energy once more. Again? Haven't you learned your lesson yet? Initially assuming it was another breath attack, she quickly realized she was wrong. Without any noticeable charge-up time, the Abyssal King Rifthound fired a purple-black energy projectile shaped like a wolf's head directly at her. With a graceful beat of her wings, Kiichi Haugen darted away, but the wolf head relentlessly chased her. A homing attack, is it? Her voice carried a hint of surprise before she chuckled wryly. She conjured an ice spear imbued with freezing energy and hurled it at the pursuing projectile. When the spear collided with the wolf-shaped energy, it detonated in a powerful explosion. Sparing only a glance at the dissipating energy, she turned her focus back to the Abyssal King Rifthound. The beast, undeterred by the loss of its projectile, opened its maw again, releasing 3 identical wolf head projectiles aimed from 3 different directions. Seeing the incoming projectiles brimming with corrosive power, Kiichi Haugen grinned and didn't dodge. Instead, she accelerated straight toward one of them. The wolf head opened its jaws wide to devour her, but what met it was the gleam of a crescent-shaped blade. Boom! The severed projectile detonated upon impact, its purple-black energy unleashing a wave of abyssal heat and light that enveloped Kiichi Haugen. The remaining 2 projectiles followed suit, erupting in deafening explosions. This abyssal energy, like nuclear radiation, was devastating to all living beings in this dimension. The Abyssal King Rifthound fixed its gaze on the epicenter of the blasts, its massive, scarred body tensing as it moved forward. And then, it realized it couldn't move. Turning its head, it saw icy chains glowing with frost, binding it tightly. It had no idea when these chains had coiled around it. Ruoar. The sensation of being restrained drove the beast into a frenzy. It thrashed wildly, attempting to break free. If I want to destroy you, scattered attacks won't work, Kiichi Haugen remarked calmly, her figure illuminated by the dissipating energy waves. The green winds of the element of Anmo gathered around her, causing her flowing white hair to dance like ethereal silk. I'd need something like a holy sword or a holy lance, something that concentrates the user's magic to the utmost degree before releasing it all at once. Only then can I inflict serious damage. She looked down at her weapon with a faint smile. I could theoretically compress elemental energy using my own body, but I lack a weapon capable of withstanding such power. The ones I forged myself, while serviceable, would likely shatter if forced to bear such intensity. She sighed wistfully, gripping her bow with one hand and knocking an arrow with the other. Ah! It's truly heartbreaking. These weapons have served me well. As she drew the bowstring, the winds howling around her coalesced, pouring into the small arrow. For the first time, the Abyssal King Rifthound felt the presence of death looming over it. This might not reach the level of smiting gods, rending skies, or shattering stars, but it should be more than enough for you. With a soft murmur, Kiichi Haugen released the arrow. The arrow, infused with the concentrated fury of the wind, broke the sound barrier instantly. Before the shockwave of its flight reached anyone's ears, the storm-like fang struck the Abyssal King Rifthound's neck with catastrophic force. Greetings, esteemed reader. Your presence throughout this chapter's journey is deeply appreciated. In Liu, we hold that every tale, much like the enduring stone, gains strength through the appreciation of those who encounter it. Should you wish to support Wisetal's dedicated endeavors in bringing these narratives to you, you may consider visiting patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Even the most modest contribution serves as a cornerstone, fortifying the foundation upon which future stories are built. With sincere regards. Zhongli. Chapter 144, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 144. That arrow wasn't a noble phantasm, it was the result of crudely compressing an immense amount of magical or elemental energy before releasing it in a single burst. Nor was the bow itself a noble phantasm. Though forged by Kiichi Haugen's hands, it was merely a durable weapon, nothing extraordinary, lacking mystic enchantments or rare materials. It was a casual creation, akin to the projected weapons of Servant Emiya, functional but breakable, often destroyed in combat with formidable foes. Shooting that arrow had been the absolute limit for the bow. The Abyssal King Rifthound's body was now wreathed in a shroud of purple-black mist. It had seemingly redirected all its abyssal energy to bolster its defensive shell. Even so, the storm-like fang of wind burrowed deeper into its body. The furious wind elemental energy clashed against the abyssal force, each trying to overpower the other. For now, they were locked in a stalemate, neither yielding ground. You didn't really think that would be enough, did you? A teasing voice rang out. Above the Abyssal King Rifthound, Kiichi Haugen appeared, casually resting a naginata on her shoulder. Beside her, another version of herself stood, hand gripping the hilt of a katana. These two weren't alone. On the ground, a third Kiichi Haugen held a Tengu fan, and the one who had fired the arrow floated nearby. In total, there were now 4 Kiichi Haugens. This wasn't the first time this phenomenon had occurred. When using her noble phantasm, Rikut Sanryaku, Ma Sande Yusen, Kiichi Haugen split into 4 distinct entities, each commanding a specific elemental force: wind, ice, thunder, and fire. The icy chains that had bound the Abyssal King Rifthound earlier, they had been conjured by the Kiichi Haugen wielding the Tengu fan. I've been testing your defenses for a while now, and I've got a decent read on that turtle shell of yours. That arrow might hurt you, but it won't finish you off, the Kiichi Haugen with the naginata grinned, golden lightning dancing in her eyes. But add thunder and fire into the mix, and the outcome changes, said the katana-wielding Kiichi Haugen. She unsheathed her blade and gently ran her hand along the edge, igniting it with a crimson flame. Wind spreads the thunder and fire, mused the Kiichi Haugen on the ground, casually resting the Tengu fan on her shoulder. And thunder overloads fire. Is that how it works? Since we're in Tibet, maybe I should study its advanced elemental theory. Don't bother. I didn't even like reading the books in Genshin Impact when I played. The recipes were way more interesting, chimed in the bow-wielding Kiichi Haugen. Forget the recipes. Aren't the characters the real highlight of the game? Ganyu and Xiao must still be around during this timeline, right? And Inajama's got that shut-in and that sly fox, another retorted. The Keiichi Haugans began bickering amongst themselves. The sight of someone arguing with themselves was as surreal as it was chaotic. Enough! Can't you focus on the task at hand? That arrow I shot is about to give out, the bow-wielding Keiichi Haugan yelled, exasperated. You're acting like some lazy wind god. If anyone's like a wind god, isn't it you? Snapped the fan-wielding Keiichi Haugan. You're the one using wind. I'm more like the ice god, even though the ice god isn't out yet. Maybe it's Hairsker of Reason? No, that's Hairsker of the Duck. Meanwhile, the Naginata and katana-wielding Keiichi Haugans exchanged a glance. Shall I go first? Asked the katana wielder. Go ahead, replied the Naginata wielder, twirling her weapon with a flourish. Though playful and irreverent, they weren't irresponsible. With the reminder from their counterpart, they got back to work. The Naginata-wielding Keiichi Haugan stepped forward, taking a deep breath before exhaling slowly. Her eyes snapped open, and her golden irises glowed with the power of lightning. Her expression turned solemn and awe-inspiring, exuding an aura akin to a wrathful Buddhist guardian deity. Divine energy radiated from her, compelling respect and fear. Foul wretch of the abyss, prepare to face your end. This lightning does not carry the grace of Indra, Thor, or Zeus, it is the fury of my demonic might. Be crushed beneath the wrath of the demon lord. She reversed her grip on the Naginata and took a throwing stance. Her voice pierced through the raging winds, and the golden lightning coiling around her weapon surged to its peak, concentrating at its tip. When the energy reached its zenith, she hurled the Naginata with all her strength. The weapon split the storm apart, blazing with golden lightning so intense it almost seemed liquid, striking the abyssal King Rifthound squarely. In that instant, amidst the swirling gold and green light, a fiery crimson glow erupted. Above, the katana-wielding Keiichi Haugan raised her flaming blade high, her expression cold and resolute. 500 years of karma, 500 years of sin, it ends here. With those words, the crimson flame surged, overtaking the golden lightning and green wind, engulfing the abyssal King Rifthound entirely. The world turned red, as if consumed by an apocalyptic inferno. The landscape and all its sins were painted in fire. There were no stars in the sealed space. This was normal. Even the sun and moon were illusions. Perhaps clouds existed, but a starry sky did not. The last time she had seen the stars felt like an eternity ago, long enough for all pain to be forgotten, for old dreams to turn to dust. Stars? A beautiful word. Whoever painted this masterpiece of the cosmos must have been a genius, to adorn the tranquil night with countless glittering lights, crafting a canvas both mysterious and profound. Once, the memory of stars existed only in faded drawings and distant recollections. Now, it overlapped with the scene before her. Papa, Mama, and everyone else. You've all been waiting for me out there, haven't you? The girl stretched out her hand. Her gaze easily passed through her increasingly transparent palm, fixing on the stars above. They seemed to tell her tales of the past, praising her for her perseverance. From her perspective, countless tiny motes of light floated upward, as if becoming part of the stars themselves. The stars welcomed her, rejoicing at her return. Chica has been a good girl, right? Her eyelids grew heavy. Sleepiness washed over her. After all, the night had come. It was time for good children to go to bed. This time, Papa and Mama will wake me up, right? Then, let Chica sleep for a bit. If she doesn't sleep well, she won't be a good girl. T/N, I'm actually so tilted RN, I made an alt account on Marvel Rivals and holy shit, are people in lower ranks so fucking stupid. Greetings, esteemed reader. Your presence throughout this chapter's journey is deeply appreciated. In Liu, we hold that every tale, much like the enduring stone, gains strength through the appreciation of those who encounter it. Should you wish to support Wisetel's dedicated endeavors in bringing these narratives to you, you may consider visiting patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Even the most modest contribution serves as a cornerstone, fortifying the foundation upon which future stories are built. With sincere regards. Zhongli. Chapter 145, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 145. It was said that beyond the village, countless monsters roamed, so many that they were more numerous than the grains of rice in their storage jars. In their country, many brave samurai uncles were fighting, and even the gods themselves were involved in the battles. Chika didn't fully understand what battles meant. But if even the gods had to descend to fight, it must have been something terrifying. Still, their village was safe, and so were its people. This was because of the village chief Chika's father, who used an incredible method to keep the monsters at bay. Yes, her father was truly amazing. Chika couldn't help but feel proud whenever she thought of him. Everything seemed normal, just like it always was, except for the stifling atmosphere that hung over the village. People cried, people suffered. There were faces Chika knew well and some she didn't recognize. Some wore forced smiles, others carried expressions of grim resolve. It felt like there were both more people in the village and fewer people at the same time. Her father, the man she admired so much and whom everyone in the village called a hero, smiled less and less. Every time she saw her father force a smile after catching sight of her, his previously furrowed brows relaxing only briefly, Chika felt a tight ache in her chest. Ah! Is Papa troubled by something? But if he won't tell me, then it must be something I can't help with. Even as young as she was, Chika had a strange sensitivity to certain things. Until, one day, it seemed her father had made a decision. Chika felt happy about it. Because Papa no longer looked so worried. He shared his plans with everyone in the village, and they all supported him wholeheartedly. After all, Papa was their hero. Chika thought so too. Even though Chika didn't understand what decision her father had made, she trusted him unconditionally. She believed the villagers felt the same way. Occasionally, she overheard words like bait, sacrifice, seal, and monsters from her father or others, but she didn't understand what they meant. That didn't matter. Chika believed her father would handle everything and would never disappoint her or the villagers. And then, on that day, for the first time, Chika saw the enemies everyone had been fighting against. Monsters, as endless as a tide, surged toward the village. In the sky loomed an enormous beast. So huge, so many, so terrifying. Chika searched her limited vocabulary and could only come up with those words. So this is what Papa, the samurai uncles, and even the gods have been fighting against? The sky and sea were stained a nauseating crimson, and even from a great distance, the monster's howls pierced the air, freezing her blood. And then, nothing. Chika couldn't comprehend what happened. She couldn't describe what unfolded before her eyes. She only knew it was something her father did that made the endless tide of monsters and the colossal beast vanish entirely. When she awoke from unconsciousness, she learned what had transpired. Apparently, everyone in the village had fallen asleep, just like her. It seemed that was Papa's doing too. That day, the villagers behaved strangely. Some laughed, some cried, some stayed silent, and others celebrated. Chika didn't understand why they were acting that way, but she was happy. Because the oppressive atmosphere that had shrouded the village was gone. The village was finally at peace. Like the warm sunlight, like the calm surface of the sea. Oh, but some things had changed. For example, at night, Chika noticed the stars had disappeared from the sky. Would the lonely moon feel sad without the stars? And outside the village, her parents repeatedly warned her not to wander too far. They said there were still many monsters surrounding the village. So scary. But as long as Papa was here, the monsters couldn't get in. Papa truly was incredible. And then, how many days and nights had passed? When had it all started? Time lost meaning, and the past faded in the endless days. The future dissolved into a distant blur. People stopped reminiscing about the past. They stopped hoping for the future. Because flowers no longer bloomed, birds no longer sang, stars no longer twinkled, and winter no longer came. The village seemed to change, yet nothing changed at all. How many days and nights had passed? When had it all started? The stillness of the long-dead lake was finally disturbed when a stone was cast into it, sending ripples of murky waves. People began to disappear from the village. The villagers grew uneasy, and Papa started to worry again. Grandpa Takahiro, who used to sit on a small stool by the village gate all day, vanished. The children loved his stories about his days as a brave samurai for the shogunate. Sister Sarika and brother Shinbei vanished the night they confessed their feelings for each other. Aunt Mommy, who sold the best fruit, disappeared too. The next day, her husband and their teenage son were gone as well. Gradually, everyone in the village vanished. Even Mama disappeared. Everyone's just gone outside. We'll see them again someday, Papa told her. The future. What a strange, lovely word. Like the stars twinkling in the night sky. Chika, you must always remember this. One day, Papa spoke to me, as if he had something very important to say. Maybe it was as important as the rule not to eat sweets before bed. You must hold on to yourself. Never change who you are. Even if I, Uncle Sword, and everyone else in the village disappear, even if you're the only one left, you must keep living the way you always have. Even if your playmates are gone, keep playing. Even if your mother and I are gone, never do the housework. Just do what you are meant to do. Only what you are meant to do. Ignore everything else. Everyone, gone? Only Chika, left? Does that mean, everyone has just gone outside? I trusted Papa. I wanted an answer from him. So, why has everyone gone outside? Why is Chika the only one left here? Don't think about it too much. Papa's hand was big, bigger than mine or Mama's. When he patted my head, it felt heavy, but safe. If we could, we'd stay by your side. After all, Chika is so sweet, who wouldn't love you? But, someone must remain in the village. Whether it's me, Uncle Sword, or anyone else, we couldn't hold on to ourselves. Against the erosion that even the gods fear, human souls are just too fragile, like rocks worn down by waves. But you're different, Chika. Your soul is so pure that even the erosion leaves no mark. I didn't understand. Papa's words were too difficult. But, there was one thing I vaguely understood. If Chika does what Papa says, does that mean I'll have helped Papa? Will I be a good child? When I asked this, what kind of expression did Papa make? He froze for a moment, biting his lip. His eyes glistened as he blinked rapidly. Then he forced a smile, though he failed the first time. After closing his eyes and taking 2 deep breaths, he finally managed a strained smile and choked out. Yes. Chika has helped Papa. You've been a big help. Really? The wish I'd carried for as long as I could remember to help Papa had finally come true? I was so happy. Then, how long will Chika stay in the village? When will everyone come back for me? Probably, when the gods' messengers come to this world and destroy all the monsters. The gods' messengers? I thought of a picture book I had read before and suddenly asked. Are they angels? Papa's answer was, angels. Maybe. Maybe they really are angels. Chika had a dream. A long dream. In her dream, she endured an unimaginable span of time so long it drove her to madness. In her dream, she watched the grandfather who told her stories leave. She watched the children who played with her leave. She watched the stern-looking yet kind Uncle Sword leave. She watched her beloved Mama and Papa leave. She watched everyone in the village leave, until only she remained. Chika! Chika! A voice, soft as the wind through the grass, stirred her awake. A familiar yet unfamiliar face appeared before her, reflected in her eyes. It made her instinctively call out, knowing the ones she called would bring her happiness. Papa! Mama! Chika! Papa and I have come to take you home. With her signature braid draped over her shoulder, Chika's mother smiled warmly, radiating love and tenderness. Chika reached out, clasping her mother's soft, jade-like hand. The touch felt so real, so wonderful, she couldn't let go. Afterward, Chika turned to her father. Papa! Seeing them again, Chika became anxious, clutching the hem of her clothes tightly. Like a student awaiting their test results, she felt equal parts anticipation and fear. Did I keep my promise to Papa? Was I a good child? Of course. Chika felt herself pulled into a warm embrace, surrounded by a cocoon of happiness. You've always been our most precious, wonderful child. Her mother held her for a long time before suddenly kicking her father. This is all your fault. If you weren't so useless, Chika wouldn't have had to suffer so much. My fault. I lasted till the end, didn't I? You left before me, how dare you lecture me? If you talk back again, you're sleeping outside tonight. Chika's father zipped his lips in defeat. Satisfied, her mother turned back to Chika, her voice as soft as a gentle breeze. So, Chika, is there anything you want to eat? Mama will make it for you. Chika's face lit up, her worries forgotten. Seagrass gourds. Chika wants seagrass gourds. Her mother sighed as she held her daughter. Out of all the things I can cook, why do you love those the most? Behind her, Chika's father stifled a laugh until her mother shot him a glare, silencing him. Well, let's go pick some seagrass gourds together, her mother said, holding Chika's hand as they headed toward the door. As they reached the doorway, both mother and daughter stopped, turning back to look at her father. Chika waved her free hand to beckon him. Seeing this, Chika's father smiled gently. I'm coming, I'm coming. It's been so long since we've gone out as a family. Let's go. A family reunited, harmonious and whole. This was the dream they had long awaited, one delayed by centuries. With her parents beside her, Chika felt more alive, her excitement bubbling over. Papa, Mama. Chika made new friends. Really? What are they like? Her mother asked with interest. They're all beautiful sisters. Chika's never seen such pretty sisters before. One even has white wings like an angel from a picture book, so Chika calls her angel sister. There's also Sister Sarah, who came with her. Sister Sarah is so kind, she plays games with Chika. An angel sister taught Chika some songs. I'll sing them for you. Under the dappled shadows of the trees, a soft melody arose. It awakened slumbering memories, drifting toward an unreachable horizon. I was once captivated by the vastness of the world and lost myself in its dreams. Unsure of truth and lies, unwilling to struggle, unafraid of laughter. Greetings, esteemed reader. Your presence throughout this chapter's journey is deeply appreciated. In Liu, we hold that every tale, much like the enduring stone, gains strength through the appreciation of those who encounter it. Should you wish to support Wisetel's dedicated endeavors in bringing these narratives to you, you may consider visiting patreon.com/wisetl. Even the most modest contribution serves as a cornerstone, fortifying the foundation upon which future stories are built. With sincere regards. Zhongli. Chapter 146, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit. 146. In this land, there was a remote village where a genius Onmyoji resided. Single-handedly, he created a barrier that enveloped the entire village, shielding it from the invading monsters and turning it into a rare haven of peace within the chaos. But he knew this fragile peace was only temporary, an illusion. His barrier could not protect the village forever. As long as the tide of monsters raged on and the nation remained in turmoil, true peace would never come. He placed his faith in the nation's archon, as did the rest of the people. They believed their deity had not abandoned them and was surely fighting in the most perilous places for the future of their land. Thus, what they had to do was hold the monsters at bay for as long as possible until their god returned. The Onmyoji trusted the archon, and the villagers trusted both the archon and him. And so, the story began. Carrying the trust of many, and with unshakable faith in his nation and its deity, the Onmyoji modified the protective barrier around the village. Using the principle that monsters are drawn to the essence of living beings, he transformed the village into bait, luring as many monsters as possible, including the Rifthound King who commanded them, a creature he had made his primary target. This Onmyoji was truly a genius. His plan worked as the Rifthound King and an unimaginably large horde of monsters were drawn in. With a triple-layered ceiling formation, the Onmyoji trapped all the monsters. The first layer was the stone gate outside, the second was the mist-shrouded village, and the third was a black sun in the sky. The Rifthound King was sealed within the black sun, falling into a slumber that lasted 5 centuries. But the price was steep. The villagers lost their physical forms and were bound within the ceiling space as spirits, becoming memories with no future. For 500 years, they continuously supplied energy to the seal. As long as the villagers didn't all vanish, the seal would hold, and the Rifthound King would remain asleep. In this world, nothing lasts forever. Even the hardest rock, impervious to whirlpools, erodes under the passage of time. The villagers' time hadn't stopped, rather, they were trapped in the limbo between life and death, neither truly alive nor allowed to pass on. The Inmo Archon of Mondstadt chose to sleep, avoiding erosion, waking only when Mondstadt faced crises. The Geo Archon of Laiho bore erosion willingly. As for the Electro Archon of Inajima, well, that's a tale for another time. Even deities with unparalleled power dread erosion. How much more vulnerable are ordinary villagers whose thoughts and souls remain bound? To minimize erosion and preserve their sense of self, the villagers rejected change, curiosity, and anything new. They lived monotonous, almost mechanical lives, doing only what they used to do, could do, or were supposed to do. They were afraid. Afraid that erosion would strip them of their selves. Afraid that their disappearance would disrupt the seal, releasing the monsters back into the world. But these measures were merely temporary. They could delay erosion but never stop it. Gradually, villagers began disappearing, losing themselves completely and becoming entities called defilements. These remnants retained their original skills and abilities but turned feral, attacking everything in sight. The purer and more resolute the soul, the less erosion could affect it. For example, there was a villager known as the Blind Swordsman. Having sacrificed his sight and abandoned his name, he devoted himself wholly to the sword, making him more resilient than most. As time passed, nearly all the villagers succumbed to erosion, becoming defilements. Only the Onmyoji's daughter remained, her presence maintaining the seal's integrity. To shield his daughter from erosion as much as possible, the Onmyoji created 2 paper shikigami. After he and his wife fell to erosion and became defilements, these shikigami were left to care for their daughter, cooking, cleaning, and reminding her of the passage of time. For centuries, the girl waited, fulfilling her duty until the day someone came to destroy all the monsters within the seal. When the seal was broken and the monsters eradicated, she was finally released from her 500-year responsibility. In reality, the villagers had all died 5 centuries ago. What remained in the ceiling space were only memories, echoes of their former selves. When the space collapsed, the girl, at last, found long-awaited peace. Under the serene and beautiful starry sky, Kiichi Haugen let the evening breeze sweep through her silky silver hair as she held Sarah's hand. This is truly. Sarah struggled to find the words. One cannot imagine experiences they've never lived through. True empathy is self-deception at best. Yet merely hearing Kiichi's recounting made Sarah feel suffocated, as though submerged in dark, murky waters. Struggling was futile, and even screaming through the black water wouldn't carry her voice beyond the abyss. It was utterly cruel, unbearably lonely, beyond the grasp of her understanding or imagination. And so she felt afraid, terrified of something so indescribably cruel. What kind of resolve could sustain a person for 5 centuries while still holding hope for the world? Though she had only spent 2 days with Chika, the girl had left an indelible mark on Sarah's life. Not only was Chika Sarah's first friend, but she was also a radiant presence like the sun. Spending time with her could be overwhelming, much like the sun's rays could sometimes burn. Yet, when the sun set, leaving behind only darkness and cold, one couldn't help but yearn for its warmth and light. Chika, it's wonderful that she finally reunited with her family. She doesn't have to push herself anymore. Sarah tightly embraced a battered wooden box adorned with cherry blossom engravings and containing feathered shuttlecocks, their quills worn and frayed. She gazed silently at its contents, a faintly sorrowful smile on her face. Watching her, Kiichi Haugen frowned deeply. This is why I dislike mature people. They're so good at deceiving themselves, forcing themselves. Abruptly, Sarah found herself in an embrace. Master! You still remember I'm your master, hey? Kiichi ruffled Sarah's hair vigorously, grinning. I'm your mentor and elder. As long as I'm here, why must you pretend to be so mature and strong? Little brat, you've only lived a few years and experienced a handful of farewells. Acting like this is insulting to me. Stop being so smug. You're thousands of miles away from true maturity. Come back in 500 years before you try it again. Sarah was speechless. Her master, even when scolding, was so gentle. But, pretending really was exhausting. Master, could you kneel down a little? All right, all right. Since it's my obedient apprentice asking, I'll oblige. Want me to hold that box for you too? Yes, please, master. Now then, come here and lean on me for a bit. With her hands now free, Sarah wrapped her arms around Kiichi's neck, burying her face close enough to catch the fragrance of her hair. The soft strands tickled her cheeks. In this position, Kiichi couldn't see Sarah's expression, but she felt the dampness against her shoulder and neck. While gently stroking Sarah's back, Kiichi tilted her head to gaze at the starry sky. She recalled an old saying, the skies of Tibet always leave a place for you among the stars. Perhaps among the countless stars above, one belonged to Chika. At this moment, and in the days to come, would Chika's star guide Sarah's path forward? A sea of cherry blossoms in full bloom is breathtakingly beautiful. But perhaps even more stunning is the rain of petals that cascades as they fall. For those blossoms, this mesmerizing spectacle marks the end of their lives. Yet, in that final moment, they are free, liberated from the branches that bound them, finally able to reach the sky they had gazed upon their entire existence. Greetings, esteemed reader. Your presence throughout this chapter's journey is deeply appreciated. In Liu, we hold that every tale, much like the enduring stone, gains strength through the appreciation of those who encounter it. Should you wish to support Wisetal's dedicated endeavors in bringing these narratives to you, you may consider visiting patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Even the most modest contribution serves as a cornerstone, fortifying the foundation upon which future stories are built. With sincere regards. Zhongli. Chapter 147, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit. 147. On a worn red torii gate, a mother bird was busy building her nest. But in just the blink of an eye, a sinister gust of wind swept through, and when the bird turned back, she was shocked to find her eggs were gone. Chirp chirp chirp. My, who would have thought I'd stumble upon 3 bird eggs while walking? Don't worry, I'll gratefully enjoy them with care, Kiichi Haugen remarked, a grin spreading across her face as she anticipated the meal ahead. Slung over her shoulder was a small boy, seemingly unconscious. What kind of dishes can I make with these eggs? So many options, it's actually making me indecisive. After all, they all sound delicious. Fried eggs are nice, roasted eggs are good too. For something simpler, boiled eggs would do. Oh, and bird egg omelette. Bird egg omelette. Kiichi Haugen's expression darkened as a memory surfaced. She recalled a humorous image she had once seen, Kyujao Sarah blushing furiously while presenting a plate of her special bird egg omelette to the traveler. Kiichi glanced down at the 3 eggs in her hands with a thoughtful frown. Suddenly, I've lost my appetite. Maybe I should return these to the mother bird. Eating her children just doesn't sit right. I hope she doesn't have a heart attack from the shock of losing them. Turning back, Kiichi carefully returned the 3 eggs to the frantic mother bird, who chirped in relief. Perfect. The barrier around the courtyard is still intact. Seems like no one discovered this place while I was away. Effortlessly passing through her own barrier, Kiichi Haugen stepped into a traditional Japanese-style courtyard. It appeared like a vision, as fleeting and surreal as flowers reflected in a mirror or the moon in water. At the entrance stood a familiar figure, who gave her a slight bow. Welcome back, Master. Oh. It's Sarah. Have you eaten? Did you gain any weight? Have you been training properly while I was gone? Ah, never mind, that's a silly question when it comes to you, Kiichi said with a teasing grin as she walked across the neatly laid stone pathway. As Kiichi's disciple, Sarah was long accustomed to her master's eccentricities and remained utterly composed. Sarah. What is it, Master? Kiichi scrutinized Sarah's stern, serious expression and rubbed her chin in contemplation. While I was gone, did you become even more rigid? Not at all, Master. Sarah raised her head to meet Kiichi's gaze, and after a brief pause, a faint smile finally graced her lips. A few months had passed since the events surrounding the sealed space. Kiichi Haugen and Sarah had returned to the courtyard Kiichi had built, resuming their previous routines. Sarah continued her training within the courtyard, while Kiichi spent her time instructing Sarah or venturing out occasionally to eliminate any lingering rift hounds in the forest. Thanks to her vision and Kiichi's guidance, Sarah had grown strong enough to take on rift hounds herself, no longer reduced to risking her life just to leave a minor injury on one. Of course, if multiple rift hounds appeared, Kiichi still insisted that Sarah avoid combat. She had no desire to see her apprentice injured. If Ashiwa Kamaru were to witness such a scene, she would likely shout, "What kind of yokai are you? Get away from my master!" Only to end up being chased by a smiling Kiichi wielding her blade, the two running from Tokyo all the way to Washington. When Sarah finally lifted her head, having kept it lowered until now, she noticed the unconscious boy slung over Kiichi's shoulder. He appeared younger than her. Then again, girls matured faster than boys, so on second thought, maybe he was around her age? Due to the angle, Sarah couldn't see the boy's face, only a brownish-yellow tail? Correction, not entirely brownish-yellow. The underside of the tail was white. Master, who's this? Sarah recalled how, not long ago, Kiichi had declared she was bored of staying in the forest all the time. With most of the rift hounds exterminated, Kiichi had decided to venture out on a trip. Given that this island was covered in forests, Kiichi must have traveled to another island to leave the woods. After all, Inajima was an archipelago, and islands and seas were defining features of the region. Sarah herself had never left the forest before, her memories were entirely rooted in this place. So, why did her master return from a short trip with a boy in tow? Sarah didn't think her master was the type to abduct children. More likely, the boy had encountered some trouble or danger and had been saved by Kiichi, just as she had. Oh, this. Kiichi gave the boy's back a light pat and grinned. This is your junior disciple. Surprisingly, Sarah wasn't all that shocked. Then, let me prepare a room for him. Sarah didn't bother questioning where Kiichi had found this new disciple or what kind of person he was. Her trust in her master was absolute. She believed that anyone chosen by Kiichi would surely possess both talent and a good heart. Oh, well. I did set up cleansing and anti-dust wards in the house. Does the room still need preparation? Kiichi wasn't worried about the number of rooms. Back when she used to play Minecraft, her houses were poorly designed, but she always built plenty of bedrooms and extra bathrooms. When she created this courtyard, she followed the same logic, preparing 5 bedrooms. Her foresight now seemed quite handy. Master, tidying up isn't just about cleaning, Sarah explained seriously. The rooms may be clean, but they're too plain. Living in them would feel uncomfortable. I'll need to set up bedding and organize the interiors. Perhaps we could add some personal touches to suit my junior disciple's preferences? Of course, we'd have to ask for his input on that. Speaking of which, does he have any belongings with him? Like clothes, perhaps. Sarah glanced at the unconscious boy and then at Kiichi, who merely shrugged in response. Looks like he doesn't, Kiichi said with a wry smile. Greetings, esteemed reader. Your presence throughout this chapter's journey is deeply appreciated. In Liu, we hold that every tale, much like the enduring stone, gains strength through the appreciation of those who encounter it. Should you wish to support Wisetel's dedicated endeavors in bringing these narratives to you, you may consider visiting patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Even the most modest contribution serves as a cornerstone, fortifying the foundation upon which future stories are built. With sincere regards. Zhongli. Chapter 148, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 148. The room had already been tidied up, of course by Sarah, while Kiichi Haugen watched. That didn't last long, as she quickly grew bored and went outside to stand guard. How strange! Kiichi hovered upside down in midair, holding her chin as she muttered to herself. Back when I was masquerading as Baobhan Sith, Jasmine took such good care of me. Now Sarah's taken over all the household chores. Could it be that I'm one of those legendary born-to-be-useless types? She tilted her head in thought. Probably not. When I was Okada Suji, I still did housework. But this halfway lazy, halfway competent thing is even more frustrating. What kind of half-baked nonsense is this? Her expression darkened as another realization struck. Now that I think about it, both Sarah and Jasmine were little girls. I keep letting little girls do all the work for me. Isn't this exploitation? Am I going to get arrested for this? Just then, the door creaked open, and Sarah stepped out. Master, where did you find junior disciple Goro? And why hasn't he woken up yet? Ah! I found him by the seashore. Kiichi Haugen flipped herself upright midair, recalling the scene. His clothes were soaked with seawater. I figured he must have drifted over, so I brought him back with me. The way Kiichi described finding a disciple sounded more like adopting a stray pet, but Sarah didn't think there was anything odd about it. After all, that was exactly how she had been taken in. Now that I think about it, his situation was similar to yours. When I picked him up, he wasn't in great shape. He had a fever, and his whole body was burning up. But compared to when I found you, his condition was much better. No need to remind you how bad you were back then, right? I remember, Sarah murmured, lowering her gaze. Her voice carried an unplaceable emotion. I was probably just one step away from death. If not for you, Master, I wouldn't have survived. 1 foot in the grave is a good way to put it. When I found you, you were wrapped in abyssal energy, and your body was as broken as a tattered rag. You'd lost so much blood that even I thought, this one's a goner. Had Kiichi arrived even a moment later, Sarah might have died, and Kiichi wouldn't have had the chance to meet such a good disciple. Still, Even when imagining that grim possibility, Kiichi felt little emotion. She didn't experience the usual human sensations of fear or regret. As a non-human existence, Kiichi's emotional fluctuations were naturally sparse. Having lived for over 1,000 years as a great Tengu, her feelings were limited. She might be curious about new things and feel satisfaction when her curiosity was fulfilled, but beyond that, her emotions were muted. The two walked along the veranda, the left side lined with rooms and the right leading directly to the courtyard. Several small trees grew in the yard, jujube trees, to be precise. Their blossoms and fruits promised to be worth looking forward to. Still, Sarah, the fact that you survived might be thanks to divine intervention. Kiichi's sudden remark caught Sarah's attention, and she turned her head slightly. After all, when I found you, you had a vision with you, didn't you? You didn't have it before your fight with the Rift Hounds, right? Kiichi raised a delicate finger, her tone thoughtful. Maybe your bravery moved the gods. They didn't want you to die, so they turned their gaze toward you and bestowed the vision. That vision likely protected you from the abyssal energy until I could treat you. Thinking about it that way, maybe even our meeting was thanks to divine blessing. Of course, Kiichi knew that the Raiden Shogun of Inajima didn't possess such abilities. The granting of visions and their meeting had little to do with her. The gods Kiichi referred to were something far more abstract and metaphysical, perhaps fate itself. Floating just above the ground without unfurling her wings, Kiichi moved effortlessly, clearly enjoying the convenience of her abilities. It's perfect for lazy people, she thought. At that moment, Sarah, walking beside her, seemed to recall the dog-like tail and ears on Goro. After hesitating briefly, she voiced her curiosity. Master, about my new junior disciple, is he a yokai, too? Having spent nearly her entire life in the forest, Sarah had little experience interacting with humans. She'd met her master, a Tengu, and befriended Chika, a human girl. But Goro, with his dog ears and tail, was something entirely new to her. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she asked. An awkward silence stretched on for several seconds. Wait a second. Is Goro even a yokai? Kiichi furrowed her brow, her mind racing. She was well aware that Teyvat was home to not just yokai and adepti but also beast-folk, humanoid creatures with animal traits. Take Diona, the bartender, for instance. She had cat ears, a tail, and even stretched like a cat. If Vinci, who was allergic to cat fur, got too close to her, he'd start sneezing uncontrollably. So, was Goro a yokai or a beast folk? Master? Master! Seeing Kiichi frozen midair, Sarah tilted her head and called out several times. Ugh! Admitting my lack of knowledge to my disciple is kind of embarrassing, but... Sorry, but I honestly don't know. Now it was Sarah's turn to fall silent. She stopped in her tracks, lowering her head as though contemplating some profound, unsolvable riddle. A peculiar aura radiated from her, one Kiichi could only compare to a student racing to finish a final exam question in the last 10 minutes. It made Kiichi instinctively hold her breath, hesitant to interrupt her disciple's concentration. I see now. I understand what you're saying, Master, Sarah finally said, lifting her head to meet Kiichi's gaze. Her expression was serious. You're telling me that whether Goro is a yokai or not doesn't matter. What matters is that he's my junior disciple. Is that correct? Wait. That's what I meant? I don't even remember thinking that. Although, now that she'd framed it that way, it didn't sound entirely wrong. Ah, yes. Exactly. You've got it. Very insightful, Kiichi replied, going along with it. Then she asked, but, Sarah, have you considered the possibility that, maybe I just don't know the answer? Master, what kind of joke is that? Sarah frowned. You're all-knowing and all-powerful. How could you not know something like this? You're clearly testing me, trying to teach me a lesson. If I couldn't figure that out, how could I call myself your disciple? All-knowing and all-powerful? That's quite the misunderstanding, Kiichi muttered, baffled. When did this misconception even start? Greetings, esteemed reader. Your presence throughout this chapter's journey is deeply appreciated. In Liu, we hold that every tale, much like the enduring stone, gains strength through the appreciation of those who encounter it. Should you wish to support Wisetel's dedicated endeavors in bringing these narratives to you, you may consider visiting patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Even the most modest contribution serves as a cornerstone, fortifying the foundation upon which future stories are built. With sincere regards. Zhongli. Chapter 149, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 149. For once, she wasn't wearing her usual red, midriff-bearing light armor. Instead, she had changed into a flowing yukata adorned with drifting cloud patterns. The recent cooler weather made the steam rising off her freshly bathed skin all the more pleasant. As she walked out, she encountered Sarah, who bowed respectfully. "Master, the meal is ready. Please proceed to the dining area." "Oh. Thanks for your hard work, Sarah." A quick reminder, eating immediately after a bath is generally not recommended, as it can lead to indigestion. But if you have a body as robust as Kiichi Haugen's, feel free to ignore this advice. "How's your junior disciple, Goro? Has he woken up yet?" Reporting to Master, junior disciple has not yet woken, Sarah replied with a slight bow of her head. "Should I save some food for him so he can eat as soon as he wakes?" No need for that. If he's still asleep when he wakes up, I'll just prepare something fresh for him. Besides, even though I've used spells to help his recovery, it's better to feed him something light and restorative for his first meal." "Of course, Master. As expected, you've thought of everything." Watching Sarah's earnest demeanor, Kiichi Haugen let out a quiet sigh in her heart. "It feels like Sarah is too respectful toward me." She had only recently begun to notice this change. Before her trip, it hadn't been so obvious. When had this shift started? The way Sarah treated her now was more akin to faith than trust, as if every decision Kiichi Haugen made was unquestionably correct. "I'm not a god, or Solomon, or Banana. I can't account for everything," Kiichi thought wryly. And yet, even when she openly displayed ignorance or flaws in front of Sarah, the girl would assume it was all an act, trying to uncover some hidden wisdom behind her master's behavior. "You're not little D, so why are you overanalyzing everything like it's a conspiracy theory?" In truth, Kiichi Haugen considered herself quite ordinary, someone who, in dire moments, could only pound her fists on the ground and cry, "I can't do anything." Even the powers she wielded weren't hers but gifts graciously lent to her by Chaldea. This was her first encounter with many of these challenges. How am I supposed to handle this situation? For now, she decided to let it be. Unsolvable problems should be left to time, she mused. Maybe, as time goes on, Sarah will come to see the truth and realize that the real me is far from the wise figure she imagines. If she really were as wise as Sarah believed, she would at least know the answer to how to handle being overestimated. Seated at a low table, Kiichi and Sarah faced one another on the tatami mats. The meal spread before them wasn't extravagant, but it was just the right amount for two people. "Did you eat well while you were away, Master?" "I tried to keep up with 3 meals a day, but you know how it is when traveling." "You eat what you can get," Kiichi replied casually. "Most of the time, there was meat but no seasonings. Not that it mattered much. Crabs and fish have such great natural flavor that even simple preparations are delicious. So yeah, I managed just fine." "I see. Then you should enjoy my cooking more now that you're back. My culinary skills have improved while you were away." I can tell. You've definitely put in the effort. This fish, for example, is handled really well. I can taste the progress compared to before. Good job. Really? Thank you, Master. I'll continue to work hard, Sarah replied, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush, clearly pleased by the compliment. After the meal, Sarah busied herself cleaning up the dishes while sneaking a glance at Kiichi, who was patting her stomach in satisfaction. Master, are you full? I'd say so. At the very least, I'm content, Kiichi replied. As a spirit species, everything Kiichi consumed was instantly converted into pure magical energy, leaving no waste. She was, in essence, the mythical beautiful girl who never needs a bathroom. Using food to replenish magical energy was a common method in the Nasu-verse. For example, Saber Artoria would reduce her mana consumption by sleeping and replenish her energy by eating. Although, Kiichi thought, Artoria's appetite probably wouldn't change even if she didn't need to eat for mana. That said, the amount of energy gained from food was negligible compared to what Kiichi could absorb from the atmosphere in a single breath. Eating wasn't necessary for her, and she didn't experience physical satiety. But the taste and texture of good food? That was satisfaction enough. Floating lazily in midair, Kiichi stretched, her loose yukata slipping slightly and offering an unintentional glimpse of her figure, not that she noticed, as there was no one else around to care. Why am I suddenly reminded of Yuyuko Saiguchi? With her hands tucked into her wide sleeves, Kiichi floated over to a full-length mirror, inspecting her reflection. Floating as if gravity doesn't apply, wearing loose-fitting clothes. Oh, and the part about never getting full no matter how much you eat? Ha, what a curious coincidence. Master, who is Yuyuko? Sarah asked, her curiosity piqued by Kiichi's murmuring. Is she one of your acquaintances? An acquaintance? Sort of. Kiichi was familiar with Yuyuko, but Yuyuko wouldn't know her. Come to think of it, I wonder if I'll ever get a chance to visit Gensokyo someday, Kiichi mused. After all, there's that famous saying, no regrets entering Touhou in this life, may I be born in Gensokyo in the next. Although, wasn't Gensokyo's power level on par with the Nasu-verse? If I ever do make it to Gensokyo, I hope I get a powerful spirit origin. Master sure has a lot of acquaintances, Sarah remarked, watching Kiichi's complicated expression. She assumed this Yuyuko must also be someone with a complex relationship with her master. If you're curious about what kind of person Yuyuko is, just know that she's a ghost. A very strong and very gluttonous ghost. That's all you need to know. There's no point in learning more, since you'll never meet her. Only the dead can encounter her. Sarah tilted her head, puzzled. A ghost, that eats? How does that even work? And, Master, why would you know her if only the dead can meet her? Well, I have my methods, Kiichi replied, brushing off the question casually. Sarah, of course, accepted this without hesitation. I see. That makes sense. After all, you're master. Why does it feel like just because I'm master makes everything unreasonable suddenly sound reasonable? Oh well. Time will sort this out, eventually. T/N, Banana. Greetings, esteemed reader. Your presence throughout this chapter's journey is deeply appreciated. In Liu, we hold that every tale, much like the enduring stone, gains strength through the appreciation of those who encounter it. Should you wish to support Wisetel's dedicated endeavors in bringing these narratives to you, you may consider visiting patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Even the most modest contribution serves as a cornerstone, fortifying the foundation upon which future stories are built. With sincere regards. Zhongli. Chapter 150, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 150. Kiichi Haugen had noticed that Sarah had become noticeably more rigid during her absence. Sarah, Kiichi began, breaking the silence, have you been cooped up alone for too long? I think you need to get out more and interact with people. If you keep this up, you'll end up like one of those stiff, boring old-timers. Hearing the word old-timers from a 1,000-year-old yokai felt oddly out of place. Even the archons of Tibet probably hadn't lived as long as Kiichi, who had lived at least 1,000 years rather than only 1,000 years. You didn't seriously stay indoors this whole time, did you? That's no good, Sarah. Young people need to go out, broaden their horizons, and gain some life experience. Don't end up like me, shut away all day and turning into a useless layabout. Sarah's expression grew strange. Who calls themselves a useless layabout? After composing herself, Sarah replied, Master, I did go out a few times. Oh? Really? And? Sarah hesitated, her eyes flickering with a hint of unease. I wasn't entirely without contact during your absence. Kiichi blinked, staring at her disciple for a moment. Who? Male or female? Tall or short? Fat or thin? Long hair or short hair? Before Sarah could respond, Kiichi leaned in close, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, startling Sarah. Master, why do you seem so excited? Well, it's someone you interacted with, Sarah. Of course, I'm curious. Is this person a friend of yours? Master, please don't joke about such things, Sarah replied, her initial flustered demeanor replaced by a firm, serious tone. That person is not my friend. Just an overly strong idiot who kept pestering me. That's all. Oh. Tell me more. Kiichi's interest was piqued. During Kiichi's absence, Sarah had not stayed confined to the courtyard. She understood that training alone was insufficient. Experience in real combat was essential to truly hone her skills. Since Kiichi had cleared out most of the rift hounds in the forest before leaving, Sarah felt confident enough to venture out. The enemies she encountered were mainly hilly churls or boars, perfect for testing her abilities and refining her technique. Kiichi had taught Sarah not just strategy but also archery and swordsmanship. While Sarah hadn't yet reached the level of a fully licensed master, after only a year of training, she was more than capable of handling hilly churls. However, during one expedition, Sarah stumbled upon a relatively small hilly churl camp. It wasn't as large as the ones Kiichi had encountered before and seemed newly established. Its most dangerous members were some electro-axe-wielding hilly churls and a shaman, no abyss mages or midi-churls in sight. If there had been electro-abyss mages or electro-midi-churls, Sarah would have retreated. As a wielder of the electro-element, she had no way to break their shields. With her natural talent and Kiichi's rigorous guidance, Sarah had no trouble clearing the camp. But then something unexpected happened. A boisterous voice rang out, disrupting the battle. Ho ha ha ha! Tremble before the mighty Arataki Ito! Under my mighty club, you'll all be smashed into cookies. Flat as pancakes. The chaotic figure responsible was a white-haired boy with crimson streaks at the tips of his hair and two striking red horns sprouting from his head. The commotion he caused completely threw off Sarah's battle rhythm. Worse, his reckless movements nearly got her hit. In the end, the camp was destroyed, and neither of them was injured, but Sarah emerged from the encounter dusty and disheveled. Her frustration was palpable. The moment she laid eyes on him, Sarah knew one thing: I'll never get along with this person. The way he laughed so brazenly and shamelessly grated on her nerves. As soon as the fight ended, she turned to leave, eager to escape the chaotic presence. But she underestimated just how irritating he could be. Impressed by Sarah's skill during the battle, the boy Arataki Ito boldly challenged her to a duel. When Sarah ignored him, he pestered her relentlessly, pushing her patience to its limit. More than once, she seriously considered drawing her sword to strike him. By this point, Kiichi was grinning knowingly. So it's Arataki Ito. Who would have thought Sarah's fateful rivalry with him started this early? Master, you seem oddly interested in that idiot. I am, a little. But I'm even more curious about how your duel went. Kiichi's playful tone suggested she was thoroughly enjoying this. Come on, tell me. What did you two compete in? Did you win? Sarah frowned deeply, an expression that surprised Kiichi. Wait. Did you lose? No, not entirely. Overall, I won, Sarah replied, her tone tinged with frustration. But, as your disciple, I'm ashamed I couldn't secure a flawless victory. I've disgraced you, master. Oh? What did you lose at? Arm wrestling. Sarah sighed, clearly dissatisfied. Even though Ito was infuriating, even though he laughed like a broken megaphone and stuck to her like glue, Sarah couldn't treat him as an enemy. Despite her annoyance, she refrained from drawing her blade against him. During the battle with the hilly churls, Sarah had observed that Ito excelled in sheer strength and could wield elemental powers. But when it came to technique and combat strategy, he was laughably lacking even by her standards. If it had been a fight to the death, Sarah was confident she wouldn't lose, thanks to Kiichi's teachings. But arm wrestling? That was a pure contest of raw strength. Even with the aid of her electro-vision, Sarah's physical abilities, impressive as they were, couldn't match Ito's. After all, he was an ONI known for his strength. Her loss was almost inevitable. It was this defeat in arm wrestling that elevated Ito in Sarah's mind from an annoying idiot to a frustratingly strong idiot with nothing but brute force. T/N, Ito x Sarah, released Genshin Impact, Strength Through Bonds. Greetings, esteemed reader. Your presence throughout this chapter's journey is deeply appreciated. In Liu, we hold that every tale, much like the Enduring Stone, gains strength through the appreciation of those who encounter it. Should you wish to support Wisetel's dedicated endeavors in bringing these narratives to you, you may consider visiting patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Even the most modest contribution serves as a cornerstone, fortifying the foundation upon which future stories are built. With sincere regards. Zhongli. Chapter 151, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit. 151. Sarah gritted her teeth in frustration, clearly perplexed. Well, maybe. Kiichi Haugen crossed her arms and murmured, because his hair is white. There's no way a god would grant a vision just because someone's hair is white. Kiichi Haugen initially wanted to retort, if gods were that predictable, they wouldn't be gods. But then she remembered this wasn't the Nasuverse but Tivat. Compared to the whimsical and often temperamental deities of myth, Tivat's archons were far kinder and more considerate. Sure, their power might be a bit underwhelming, but their character more than made up for it. Tivat's gods were benevolent, caring for their people and nations. She decided not to malign them further. After all, Sarah tended to take her words at face value. If her comments caused Sarah to misunderstand the archons, it could lead to unnecessary trouble. While the archons themselves likely wouldn't care about a stray comment or two, their followers certainly would. In Mondstadt, the first thing out of a local's mouth was, "May the Inmo Archon bless you." Speaking ill of Barbados in their presence could easily end in disaster, perhaps even getting beaten into a pulp. All right, no need to sulk. My Sarah is the best, after all. Kiichi Haugen floated closer, her tone as soothing as a soft cloud as she gently patted Sarah's head. She spoke with the comforting cadence one might use to console a child. ONI are born with incredible strength. Losing to one in terms of sheer power isn't shameful. Besides, you're a girl. As your teacher, I'm very proud of you. I wasn't sulking. Sarah's face turned red, embarrassed by her master's childlike tone. And, master, I'm not a kid anymore. In a teacher's eyes, their disciple is always a little child needing care and attention, Kiichi Haugen declared with unyielding authority. So, don't move. Let me pat you. Not content with just one hand, Kiichi Haugen used both hands to squish Sarah's cheeks, which still carried a hint of baby fat. so soft, like hugging a plush toy when sleeping as a child. Watching Sarah's flushed face twist into various shapes under her kneading fingers, Kiichi Haugen felt a growing sense of satisfaction. She suddenly understood why her elder sister, Ai, had enjoyed pinching her cheeks so much. The texture was part of it, but more so was the sense of triumph. The sight of someone's reluctant yet submissive expression brought undeniable pleasure. Master. Sarah was taken aback by the unexpected intimacy but couldn't bring herself to resist. Despite the mild discomfort, her respect and admiration for her master kept her from pushing back. A wise person once said, "If you can't resist, you might as well enjoy it." And so, as Sarah closed her eyes to embrace the moment, Kiichi Haugen abruptly let go. The abrupt loss left Sarah feeling inexplicably empty. But too embarrassed to admit it, she remained silent, her cheeks flushed as she glanced at Kiichi Haugen. Kiichi Haugen, however, now wore a strange expression, as though grappling with some internal dilemma. "Master, what's wrong?" Sarah asked, forcing herself to suppress her turbulent emotions. "Well, how should I put this?" Kiichi Haugen stroked her chin, casting an odd glance at Sarah before finally saying, "Forget it. See for yourself." "See for myself?" Before Sarah could fully grasp her master's words, Kiichi Haugen extended a slender finger and lightly tapped her forehead. In that instant, an extraordinary sensation enveloped Sarah. Her body felt weightless, as though she were soaring through the skies. Her vision stretched outward, revealing distant scenes she couldn't normally perceive. And then, she spotted him, a figure that instantly gave her a headache. Even though she could only see his back, Sarah felt an uncontrollable urge to massage her temples. The moment his voice rang out, the throbbing in her head intensified. "Hey, little Tengu! Get out here! I know you're nearby. If you had the guts to beat me, you'd better have the guts to face me again. You can't just run after one victory and expect me to take that lying down. How else am I supposed to call myself the greatest?" "Oh! He dares to call himself the greatest? Gahahaha! What a spirited brat!" Kiichi Haugen laughed, slapping her knee in amusement. Sarah, meanwhile, looked as though she'd swallowed a particularly bitter pill, her expression dark as storm clouds. "But how did he even find this place? I distinctly set up a perception-blocking barrier," Kiichi Haugen mused, tilting her head in genuine confusion. Could it be dumb luck or some kind of intuition? Well, whatever the reason, he was here now. But that was a trivial matter compared to what lay ahead. "What will you do, my dear disciple?" Kiichi Haugen turned to Sarah, who was more frustrated than she'd ever been. "Will you accept his challenge? Or will you simply ignore him? The barrier's still working. At most, he can sense that you're nearby, but finding the exact location is practically impossible. You could just sit here and wait for him to tire himself out." Sarah's gaze dropped as she seemed to weigh her options. Kiichi Haugen didn't press her, simply resting her chin in her hands as she waited patiently for her disciple's answer. If it were Kiichi Haugen herself, a commotion at the gate would hardly have warranted her attention. In fact, there were few things in this world capable of truly intriguing her. Even events that seemed to catch her interest were merely momentary distractions, not something she'd lament losing. At most, she'd respond with an indifferent, "Oh, well, so be it." Even when the legendary Minamoto no Yoshitsune disobeyed her and read the 6 secret teachings, Kiichi Haugen's so-called wrath wasn't born from anger but because Yoshitsune had deceived her daughter. Yet, Sarah was different. She possessed something Kiichi Haugen lacked: the core of humanity. That essence, humanity, was what allowed people to live under the sun, believing in and holding on to something. And so, Sarah raised her head, meeting her master's gaze, and delivered the answer Kiichi Haugen had expected all along. "I'll accept his challenge. Because I am your disciple. I take pride in this identity, and I want you to take pride in me as well." I refuse to let this title be tarnished in any way. Greetings, esteemed reader. Your presence throughout this chapter's journey is deeply appreciated. In Liu, we hold that every tale, much like the enduring stone, gains strength through the appreciation of those who encounter it. Should you wish to support Wisetel's dedicated endeavors in bringing these narratives to you, you may consider visiting patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Even the most modest contribution serves as a cornerstone, fortifying the foundation upon which future stories are built. With sincere regards. Zhongli. Chapter 152, I don't want to be a heroic spirit. 152. Even someone as energetic as Ito Arataka had his limits. He had been yelling for so long that his throat was dry, yet Sarah still hadn't shown up. This is weird. Could it be that the little Tengu isn't here? The possibility that Sarah might have heard him but chose to ignore him didn't even cross his mind. Ugh! My throat's killing me. A cup of water would be perfect right about now. Here, water for you. A voice suddenly rang out beside him, and a cup of water appeared in front of his face. Oh! Thanks, you're a lifesaver. Without noticing anything amiss, Ito grabbed the cup and gulped the water down in large swallows. Ah! That hit the spot. Now I'm craving something sweet. Sunsetia juice. Freshly squeezed. Are you some kind of wish-granting spirit? Ito gleefully accepted the new cup and, after draining it, loudly proclaimed, "Delicious," before handing it back. Oh, by the way, who are you? Only then did Ito belatedly register the presence of someone behind the tree. Curious, he turned to look at the figure. Upon seeing Kiichi Haugen and then spotting Sarah behind her, Ito's eyes lit up as he pointed dramatically. Oh! It's you! Little Tengu! Several crimson veins of exasperation seemed to pop out on the back of Sarah's head. I'm not little Tengu. I have a name. It's Sarah. With her master nearby, Sarah bit back her temper and explained patiently. Unfortunately, she greatly overestimated Ito's ability to listen. That doesn't matter. Since you're here, it means you've accepted my challenge, right? Today, I'll settle the score and reclaim my honor. Can you at least listen to what people are saying, you brainless, muscle-headed idiot? Sarah might still be young, but her temper wasn't something to be trifled with. Kiichi Haugen stood to the side, arms crossed, clearly intending to spectate. She even considered conjuring up a bucket of popcorn and a bottle of soda, as the current atmosphere oddly reminded her of a movie theater. Reclaim your honor? If anyone's honor needs reclaiming, it's mine. Sarah gritted her teeth, glaring at Ito like she was ready to sink her teeth into him. As my master's disciple, losing even one round to someone like you, a brainless fool with nothing but strength, is utterly humiliating. Oh! You're fired up. That's what I like to see. Ito stretched his arms, his grin widening in anticipation. I've been looking forward to this. So, Kiichi Haugen interjected with some amusement, what are you planning to compete in? The same games as last time. I don't care, Sarah said nonchalantly. Even if we repeat the same competitions, I won't lose to him again. No, no, no. Repeating what we've already done would be boring. Ito waved his hand dismissively, only to meet Sarah's icy glare. Then what do you suggest? Oh? Are you saying I get to pick the competition, little Tengu? I'm saying that no matter what you choose, I'll still beat you. No way. Last time was just a fluke. I wasn't serious. This time, I'll show you what I'm really made of. Blaming your loss on carelessness only proves how inadequate you really are. Kiichi Haugen found the exchange fascinating. In her presence, Sarah was always respectful and composed, acting far more mature than her age. Yet here she was, baring her teeth in a heated squabble, something Kiichi Haugen had never seen before. Maybe interacting with her peers is good for her after all, Kiichi Haugen mused. She had even brought Goro to their home partially to give Sarah a same-age companion. She hadn't expected Sarah to find herself a rival on her own. And what was a rivalry without some good-natured squabbling? If anything, throwing in the occasional physical scuffle, a well-executed shoulder throw, perhaps only added to the charm. So, let's do sumo wrestling. The moment Ito enthusiastically made his suggestion, Sarah froze. It was as if someone had hit her with Arthur's silence-inducing noble phantasm. For a moment, there was nothing but silence. Then, a sharp grab at his collar, a well-placed kick to his shin, and a deft twist of her body. "You shameless, brainless idiot!" A textbook perfect shoulder throw sent Ito flying. Whether it was due to Sarah's excessive force or Ito's ONI resilience, he hit the ground head first, bounced, and then continued to ricochet off the dirt 2 or 3 more times before finally lying motionless. "He's not dead, is he?" Kiichi Haugen quietly approached, poking at the corpse with a stick she'd picked up somewhere. Sarah stood there, breathing heavily, her face flushed as red as a ripe apple. Her embarrassment wasn't just because of Ito's ridiculous proposal, it was also because she'd lost control in front of her master. As someone who prided herself on self-discipline, Sarah couldn't forgive her own lapse or the ONI responsible for it. Why didn't I just bury this idiot the first time I met him? Right now, Sarah wanted nothing more than to disappear. Ha ha ha. Not bad, little Tengu. The corpse suddenly sprang to life. Slamming his hands against the ground, Ito launched himself upright with seemingly boundless energy, his laughter echoing through the forest. That throw was incredible. Starting without even announcing the match, bold move. But no worries, I'll count that one as your win. Now let's go again, time for round 2. Who wants to wrestle you again, you pea-brained moron? Sarah was practically fuming at this point. Does this guy even understand human speech? Not to mention his utter lack of decorum. A male ONI challenging a young woman to a sumo match, did he have no shame? Kiichi Haugen, meanwhile, was nearly doubled over with laughter. This was far more entertaining than any soap opera she'd ever seen. Greetings, esteemed reader. Your presence throughout this chapter's journey is deeply appreciated. In Liu, we hold that every tale, much like the enduring stone, gains strength through the appreciation of those who encounter it. Should you wish to support Wisetel's dedicated endeavors in bringing these narratives to you, you may consider visiting patreon.com/wisetl. Even the most modest contribution serves as a cornerstone, fortifying the foundation upon which future stories are built. With sincere regards. Zhongli. Chapter 153, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit. 153:30 PS. Your support has carved the path for these bonus chapters, may they bring you joy. As Ito Aratake once again slammed into the ground head first, Kiichi Haugen called out the score with amusement. Ito shook his woozy head and climbed to his feet. Ugh! Lost again! Lost again! Oh? So you're just going to admit defeat outright? Kiichi Haugen teased with a smirk. I figured you'd try something like, I slipped, or I ate something bad, to save face. Ha? Losing is losing. I'm not dumb enough to deny the obvious. I just wasn't as good this time, what's there to deny? And where exactly did you get the nerve to say you're not dumb? Sarah stepped closer, glaring down at Ito with eyes brimming with malice. Naturally, Ito didn't notice her hostility at all. Whoa! You're really strong, little Tengu. Ito flashed a big, toothy grin and gave her a thumbs up. I've never met someone my age who could go toe-to-toe with me. And let me tell you, even older guys can't keep up with me. What do you mean, toe-to-toe? It was clearly my win. Sarah crossed her arms, her tone laced with irritation. Ito had initially suggested sumo wrestling as the competition, but Kiichi Haugen suspected he didn't really understand the rules of sumo or the difference between sumo and wrestling, for that matter. That's why, after Sarah's over-the-shoulder throw sent him flying the first time, Ito had simply declared it a win for her. No complicated rules, whoever knocked the other to the ground won. And in that regard, Sarah had utterly crushed him. Kiichi Haugen had taught Sarah some basic close combat techniques to ensure she could defend herself even without a weapon. Though Ito was physically stronger, the gap wasn't so large that raw strength alone could overwhelm technique. After all, techniques were created precisely to allow the weak to overcome the strong. Watching the match, Kiichi Haugen noticed how Sarah's initial reluctance had gradually turned into something resembling enjoyment. She had a chance to practice the skills her master had taught her and beat up the idiot who'd been frustrating her to no end. Who wouldn't enjoy that? To summarize her mood in one phrase: I'm having the time of my life. Now that you've lost, hurry up and leave. Sarah didn't hold back, waving him off. And don't come looking for me again. Just seeing you annoys me. No way. You're my chosen rival, little Tengu. Until I defeat you fair and square, Ito Arataka doesn't back down from a challenge. Maybe I really should have buried him the first time we met. Well, isn't this a good thing? At least you've got some company now, you won't be lonely anymore. I don't want this kind of company. He's worse at understanding people than a monkey. Well, he is an ONI. Their way of thinking is unique. Kiichi Haugen shrugged, then turned to face Ito, who was still sitting on the ground. Ah! You're... Ito squinted at her as she approached, blinking in confusion. Wait, who are you again? Hey, kid! Stopping in front of him, Kiichi Haugen crouched slightly, her lips curling into a mischievous smile. Then, she said something that left Sarah utterly dumbfounded. Wanna be my disciple? For a moment, there was silence. Kiichi Haugen waited patiently for Ito's reaction, while Sarah was too shocked to even speak or think. As for Ito, what's a disciple? The question was pure, unfiltered stupidity. A disciple means you become my student. I'll teach you skills, help you grow stronger, and protect you when you're in danger. Kiichi Haugen didn't seem annoyed, calmly explaining. Does that make sense to you? Ito crossed his arms and lowered his head, appearing to think deeply. So, you're saying you'd make me stronger and help me fight? Exactly, Kiichi Haugen nodded with a smile. That's one way to put it. So, what's your answer? Yes or no? Before Ito could reply, Kiichi Haugen felt a tug on her sleeve. She turned to meet Sarah's conflicted, questioning gaze. Master! Are you seriously planning to take him as a disciple? Sarah furrowed her brows. You're joking, right? I'm not joking. Have you ever seen me joke about taking on disciples? The two locked eyes, their golden gazes reflecting each other. Eventually, Sarah released Kiichi Haugen's sleeve and stepped back. If this is your decision, Master, then I have no right to object. You seem to have a lot of complaints about this kid and you clearly don't think much of him, Kiichi Haugen noted, tilting her head. Aren't you curious about my reasons for taking him on? Or why I think he's worth teaching? If you've chosen him, then he must have qualities I haven't seen. Qualities that are impressive enough to earn your recognition, Sarah said, her tone sincere and devoid of resentment. Satisfied, Kiichi Haugen turned her attention back to Ito. So, what's your decision? You'd make me stronger and help me fight. Ito pushed himself to his feet, his sharp, eager eyes locking onto Kiichi Haugen's. Doesn't that just mean you want to be my boss? Sarah slapped her hands over her face, utterly mortified. Kiichi Haugen, on the other hand, seemed amused. If thinking of it that way makes it easier for you to understand, go ahead. No, Master. Sarah interjected, horrified. That's not the same thing at all. To Sarah, a master was a revered figure, someone sacred and worthy of respect. Now, thanks to this idiot, it felt like that sacred title had been reduced to something vulgar. One day, I'll become the greatest, and the name Ito Aratake will echo across all of Tibet. Ito declared loudly, puffing out his chest and thumping it with his thumb. Do you think I'd just randomly call some stranger my boss? Greetings, esteemed readers. Your steadfast support throughout this journey has been as constant as the tides and as enduring as stone. In the spirit of gratitude, I am pleased to announce the release of bonus chapters, a reflection of your unwavering dedication and enthusiasm. Should you wish to continue fortifying the foundation of these tales, Wisetle's efforts can be supported here. Patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Even the humblest contribution becomes part of an enduring legacy, a cornerstone for tales yet to unfold. With utmost sincerity. Zhongli. Chapter 154, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 154-40 PS. Your support has carved the path for these bonus chapters. May they bring you joy. To be invited as a disciple by her master was an unparalleled honor, a privilege beyond ordinary people's reach. And yet, this idiot dared to refuse. Did he even comprehend the weight of such an invitation? Did he have the faintest idea how rare and precious her master's acknowledgement was? Was this guy a pig? The kind of filthy pig that couldn't understand the value of gold and would instead squeal with joy over a trough of slop? If he was a pig, then it was only logical to slaughter him. Yes, he should be chopped up. After all, he was nothing more than a brainless swine, incapable of grasping worth. Killing him wouldn't even be a crime. Maybe roast him whole, stick a metal rod through him and turn him over a fire until he sizzled like succulent roast suckling pig. As Ito Aratake arrogantly rejected Kiichi Haugen's offer, the malice radiating from Sarah was nearly palpable, rising like a storm into the heavens. It was as if someone had desecrated the sacred text of a devout believer by using it to prop up a wobbly table. Her fury was weightier than that of a vengeful spirit bound by injustice for centuries. Ahem. Kiichi Haugen cleared her throat and placed a hand on Sarah's shoulder, preventing her from impulsively charging forward to hack the fool into 108 pieces. For a fleeting moment, even Kiichi Haugen debated whether recruiting Ito was a mistake. If this boy really became Sarah's junior disciple, how long would it be before she received news of Ito Aratake found with multiple stab wounds, ruled an accident? No, surely Sarah wouldn't go that far. They'd be siblings under her guidance, after all. So, you're declining. Unlike Sarah, Kiichi Haugen didn't seem the least bit perturbed by the rejection. She wasn't as revered in this world as she had been in her own. Here, she lacked the prestige of a legendary teacher worshipped across generations. If Raiden Shogun had offered to take on a disciple, though, crowds would be fighting tooth and nail for the chance. No. Ito shook his head vigorously. I know I've got a long way to go before I'm the best in the world. I'm not against calling someone my boss. But... He raised a hand dramatically. If I'm going to accept someone as my boss, they've gotta be stronger than me. No way I'm following someone weaker. Kiichi Haugen paused, then chuckled softly. Well, I suppose that does suit your style. Smart people have their methods, and fools have theirs. So, you want me to prove I'm stronger than you? Kiichi Haugen's smile turned playful. How do you suggest we settle this? That's easy. Ito pounded his fists together, his vision glowing faintly on his belt. What else but a fight? Well, that is the simplest and most straightforward method. Sarah silently stepped back. Her expression, previously brimming with seething hatred, softened into one of profound pity as she glanced at Ito. I can't watch this. To prevent any claims of unfairness later, Kiichi Haugen even healed Ito's injuries and restored his stamina with a quick spell. Whoa! That's awesome! Ito's enthusiasm only grew as he marveled at her magic. Alright, I've decided. If you lose to me, then you'll be my underling. And you'll be the first member of my amazing new gang, the Aratake Gang. Gahaha. You're quite the character, aren't you? Kiichi Haugen laughed, clearly amused. Sarah, on the other hand, was baffled by Ito's confidence. Sure, he didn't know who Kiichi Haugen was, but after hearing Sarah call her master multiple times, shouldn't it have been obvious that Kiichi Haugen was stronger than Sarah? He couldn't even beat Sarah. How on earth did he think he could defeat Kiichi Haugen? The answer was self-evident. Even a fool could see it. Ah! It hurts. It hurts so much. Stop. I give up. I surrender. Ito's cries rang out as Kiichi Haugen easily planted him headfirst into the ground. At first, Kiichi Haugen had allowed him to use his weapon and his elemental abilities. But Ito, in his usual bravado, refused. You're unarmed. It wouldn't be fair, he'd declared. Moments later, he was buried headfirst in the dirt. After healing him, Kiichi Haugen suggested he use his vision this time. He reluctantly agreed, only to be promptly buried again, this time right next to the first hole. When even that failed, a nervous Ito finally abandoned his principles. He brought out his massive spiked club, larger than he was. The result? No different. 1, 2, 3, 11, 12, 13. Kiichi Haugen counted the neatly aligned holes in the ground. 13. That's a prime number. Kind of unlucky, isn't it? Want to make it 14? No, no, no. I'm completely convinced. I lost, okay? Please, boss, show mercy. Ito, who had been so arrogant just moments ago, was now groveling shamelessly. Even Sarah, who had been watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but look conflicted. His earlier wails were so pitiful that even she felt her resentment begin to fade. His screams had been nothing short of heart-wrenching, more agonizing than a pig being slaughtered. Kiichi Haugen, a master of all forms of combat, knew precisely how to inflict pain without leaving a mark. And though she healed him after each round, she left the pain intact. Too cruel? Please. Kiichi Haugen's training methods for her disciples were far harsher. The only reason Sarah had been spared was her young age and developing body. Ito, on the other hand, was an oni tough and resilient. He could handle it. Besides, she already had distinct training plans for her two disciples. Sarah, with her strategic mind, would be a commander who could excel both on the battlefield and in the war room. Ito, on the other hand, wasn't built for thinking. His strength would be honed to its fullest, making him an unstoppable warrior. Even before officially taking him as a disciple, Kiichi Haugen was already planning his training regimen. Well then, she said with a sly smile, no more calling me boss. From now on, it's master. Yes, master. I'm sorry, master. Ito wailed, bowing repeatedly. Seems like I've left quite the impression on him, Kiichi Haugen mused, her grin widening. As the sun cast her face in shadow, her smile took on an almost sinister edge. Ito couldn't see it from where he knelt, but a shiver ran down his spine regardless. This is just the beginning, Kiichi Haugen thought. There's much harsher training ahead. Greetings, esteemed readers. Your steadfast support throughout this journey has been as constant as the tides and as enduring as stone. In the spirit of gratitude, I am pleased to announce the release of bonus chapters, a reflection of your unwavering dedication and enthusiasm. Should you wish to continue fortifying the foundation of these tales, Wisetel's efforts can be supported here. Patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Even the humblest contribution becomes part of an enduring legacy, a cornerstone for tales yet to unfold. With utmost sincerity. Zhongli.